All right. Hello, my audience. Zulu here. Open hangout. Kemetic, Egyptian, mythology or whatever. We can talk about anything really. Interesting topic that has been come up lately. So about it. So we've got. You want to introduce yourself?
Yes, Kevin G. People may know who I am, but I'm in these hangouts regularly. Usually in hangouts either with G Con, Hilarious Zulu, as you can see. Also on with True Empiricism from time to time, and also G Man's panels. And just here basically to support any conversation that may be going on, add to, or you know, that's it, or learn from. So appreciate being here.
Yeah. And we've also got ecclesiastics here, three here. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Um, Hi. Uh, not. I don't have anything.
And we've also got African goddess here. It's with you. Would you just like to say who you are and what you're about?
My name's JJ. Just nothing really, just getting knowledge and wisdom.
Okay. So today we're going to talk about cometics. So I'd just like to ask African goddess, can you just explain and black people and just a brief discuss around that?
Can you come back to me in 10 minutes? Right now, I'm like in the middle of doing something.
Okay,
Oh,
black
okay
people
then.
are no better than white people. How about I say that? Hold it.
Absolutely true. I
We're all in the
mean,
same boat.
Hold on, what is that now?
Black people are no better than anybody else, and vice versa. How about that?
Yeah, I would say so,
catch
but
me outside. How about that?
Go
but
ahead.
you got a lot of people out there who try to say that black people are actually less intelligent, this and the other. It really it's kind of silly, I think, because I mean, when you look at the IQ tests, the psychology tests that they give out, they're really based on a cultural standpoint, and really a perspective on how they approach information. Intelligence uh, tests cannot measure intelligence adequately, because the intelligent tests, what they do is they're not able to gauge the perspective on how one would approach information. For example, um, they did an actual test with different races. They had Asians, whites, and blacks actually take tests. And what was interesting is that they found that whites tend to spend a moderate amount of time going through the questions and answering the questions. Asians tend to spend more time answering the questions on the test. But what they found with blacks is that they're a lot quicker. So the thing about it is that it's not their intelligence or their ability to think that's hindering them from doing things. It's just their approach. So it's just some think fast, some like to like rush through things, or they have a spatial thinking. Some have more of a other cognitive thinking, whereas they approach the information uh, slower. They observe things a little bit slower, and it allows them to solve the problem at hand. But that doesn't gauge how well someone can do anything. I mean, you can have someone, for instance, that cannot read or write, but they can compose beautiful music,
Hmm.
beyond that will make you go on a dream. I mean, just genius work, and it's amazing. So how are we gauging information? How can we say that people in sub-Saharan Africa, oh, they have an IQ of 70 something or 80 something, so they're nearing retardation? Uh, Jews and Asians have an IQ of 110 or over. Whites have an average. So it's like the way we're trying to ascertain or facilitate the intelligence or the mental capacity of people, I think is darn right just messed up. And I
Hmm.
think what we need to do is we need to cater how each one approaches information. And once you do that, then everything will just open right up. Um, just this is my last bit before I even let it on to the other person. But just an example of myself, I did terrible in school. I didn't like it. The way the information was presented to me and the way I was taught to approach it did not work for me at all. I didn't understand a thing. So what I found is that um, once I open myself up to other approaches and say, you know what, let me approach the information the way I like to, I picked it up. I would like to say multiple times faster than those who were taught the traditional way. In fact, the way that I took information in and broke it down, I'm able to give it to people such as myself, and I want to make it racial all the way, but typically blacks. I know how we approach information, so I'm able to break down analogies, concepts, and things of that nature to them a lot more efficiently than they will learn it from school. Uh, they couldn't get into IT the traditional way by the way it was taught in schools. But because I was able to digest the information, learn about it, I was able to teach OSI model, TCP/IP, packet structures, the way things interact through different layers of the network, meet different mediums, protocols, things of that nature. I was able to break it down in the way that we approach information, and they were able to eat it right up. So I think that we need to cater to how one eats and not just have one size fits all.
Okay, okay. I want to say this too about that. What what's the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Knowledge.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I thought you wanted me to answer that. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, go ahead. You can answer.
Oh, knowledge is the substance of information. Wisdom is the application or know-how to apply information. Uh, so, for instance, you can have something or someone that has a lot of knowledge, but yet if they don't have the wisdom to facilitate how that knowledge is used and applied, it will be no use. Likewise, the person with wisdom, however, he will be more efficient because he is able to apply even the very little that he has in the most wisest way or the
Uh,
most practical way.
Okay, you take a philosopher in Greece, and he's pampered by all these luxuries like grapes and wine and bread. You know, he's basically getting served by the field. Uh, Now these men and women that are out in the world actually supplying what is pampering this philosopher or this pampered gentleman. If they go away, what happens to him? Can he survive on his own, or will he be a weakling out amongst the real world? Basically what I'm saying is, just because someone is less intelligent than a man right now, think about it this way: what means more? What means more? Is it humanity being humans, or is it the knowledge of a man in a society that is meaningless? That's all I gotta say.
So, are you saying like a high IQ or high intelligence is not something that's necessary to live one's
Yeah.
life?
What's
Yeah, I
better?
would agree with you. It's not necessary.
Higher humanity or higher intelligence?
Well, higher intelligence does have its gifts, right? Because intelligence, what it really is a gauge on how one can solve problems, right? Um, so, say for instance, you have a group of people who eat off the land, and their constant consuming um, may cause the land to dry out, or let's say they don't know how to plant, or they don't know how to till the ground to raise food and raise animals, livestock, and things of that nature. It will take a mind, an intelligent mind, to kind of help facilitate how these things should be spread out. Like, okay, we should have a certain fields that we use for this. Certain fields we can grow grapes. Certain fields we can grow this. We should have a storehouse, so just in case a famine take place, we're able to store this food. With animals, we should have a selection of animals among these types instead of these because we want the most choicest meats or milk or whatever type of product that they're getting from the livestock. So like I do think intelligence is good, but what I'm saying is I think that everyone has their own degree of intelligence that is approached in their own way. Um, like for instance, you may have someone such as who's a good developer. I can't think of anyone right now, but like just say a very good computer programmer. He can write a really good program, um, but he may be inspired by some music, right? And let's say that there's a composer, they can't do what the other person does. So everyone has their own sort of language when they speak with their minds. Like some people can draw, some people are really good artists, and some can't. Some can make very good music. Some can make very good computer programs and are talented in an area. Um, some are geniuses when it comes to military tactics and things of that nature. Some are geniuses when it comes to economics. So I think we're all geniuses in our own right. Um, but it's just we have to find out what is our niche and not just kind of say, oh, this person has a very low IQ, this person has a very high IQ, but the person with the low IQ may know how to make it on the streets, right? He may know how to survive and how to be social. So he may be a social genius. Whereas the person who's an introvert, he may have the high IQ, but if you put him in the real world and he's not sheltered, he may just fall apart.
Well, trust me, I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going against what you're saying. I think me and you both agree. The thing, what I'm saying, I was just trying to make a point where there's these individuals in this world that think intelligence is the way to go. But when you think about it, humanity is better off when they're in their basics, in their how they were meant to be, like the village raising the child. Uh, my son is around the age of marriage. Your daughter is too. Hey, let's hold a marriage and let's preset their date. Therefore, your child is not growing up without this 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 woman in his life. He has a solid foundation. He's ready to face the world when he's a young man, not waiting until 18 or whatever. And you know, they're going through all these lusts of the world, like porn and just sexual frustration and stuff. Like that's basically what's going on with the world since the cutoff of humanity. You can basically say it in this: the end of the Native American way of life can show you what intelligence does to civilization. You got the Indians that ate what they needed, not no more than they needed. The land provided what they needed. They were healthy. They were some of the healthiest humans on this earth. They rode with the buffalo. They killed what they needed. They didn't discard. They didn't just take from the animal their skins and leave it out in the field and not the rest. The Indian used the entire buffalo, every bone, every piece of meat, everything. And then you got I hate to, use the race, but white man came through and they started skinning buffalo just for their hair and then left them out there. And and therefore, that's why the Native Americans used to scalp them and leave them there. They knew that they were killing off the animal that was supplying life. And a Native American asked the white man, how does one own land? Land is for us all. When one place goes drought, we go to another. And it's a cycle, just like the animals in in Africa. They go from one place to another. When it dries out, here God is providing over there. It's an annual trip, and you and I and everybody else knows that's the truth. So it's an annual trip of rebirth. That's what it's going through. Now, what have we are? I mean, we're just basically we're eaters, and we're not we're not resupplying. It's more knowledge is where we're at today, and that's all I have to say.
So I mean, are you saying that it was the intelligence that caused this problem?
Yeah, it's part of the problem. With more, he who increases knowledge increases sorrow, and that's not my words. You know who words that is. But it
Okay.
is true as the words that were written on the paper. But
Right.
there's
Well,
nothing wrong with knowledge neither. It's it's just a mixture of the two. You got to have wisdom and the knowledge, and you got to have God. If we're moving towards a place where we're basically relying on man. We're running up to the hospitals. We're trying to live so long, and it's it's like we're getting supply fixed. We got a fake veil of control on our life, but we have no control. But go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you guys go.
yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to start a contention here, but I pretty much just stated my thing. Um, I do think that intelligence is necessary in a lot of cases. However, I wouldn't blame intelligence for
No,
the
I'm
con.
not. Oh, let me correct you on that real quick before you go on. I'm I'm not against intelligence at all, and I had the words what I was gonna say to you. All I'm basically saying is, don't look down on another man because of his lack of intelligence, because he also supplies them. He also has a reason, like you were saying. I was in agreement with you, but there's people in the world that are looking down on fellow man and saying, hey, they're useless eaters, and guess what, we could prosper by just killing them off in a way because of their intelligence, their lack of intelligence. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that is wrong. Um, yeah, I definitely don't agree with that. But that was the mentality that a lot of these groups had when human beings entered into some areas and they saw the opportunity to take advantage of them for their own gain. That's basically what took place, and that's where the problem comes in. But I do think that I'm in agreement with you that intelligence is good, but I feel that I just don't like it when it gets to a point of discrimination and hatred towards another because of what you think. Because again, intelligence, saying that they have a low intelligence is basically just uh, your conclusion based on what you think intelligent is. But you cannot gauge how one approaches information, analyzes information, and solves problems. So we truly cannot say that someone is less intelligent than we are. We can't say that at all. Um,
Exactly.
that's all I got to say on that.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if you wanted to pull up another topic, Zulu, or if anybody else wanted to comment on that.
Kevin. And I'm glad your dad did what he did with you, and because you have a reason and you can stand up and talk intelligence with another person, right? So there's
Uh,
nothing. Yeah, you are a knight
no.
with your own. Uh, you have your own reason. Go ahead.
African goddess, are you free now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
African goddess, are you free now?
Yeah, I don't know what she may be doing or whatnot.
We could talk about racial diversity and how it came to be.
I mean, through genetic changes. As humans migrated out of the Levant and out of Africa, there were groups that settled in certain places, and as they spread out, of course, environmental changes as well as dietary changes cause all kinds of things with human beings. Uh, three of them being physical changes, the dietary changes that take place based on what they ate, and the disease changes based on what type of things that they were acclimated to, they adapted to, or what things affected. Uh, so, of course, if you look at the like a melanin, if you look at what's called a melanin map or a anything, look at type of phenotypes, you will see that people who generally migrated up north or got involved with certain things culturally, they changed dramatically based on the things that they were dealing with. Whereas people who stayed more towards the equator, they actually dealt with things differently as well. For example, let's say that you are a nomadic tribe that lived in the equatorial area. Um, you don't really need to worry about agriculture all that much or growing food. Sure, it will be useful in order to create more, but it's not necessarily. Like if you lived in the Caribbean or in Brazil or in the Congo or anything like that, and let's say you had scores of banana trees that just grew all over the mountainside, or you had coconut plants that grew over towards the beaches, or wild berries and bushes that were just everywhere, there will be no need for you to, or there will be no inclination or incentive for you to say, "Well, I need to practice farming." Why? You can just simply walk down to the mountainside, pick a banana. You can cut a bushel. You can get coconut milk. You can make the technique of fishing tools and arrows and things of that nature to hunt birds, pigs, cattle. You don't necessarily need to hunt a cattle. I mean, you can just walk up to them and stab it. But you know, I mean, because I mean they're really, you know, they're not that, you know, uh, act reactive to predators and stuff and things of that nature. I guess it's because of the maybe wild cattle would be like oxen and stuff like that, but like or buffalo, like you were explaining earlier. So there was a plethora of things that we can just get into and feed ourselves. If you needed anything, you got it. And the mindset in that environment is basically you got it made. Everything is there. But let's take the mentality of one that would have migrated up north, right? Let's take the group of humans that would have migrated up north into tougher areas, right? So they're in these tougher areas, and if you think about it, there is more strain on the ecosystem as far as it having to migrate back and forth to certain areas. So let's say, for instance, some African tribes that live in arid areas, such as in East Africa, they have to chase their prey down based on what they migrated to. So let's say like the grass is everywhere, and they're eating this grass, and there's a dry season that occurs, and there's no more rain. So what is going to happen? The grass is going to die out, vegetation is going to dry out, the water wells is going to dry out, things of that nature. So it's going to cause the livestock or just animals in general to migrate. You're going to have the the flies and the bugs is going to go in another direction because they don't have water sufficient for procreation. You're going to have the birds. It's going to say, well, there's no bugs to eat, so I'm going to fly where they're at. And then you're going to have anything that might prey on the birds or may rely on the birds for certain things, and also need the food that's gone. So you have the livestock and the buffalo, all the land animals and everything goes that direction. Then you have the predators like lion prides and hyenas and wolves and the African hunting dog. They're going to migrate along with them. And along with that group, you also have another predatory group, which is humans. If they rely on those animals to eat and survive, they're going to follow them. So what it's going to do, it's going to cause that human being to create ways in order for him to adapt to the situation. He has to learn how to hunt. He has to learn how to track animals. Not only that, he has to create more deadlier weapons to make it easier for him to take down the prey. Now let's go up even further north to where it's more icy and more cold, and prey is probably hard to come by, and migration patterns are probably totally different. Then you will have the use of making clothing, right? They will know how to need to tan an animal or cut an animal open, use its skin. They need to know how to use certain things, how to make fire more efficiently. So what I view is that I don't think there's a difference in human intelligence. I think that the way one group adapts to the situation may appear that they have more intelligence, but really what it is that they're using the extent of their mental abilities to survive in their current situation. Like if you look at northern tribes and situations versus what I talk about the equatorial peoples, the people more further north had to do more technologically in order for them to survive in the situation. The uses of torches, fires, caves, shelter building, tanning animals, creating furs, migration patterns, fishing, all sorts of things. So it will make it appear as though they're more intelligent, but all they're doing is applying their mental capacity to survive in the situation that they're in. Whereas in the equatorial region, not to say that those people are less intelligent, but there would be no incentive for them to engage in technological advances where it's not necessary. So you see a perfect example with African Americans, for instance. They will say Africans have a low IQ. However, when blacks were moved over to more metropolitan areas or after the industrial complex that occurred in Great Britain and in America, where business was booming, blacks had to adapt. Now, I have a side argument that blacks aren't doing it as efficiently as they should, but nonetheless, we're adapting. We became programmers, we became writers, we became composers, we became engineers, we became scientists, we became so again, it goes to show that because of the human being situation where they're at, it drives them to use their mental capacity to solve the problem for the situation. But it does not say that one race is more intelligent than the other. I don't believe that. That's all I got to say.
Also,
Say something.
can you go?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, Kevin, that's a good point as well because I learned that apparently the environment affects
You might want to refresh, Lulu,
the rate of
or cut,
condition.
or turn
You
down your
guys,
bandwidth. Can you hear me?
yeah, me.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, Zulu, it seems like you're breaking up or whatnot. You may have some issues with your connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that every human being has the capacity to become quote unquote, according to what we look at as being intelligent, to be intelligent. I think
Mm-hmm.
every human being has that capacity. You can't just say, oh, the African is less intelligent or the Chinese is more intelligent or this, that. It's like, I mean, that to me, that's a silly statement because I've seen individuals who come from backgrounds where you don't even think that they will even amount to anything. And because of the hunger and their want to survive, they will they'll persevere, they'll make it through, and they will actually go beyond the boundaries that was set before them to become what they are today.
Mm.
That's so
It's all
true.
about the will. It's all about the will of the person.
And plus the
Because
basically,
if you think about it,
I was just gonna say real quick, the the need for technology. Like, does an African tribe need technology? No, they need their spear, and they need their, you know, their their sword or whatever they got to kill the beast and bring it back to the tribe. What is this book? It's not gonna feed me. It's not gonna feed this tribe. That's probably how they see it. So I think once you, maybe it's maybe if you just say, okay, yeah, like, okay, I'm done with hunting and stuff. I want to have food at the ready. Then you start coming up with technical te- techno- technological advances to start feeding or feeding that food at the ready, to have that there, get that out of the way, start bringing in produce and all of this stuff. It's just that's technology within itself too, to start uh, the agricultural and stuff, the advancement. That so I agree with you too.
Definitely your environment that affects, the rate of technological advances. I mean, if you look at when the whites came to Africa, and they're basically fighting, shields and spears with guns,
Hmm.
like we're all the same people. I mean, we can all have the capacity to learn these things and do these things. It's just that the raising up and the environment that we're in may have aided us, or they may have stuff. So
You know the thing. I think we should call civilization in a way basically just luxury of man, luxury of technology in a way. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah. Instead of having to bust your back every day just to go kill that beast or whatever, hey, you could just go to Walmart and buy that slice of beast. You don't even, I mean, slice of beast. You don't even have to cut it or anything. It's cut for you. You just wash it, put it in the oven.
Exactly.
It's just
So
luxuries.
right, you're
But
right. You're right. Exactly. See, so the thing about it is that if you were to, if you see, here's the thing though. Here's what's really odd about this whole scenario. Let's take let's take a whole group of people from 2017 as they are now, with the mentality and the cultural differences that we have, and let's take these people and let's go back maybe to the second millennium BCE and
mm,
place them into a town. Would they look like they're unintelligent? Yes, they would, because
hmm
the things that they do, how they carry themselves, the way they solve their problems, would not even help them in that time and era. It wouldn't
yeah,
help them at all. Let's say like a kid stepped outside and he was like, "All right, we need to make it over to this town. It's going to take us about a month. Go ahead and get ready, and I'll see you there." And then it's like, "Well, what do I do?" And it's like, "Well, you should know what to do. Pack your food, get this, mount your horse, make sure you bring enough." Like, so the way he will apply his technology at that time, you wouldn't have a clue. You'd be like, "Well, how the heck do I do this?
oh yeah,
Like, what
before
do I
you
do?"
mount,
So you
before
will
you,
look like an idiot. You will look like you don't know how to solve the problem.
hmm
But likewise, if you were to take somebody from that cultural setting and put them in yours, you will say, "Hey, call me when you get home." And they're like, "Call you? How the heck do I do that? You don't know how to use a phone?" Like, so it's like
yeah,
their ability to solve the problem and use tools will be totally off. So you cannot say that this person is less intelligent than the other person. So if you grab somebody from Africa who's used to a certain way of living, they live among a tribe, they do certain things differently, they eat differently, they the way they approach their problems and their food and solving those types of problems, you can't use that to say that they're unintelligent. It's just that they're in an area in which they apply their reasoning and their ability to solve problems totally different than you do.
yeah.
Just like if I were to take you and throw you back in time, you would be like an idiot. You wouldn't know what the heck to do.
Like put Paris Hilton in Africa with
Yeah,
with
prepare
lions
shelter,
right,
right?
lions right down the right down the bush. She would be scared out of her mind.
Like,
Go ahead.
you know what I'm saying? Like, if you ever seen that show Survival, I mean, they struggling. And they got like modern means. They got plastic bottles and stuff like that. And they struggling.
hmm
You can go to an African village and probably
Secret
grab like
African.
5 12-year-olds that probably lived in that situation, and they'll be like it's vacation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my peep. That's my people, bro. The Zulus.
Zulu.
Yeah, I'm very close to my culture.
Why do
Yeah,
you got that
Zulus.
name? Yeah, are you really Ken?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
man.
Zulus aren't from Kenya. They're from Swaziland.
He
That's
said
cool.
Kenya. Nah,
No,
yeah,
they're not
from
from Kenya.
South.
Now the tribe that's in Kenya, I believe, is called the I forget what they're called.
What
The
are you
the the
talking about?
the man, what are they called?
About
Yeah,
What?
they have
they're like warriors.
Maasai, the
Masai?
Maasai, the
Are they
Maasai.
like
Yeah,
war?
I think they're
Are
in
they like
Kenya
warriors?
or Tanzania. I'm not really sure
Masi or
exactly.
Masai.
The Maasai, yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
You know the
Zulus
Maasai.
are
In
way
order
the
for them to
Zulus are
go
way
through,
better with the
the
Iswa.
Zulus. I love the Zulus. I really do. I used to do a lot of arc work with. In fact, I was trying to find Assegai and the Assegai is the spear, and I also wanted to find the cowhide shield that you got there on your picture. Um, on eBay, man, I be trying to bid for it, but they be like thousands of dollars, man.
dang.
Yeah, I be trying to find
Yeah,
those things, man. But the
it's a
craftsmanship
pic.
in those spears and those shields is amazing, man.
Yeah, I want
Um,
to get one, man. I want to get like the Asagani. Asagani is the long spear.
yeah, the long spear, right?
Yeah,
And
the
then
Ikhwa
there's
is
something
the
else
short
that
spear.
starts
The
with a K. Is the quab or the club? What's that club called? The club something?
club,
Because the
yeah.
weapons, yeah. Because the Zulu's arsenal consists of a long spear, a short spear, which is the assegai, and a club, it's another stick like a throwing stick, and that shield. But
I'm not sure.
but get this though. But that's the thing though. So okay, to smelt metal, you have to have a degree of understanding of chemistry, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when the Zulus, when they created their weapons, they knew how to dig for the ore, to melt it down, to smelt it, to create spears. So it's like to say that they weren't intelligent or these people weren't intelligent is ludicrous. Um, their ability to forge the land, to find food, all of these things requires a great degree of intelligence, believe it or not. Navigation. Can you imagine leaving your home in the wilderness for hundreds of miles in a troop and then making your way back using navigation? I mean, you wouldn't be able to do that
Wow.
without a phone. Dude, I can't even walk outside of a neighborhood that I'm not familiar with, go down a couple of blocks and turn somewhere without pulling up Google Maps and saying, where am I at?
Dang.
But Kev, if you look at when the whites came, they saw them as primitive, and that's why. But
Dang.
the funny thing is, we won one of the battles. I think it was Idiswali. I think it was 25,000 Zulus, and there was like what British soldiers, and they got killed by men with spears and shields. But they were using rifles. You see
I
how
think that
embarrassing it is.
I think that also as a side note, I think the black man, most of us, we have deeper voices because of what we used to hunt and the things we used to go against in the jungles, right? You used to have a deeper bass to your voice in a way, I think, to actually hang or scare off some of these animals and stuff. You ever thought about that?
No,
Really,
I haven't really.
I knew that the Zulus used to go like basically like have fun when they were seeing lions. They never used to run away from them because the lions were actually scared of them.
Mm.
Yeah, the
Imagine,
Maasai do that too. The rite of passage for a Maasai warrior is that he has to kill a lion.
dang,
So they actually got a spear. It's called the Lion Killer that they use, and
imagine that.
yeah, it's like it's hard to say that somebody's less intelligent than the other because I mean it's just wild. Like if you just study the simplest tribal groups, like in Papua New Guinea, South America, even in Africa, like they actually have some very like ingenious ways for natural things. Like I mean, like you wouldn't even think to come up with those own solutions yourself, and it's like wow, that's actually pretty convenient. Like the way they have those things in the wild. So
Hmm. What you were saying earlier, I kind of put myself back there. You said they went hundreds of miles away
yeah,
from home.
like they will do that. Like
Yeah,
if you have a
to travel from Rhodesia to Ilundu is like a 3 or 2 day journey on foot.
Dang.
Like
right,
within because me, I'm part of the Ndebele tribe. I'm not part of the tribe that Shaka was. Well, technically, I am. Basically, the Ndebele tribe, um, a lot of tribes dispersed when the Zulus, got taken over. A lot of tribes dispersed around Africa. But like, are you familiar with Zimbabwe?
yeah,
I heard it. Yep.
Yeah, that's where one of the tribes dispersed to. And then there's Swaziland. and then
Yeah.
there's Zambia. This is dispersed from So me, I'm a Zulu because I'm from the Ndebele tribe. I speak in Ndebele. There's Shona. There's Swazi. There's all these different languages and all these different tribes who all come from the Zulu land. But yeah, to
Dang.
travel from one place to another is like, even when I was in the car and I was going from Zimbabwe to South Africa, they
Hey, what?
literally, because
Wow.
the thing is that Africa is like, the land is so big. It's like, for example, in America, it's like from going to LA to New York, like the landscape is big. It's not like driving. It's not meant for driving distance because it would take too long. That's how vast the land is.
I like what Richard Pryor said, and I would be the same way. Where am I, and how do I get back to Detroit? That's how I would be in the modern day in that jungle.
Yeah, with
Where
the
am I?
you see, so the other problem with Africa though is that the land, you just made a key point about the land. The land is not opened up to be successful for trade. It's just not. Um, you don't have situations in Africa, whereas it's like the Mississippi River or the Yukon or what was called the Oregon Trail in America, where you had these trade routes connected by rivers, and you could traverse the land easily using these rivers and things of that nature in order for trade and open up the land for trade. See, so like there's a great river in Africa, but it has a lot of like very dangerous passages to work through. Um, so I do believe if Africa very early on was opened up to trade, like the way America was during Manifest Destiny and the beginning of America and everything, it would have been a totally different place, I believe. There would have been a
I
lot
think
of
it
more
would have been.
cultural exchange, all of that.
I think it would have been worse because if you look at the plastics that people brought over from Britain, and because America, I mean, Africa is a very, very fertile land. Like with you can live off anything from there. You don't even need to export any fruits or anything from other land. You can live off what's on the land. That's why a lot of people in the tribes are still like successful in the nature because you don't need to get anything from anywhere. Like Africa, the land itself is very it's very like you can sleep basically at nighttime. You can sleep without a blanket. So everything is just perfect about it. So to take things like bring things like chemicals and like plastic and like all these things into a natural environment, it can really be toxic to the
Right, but
wildlife. Even if you
my
look at
thing
the
is if you don't, okay, let's say manufacturing, if you don't bring manufacturing to Africa to that degree, then how do you expect its economies to compete unless it just deals with natural resources? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, for example, mining factories not that bad, but I mean like bringing in like like uranium and like chemicals and like and synthetic fabrics and all that stuff. Imagine if that comes in contact with the animals, how that's going to affect the lions and the elephants and the giraffes. It's very innate natural land, and unnatural things can mess up the animal cycle and everything.
This is in
Whereas
South Africa. Sorry, I
that's
was
why
gonna
there's
say
a lot
this.
of animals that are nearly extinct as well in those areas, and that have like become sick and getting all these diseases because we're bringing in all these. The Europeans they're bringing all these unnatural things.
And this is in South Africa, right? Or just Africa in general?
I'm talking about Africa in general, but I was talking about the Zululands and South Africa and all that,
Yeah.
and how fascinating it is.
How are the Boers doing over there? Because I have a lot of Afrikaner friends. You know, the Dutch, the Dutchmen, the Europeans over there. Yeah, they still
I
doing
mean,
all
it's
right over
more
there.
chill now because like in pretty much everywhere they toned it down more. It's not like how 1960s black people in America, because around that time as well, it was the same thing for black people and Boers in Africa as well, because basically they're saying whites only and all that, just like how it was in America.
Is it true that
Actually, but
the standards flipped? I've heard horror stories of Boer or Afrikaner Dutch landowners like having to put up barbed wire fences to stop the native, not really native people, just people around them that are not European from like ransacking the place.
Yeah, there used to be plenty of wars and like conflicts between the Boers and the blacks because if you think about it, like it's a different thing where it's like you're going to their country when white people are coming to your country, go places, and they're basically your own lands. It's
Mm.
even more
Well,
vigorous and even more. And I can
here's a shitty.
understand because like sorry, I can understand like when you're going into like their country, like you're going into England or going into America, like and it's dominantly white, and you're bringing in black people. But like you're in Africa, you're in South Africa. This is their land, and you're coming in. I'm just saying, them they're coming in, putting signs and saying whites only, and they're doing basically what is segregation in America, but in Africa in a black land.
Yeah,
Worse, that would the
I think it's different
yeah.
in the sense that, the Boerish, I'm sorry, the Afrikaners legally, unlike many Europeans in Africa, aren't allowed to go back. The Dutch government never opened their arms up again, opened their arms for them. Like after the fall of Rhodesia, a lot of white Rhodesians, um, Europe said to them, "Hey, if you're English or Dutch, you're allowed to come," but the white people in South Africa, no, we're not taking you in. And
Really?
they're kind of getting like, oh yeah, dude, look this up. Afrikaners are not allowed to get citizenship or get immediate
Why?
citizenship.
Why is that the case? Was there a reason for that?
It's a
Because it's
yeah,
because
it's a
they've
very
become
long.
African. They've become African. Once you're born in Africa, you become African.
No,
They have
no,
they have,
it's not that. After the fall of Rhodesia, which many native-born people that were European in Rhodesia immediately got, yeah, you're allowed to come back to Europe and become refugees because shit was going down. When shit went down in South Africa, the reason that the Afrikaners can't come back to the Netherlands is that because, if I remember this correctly, they succeeded completely. They said, we don't want you anymore, Netherlands. And the Netherlands just said, okay, fine, we don't want you anymore. So throughout all of their history, they just ignored the Afrikaners' plight.
Wow.
imposter. Now that you say that, you're not shocking.
Yeah, they're
Zimbabwe a
not
few
allowed to go
times.
anywhere.
Do
These
you know
Afrikaners are literally.
Rhodesia? Yeah, it's basically Zimbabwe, right? Because that's where I'm from. I've been there quite a few times.
Go on.
I rarely see any white people there. Any
Because
white
they all
people
went
there.
back.
I mean,
Yeah, because
if
England.
I went to South Africa, I would have seen loads. But like in where I'm from, in Zimbabwe, I've rarely, like I mean, like rarely, a very populated, like more, very like touristy.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Because Mugabe, both Mugabe and the English government, or the British government rather, they said, yeah, Mugabe sent him out, and the English government took him in. Unlike the Afrikaners, the Dutch completely ignored them, and to this day, they're still ignoring them.
I mean, the only thing I support Mugabe for is for fighting for black rights and for liberating Zimbabwe. Actually, we had Independence Day a few days ago. Actually,
Well, did
there's
he
a
actually?
ceremonial. Sorry.
I don't. Was it Mugabe? Like, I wouldn't. I think there was another independent African or Zimbabwean African that predates Mugabe. I think he should deserve the credit more. I don't remember his name, but essentially, I think wasn't Mugabe the one who told the Rhodesian white farmers to get out, and he brought them back in again, and kept on doing that over and over again?
I'm not sure about that. I know that Mugabe made Zimbabwe or Rhodesia a free nation under
Now this Mugambi
dictatorship.
is he the president or of Zimbabwe?
Mugabe.
Mugabe.
Zimbabwe. I think he's like 80 something or 90 something now.
Wow.
He's getting old. Yeah, he's basically like Nelson Mandela, like fighting for black rights and stuff like that.
Right. Right. And I'm sure that was his inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, when he first started, I mean, he went crazy and started, killing people and rigging elections down the lane. That's why
That's
he's
what I
still
was.
president because
That's what I was saying before, in the sense that there was someone before Mugabe. I think during the Bush Wars, that was like an actual virtuous black nationalist or Zimbabwe nationalist.
Mm.
yeah, I
You know
mean,
what?
I just find it so
I would love to
frustrating.
see. Africa does have some strong militaries in some countries, and other countries is weak. Um, Let me ask you this, Hilarious. Do you ever foresee a united Africa?
It's impossible. because it's already divided.
Yeah. So,
It's impossible
Hilaria,
to. It's like different countries. It's impossible.
Right, of
Like
course, of
Nigeria.
course. Africa's not one country; it's a continent. I understand that.
I mean, in the sense, like even in the cultures and everything, and the policies and the ethics, it's just completely different. And if you look at Nigeria and Zimbabwe, they don't get along with each other. Like if a Nigerian came to Zimbabwe, all of them, like remember actually on the news the other day, remember when there was a lot of migration in South Africa and people from other places in Africa that were black were coming into South Africa, and they're killing them because they were taking their jobs and they were migrating. It's like foreigners, like, oh, why these Kenyans in South Africa? And they were killing them. So I don't think
Oh.
I don't think it's unlike I don't think that's gonna happen.
is it true that the Bantu people, I'm not sure if this is true, but the Bantu people are very, 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 I guess, antagonistic towards South African people, like the natives. Is that true?
Well, yeah, the Bantu people. You mean as in the tribes, the Bantus?
Various Bantu tribes bordering what is now South Africa, probably around like modern day Angola or Botswana.
Yeah, that's around that
Mm-hmm.
area. But
Yeah, I heard.
but living there, is it that these Bantu speaking tribes are they antagonistic against South Africans? Are they attacking them? Are they threatening them? Are they, invading or doing whatever to try to drive them away or anything like that? Have you heard anything like that?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it seems like the Bantu, in my personal opinion, and regarding sub-Saharan Africa, no pun intended, are the black sheep of the I guess ethnography of the country.
Why do you say that?
Actually, no, I retract that statement. I retract that statement. Instead of being Bantu, being black sheep, I want to say the Eastern Africans, as in the Ethiopians and Somalis, are the black sheep.
Well, because the Ethiopians never were colonized.
Well,
it's funny. The Egyptians and like people, the Northern Africans, they don't like to be recognized as African.
Well, because they're culturally, they're totally Arab at this point because of the Muslim conquest.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I know that they're Semitic rather than Bantu. I mean, they're still in Africa. I mean, they are Africans, but they don't like to be recognized as Africans. It's funny.
Yeah, I know, but you're talking about like you're talking about like Libya, Egypt. You're talking about Tunisia, right? It's like all those countries up there. They really don't consider themselves Africans. So you really don't get to the identity of Africans until you get to sub-Saharan Africa and South Africa. I mean, right? I mean, East Africa as well, like the Ethiopians, the Eritreans, the Sudanese. So yeah, that's crazy. But my thing is that a lot of West Africans, I mean, there's a lot of countries in West Africa that has very large militaries as well as an air force. In fact, I was surprised. I was actually going through Wikipedia the other day. Ethiopia actually has a very advanced air force using Su-27 flanker fighters from Russia, which is a pretty good air superiority fighter. So I really don't understand how there can't be some type of unity among these countries to expand that base of military power and economic power, and then come up with some type of means to supply the country, whether in exports or imports in some way. I really do think it's possible. They could become a very strong force in the world map if they did something like that.
Well, countries like, I think, is it Zambia, are actually doing quite well. If you Google Zambia and just merely look at pictures, you can tell the difference between a lot of the third world countries in Africa. And they're just developing merely on their own by manipulating their natural resources and, I guess, global politics in general.
You said Zambia?
I don't know if maybe it's Zambia. I don't remember exactly, but I know there's like a almost second, like I'd say second world developing country in Africa right now. It's doing quite well for itself.
Yeah, I heard Cameroon is actually doing well too. What is up with Russia's interest in some of these African countries, man? Because a lot of their military, a lot of their arms and mechanized units and air force are supplied by Russian manufacturing. So I mean, it's a strong link between Russia and a lot of these other countries, man. I mean, it's just kind of crazy.
A quick question, real quick. I jumped out earlier. Matt, I think or Zulu. One of them was trying to ask me something when I had to jump out earlier. Is there something you want to ask me before I have to take off again? Or were you just saying hi? Didn't mean to detract from what you're saying there, Kevin. I'm really not sure what the topic is.
I was done with what I was saying. I mean, whatever it is you wanted to say, go ahead.
Oh, right on.
What now?
Yeah, right on. I have no idea. I jumped in a little bit ago and you were talking about something, but then I got like 3 other calls. I jumped out, and then all of a sudden I saw Ecclesiastes and Zulu here, hilarious, asking or messaging me in the external chat, but I'm not sure if they actually wanted something or if they were just trying to say hi or.
I'm just assuming that they invited you because you started a live hangout, and I guess he just added you to that list. So, I mean, they're right here. I mean, Zulu, did you?
Zulu messaged me. He's actually the one that gave me the link. Yeah. No problem. Zulu said he's got to be quiet because his parents are there and they're kind of complaining. I understand that.
Who said what now?
Hilarious on the side there. He said he's got to be quiet because his parents are complaining. I get that. My family's been that way at times. I don't live with my parents, but my wife and my kids have been complained about me yelling at the microphone and stuff.
Yeah, man, I've been through that, man. Trust me. I mean, she will hate it. Like sometimes when I come home right from work, and I will be in the hangout in the car, and I will transition from the car inside the house, and she just not like it. So she would like for me to leave it under the welcome mat.
Yep.
It just come into the house much later and then deal with the home, which I understand. There's a time and place for everything. And I do have my time at night where I can engage in these types of things. But yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's what's up, man. Yeah, so I don't really know where else this conversation is gonna go. I know we're live right now. So Zulu, I mean, you the host. I mean, I don't know what other topic you want to bring up, or what's on your mind, or if you want to talk about anything, or anybody else, if y'all want to bring.
Here, can you give me like a brief summary of what y'all did talk about? Like just hit on what kind of topics y'all hit about.
Okay, well, first we opened up about is there any difference between races as far as their capacity to do anything, and we discussed intelligence tests, what they're used for, and we offer some suggestions as to how we can't really say that one person or one race or group of people is more intelligent than another if they're not all faced with the same problems as far as when they need to engage their mental capacities to engage to use their intelligence.
Yeah, like nutrition and poverty and things like that.
So if you have a group that's in the equatorial area, whereas they don't need to come up with any technological advances to survive, and yet you have a group of people in which they do need to engage technological advances in order for them to survive, you can't compare the two if they're not in a similar situation. So I don't
think any of the IQ tests, like I score extremely high on an IQ test, but that doesn't mean that I'm like a genius in all areas and things like that. The IQ test measures such a limited scope.
It does. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. It doesn't measure your spatial approach all the way. I know there's some spatial questions on the IQ test. Like I know Mensa deals with a lot of mathematical and spatial thinking. Were you a part of Mensa Society at all?
No, someone asked me that recently. I actually didn't know what the Mensa thing was. The way I got evaluated on my IQ was my psychologist. Can't remember what they're called.
Psychiatrists give those tests.
Had done one, and then about 5 years later had done another one, and I just took the average of the two. But I don't know what tests they were. the last time I actually went today, and they're sending away to see if they can get copies of them. Someone wouldn't believe in that I even took them, kind of thing. Push back.
Right, right.
Why would I lie about that? I'm not calling myself a genius on here or anything. Why would I lie?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I took some IQ tests before in the past, and I took a Mensa practice test, but I mean, it really didn't give me anything. I mean, it kind of gave me some scores, but I mean, I could just roughly guess around what my IQ might be.
Right.
But again, I actually had a very good conversation with a friend of mine, and we were talking about the different IQ tests and what they had, what was called the bell curve or the G curve,
Mm-hmm.
in regards to how they measured these things. And he actually convinced me of this. I was convinced that the IQ test was everything at the time. But he
Right.
convinced me, like, well, wait a minute. Well, there are some factors within the IQ test that really can't be measured. And that's why I'm at the conclusion, or I'm at the place that I'm at now, because I've learned that everyone's approach to information is totally different.
Yep.
If I, like, for instance, I may have more of a spatial understanding of things, whereas another person may not approach things spatial but mathematically.
Mm-hmm.
And another person may not approach them mathematically, but they have a different way of solving these problems. So can we truly say that that is how we measure intelligence? Then, I mean, I don't know. And
Right. Yeah.
that's why I
Some
don't
people
agree
it's
with
like
that.
a musical genius abilities, right?
Right.
And that takes a lot of mind and intelligence to do as well.
Right. Right.
There's all kinds of different things that aren't covered in just standard IQ tests.
Right. Exactly. There's artistic intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
There's, I mean, it's just all flavors of it. And which is understandable, because we can't limit ourselves to just these three things and say, okay, this is how we gauge intelligence.
Right.
Because there are even things that we don't understand in life as human beings, yet there's a beauty to it, and there's a message that it speaks, like the human consciousness. So we don't understand, like, the ideas of love and things of that nature. So there's still things that touch us
Mm-hmm.
in ways that we cannot even measure how they touch us. So I think that kind of shows that we can't measure everything. And so I don't know. I mean, that was basically what we was talking about. And then we got into we basically, that because we were talking about race, we got into Africa. And when we got into Africa, Zulu took point and was talking more so about his cultural experience, because he's part of a Zulu tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And he's from, I think, Zambia. Not Zambia, but Zimbabwe. And when we got into that, that's when what's the dude's name here? I just see the word "the." I don't see his whole title on his name.
No, apostate.
Okay, so yeah, he came in and he kind of lent some details as to what's going on in Africa and some of the political situations, economic situations in Africa, and that's about it, man. So, I mean, like I said, if anybody else had any type of topic, or if they want to talk about anything else,
What's your
Go
opinion?
Go ahead,
Sorry, go on.
We could talk about CERN.
No, yeah, I was going to say Zulu brought up CERN, but I don't know what he's
Yeah, I had
wanting to
to,
talk
guys.
about on CERN.
My parents are shouting at me, so I have to be very quiet. That's why I'm muted. So if I don't talk a lot, then yeah.
understood.
What did you want to bring up about CERN?
Actually, me, Kevin, Ecclesiastics talked a lot about this earlier. I don't know if you want to explain to them, Kev, or...
Well, it was interesting bits of information that came about, and it's actually something that I'm still trying to research even now. But a bit of what I researched and what I found is actually quite interesting. Now, that the idea, the thing with CERN is that it's used to test a number of projects. One, namely, the most famous is the discovery of the Higgs boson, or the God particle. And of course, CERN, I'm not a particle physicist or anything like that, but basically they shoot particles in a tube at high rates of speeds and collide these particles. And then after colliding them, they kind of study the aftermath of those collisions to kind of see what they can get from it, what type of information you can tell them, whatnot like that. But while this has been going on, there's a lot of people reporting some strange activity in the area, such as what we see in the higher atmospheres of our clouds, things going on in the sky, strange storms, magnetic differences and things of that nature. So in looking at that, we looked at what details are about CERN. So one of the first details that we learned about it was we were thinking, because we're biblical believers, that could this be the place for Apollyon? And so when I looked up the verse in the Bible, it said that Apollyon or Abaddon was the destroyer that will come up out of the pit. And it will be in a place where he was venerated or worshipped or anything like that. It just so happens that the town in which the Hadron Collider is located, there used to be in Roman times a church there actually dedicated to the god Apollo or Apollyon. And this is actually in a place called Saint, forget the name of the exact town. But in Roman times, there was actually a temple there that was dedicated to Apollo. Not only that, but in the construction of CERN, in the completion of the building in the Hadron Collider, the scientists there, or the people who own CERN, actually went and built a 2-meter tall statue venerating the god Shiva, who is also the god of destruction, according to the Hindi tradition, which according to the Greek and Hebrew traditions will be the same god Abaddon or Apollyon.
Wait
So
a second.
we found it. What's that?
Are you saying that Apollyon the Destroyer and Apollo are the same deity? Because
Well, Apollo, and according to the Greek, he was one that brought many things. He brought life, he brought medicine, he brought other things, but he also is the god that could bring about plagues, and he could also bring about healing.
yes.
So if you look at the Shiva, the god Shiva, the destroyer, he is called the destroyer, but Shiva also has other attributes as far as bringing gifts, creation, things of that nature, and destruction. But he is known as the god of destruction. And according to the Hebrew tradition, Abaddon is the god or the god of the destroyer or the angel of destruction. So we found it interesting that CERN, for one, is built on the west side of Switzerland in a place called Geneva, which the Hadron Collider encompasses a city in which there was a temple to Apollo. We found it interesting that after the construction of CERN, they built a 2-meter tall statue venerating the god Shiva, which is the god of destruction, and that the Bible speaks of a time in the future in which a great pit will open around in the center of the world or on Earth that will unlock the god Apollyon or Abaddon or the destroyer. And we just found that was kind of interesting. And so what I set out to do, what's up?
Oh no, I just said yeah.
Yeah, so those things piqued our interest. And right now what I'm doing is I'm doing some more research, trying to look back at the etymology of these words and see, in fact, if there was a temple that was there dedicated to Apollo. Several sources, and pulling a couple of travel sites, they talked about the city there, and they do admit that there was a temple there dedicated to the god Apollo.
I think I know the city you're talking about. I'm I guess an old world Roman pagan, and the city you're talking about is in Latin, entitled Augustus Tuerorum, which encompasses mostly modern-day Trier and possibly Geneva. And the reason the Apollo statue could have been there, or the Apollo temple, is that the city itself, Augustus Tuerorum, was named after Augustus, and we all know Augustus's patron deity was Apollo.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, if you look it up, Augustus patron, the Augustus Caesar, my profile icon, his patron deity was Apollo.
Well,
and he founded a city. Oh yeah, he founded the city. The reason is the story is because during the Iliad, the Trojan Wars, we all know Apollo, in the end, sided with the Trojans. And if you read the Aeneid or the Aeneid, the origins of the Romans date back to Troy, saying that the Romans are the long-lost descendants of the Trojan nobles. So as Augustus was choosing his patron deity, he identified himself as a Trojan hero, or the next Aeneas, and he said, well, I'm going to choose my boy Apollo, supporting my people in the war.
That's interesting. So the place where CERN is, you're saying that the name of that place there was Augustus what now?
Augustus I can't say it in English. Trevorum, I believe.
No. Say it in the native Greek.
In Latin is Augusto Trevorum.
Okay.
which means this.
And go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was just a city around southern Germany to Cisalpine Gaul, which is where Switzerland is modern day.
Ah.
And it was called the city of Augustus, essentially, and he built a temple for his patron god.
And his patron god is Apollo.
Yes.
Now, what does the term Apollyon come from? Like in the Greek, what is Apollyon?
Apollyon, I mean, every time someone talks about Apollyon, they always try to reference Apollo, which I can't really find a equivalency to, because Apollyon is a kind of unique in the sense that it's kind of more of a Book of Revelation thing, Abaddon, or its Greek equivalent, Apollyon. I mean, the number one source, I guess you can agree, is the Hebrew Bible. I mean,
right?
It's not. I don't think it's a Greek thing. It's more of a Hebrew thing. So I'm not really well versed in Hebrew still, so I can't really.
Okay, understood.
That.
So here's the thing, though. So when we look back at Greece and where it got its alphabet and its pantheon, it is known. I think the consensus is among scholars is that they received their alphabet and their pantheon via the way of Phoenician trade. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, their alphabet, but their pantheon could be disputed.
Okay, so are you familiar with the Ugaritic text of the Canaanites?
I've heard of it, but I haven't looked into it.
Okay, I suggest that you do, because you'll find some striking similarities between the pantheon described in the Canaanite Ugaritic text in relation to the pantheon of gods that we see in Greece. And of course, go ahead.
I mean, we can both agree that the Canaanites and the Greek religion were both naturally arising religions, in the sense that the pantheon was essentially built off the people in the land that inhabited it. I mean, all humans, when we're all humans, we have something in common, so it's not that absurd to think that the Canaanite gods are like the Greek gods.
Okay, good. So I think we're both agreeing that it's not too far-fetched of an idea that there are striking similarities.
No, I totally agree.
Right. So I guess our goal then here is I think what I'm going to do in my research is I need to now find out what was the representations of those gods prior to their transfer to the other culture. In other words, if there are similarities between the Canaanite Ugaritic text and the Greek god pantheon, from which these gods came from the Greek perspective, what were their original meanings and standards in the Ugaritic text, and maybe go back even further. So for instance, if we say that, let's say Apollyon came from a god such as Baal, just as an example. I know Baal actually goes to Zeus, but let me ask you this: does Apollyon or Apollo link to Zeus in any way?
Well, Apollo, it's actually I practice religion. I can't even remember the lineages. Let me Google it real quick. Apollo, I think he is technically he is an Olympian. Is he son of Jupiter? Is he?
Okay.
Yes, Apollo is Apollo is the son of Jupiter.
Okay, and Jupiter is what association is Jupiter to the Greek god? What Greek
god?
Oh,
I'm sorry, Zeus.
Jupiter?
Jupiter is
Zeus. Okay, it's starting to make sense now. Now here's something I want to lend to you on the Phoenician side, because I'm familiar with the Ugaritic text and the Phoenicians. Okay, in the Phoenician Ugaritic text, the god of thunder, or the god of destruction, or the god of the mountain, is named Baal or Baal. His father, according to this pantheon, is named El, and Baal has brothers that he associates with. He has a god that's a god of the underworld, which in the Greek we understand as being Hades. He has another brother who is the god of the waters, who in the Greek we understand to be Poseidon. But it's interesting that Baal is the god of destruction who hurls lightning. That same god, according to the Greek pantheon, as you just confirmed, is associated with Zeus, who's associated with Jupiter. And now you're saying that Jupiter is associated with Apollo, correct?
In the lineage of the Olympian nobles and the Olympian gods, Apollo is the direct son of Jupiter, and who's his mother? What's her name? I can remember it. It's
okay. So
Leto.
So Apollo is the Roman pantheon, correct?
Apollo is both Greek and Roman. They appropriated it almost distinctly.
Interesting. So I find it interesting that I think this is where the Hebrew understanding of Apollyon or Abaddon being a destroyer, because they're linking it back to the Ugaritic Canaanite text of him being Baal. For this is actually the same God that the Hebrews had their contentions with in the Old Testament, because it was Baal that they were sacrificing to, and it was Baal that he wanted their names to be taken out of their mouths. But I find it interesting that Baal, the thunder hurling god in the Greek, is Zeus, and Zeus being associated with Jupiter is also associated with Apollo, and Apollo being the god that is venerated in the same site where CERN is. So that's interesting to me.
Well, I don't think we, to some extent, cultures are diverse in the ideas, but I'm going to make my statement before again, like we're all humans. If a Canaanite sees lightning and a Greek sees lightning, they both associate the same thing. Lightning is strong and powerful, so they build their pantheon on that, the power of lightning. And some of them might have the same moral virtues. For example, like masculine virility or masculine power in war is a virtue that almost every culture has, because you need soldiers to be strong to win, right?
Yeah, I'm just sitting there.
So,
Yeah, I'm fine.
but yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a direct transfer, but just a realization of naturally observing concepts, and as humans, we kind of relate them all across cultures the same way.
But well, the reason why I say that it's a direct transfer is because when you look at the word Baal, which is basically I think it's Bet Lamed, and sorry, I think you spell it Bet Lamed. The word of it actually means a lord, husband. It also means, and we continue reading it here, Hadad, or thunderer, god of Sephon, charioteer on clouds, or one that's on the mountain. But when you look at the Greek pantheon, I think that the story, the narrative just does go that Zeus was the king of the gods, correct? And that he dwelt on Mount Olympus, correct?
He said he'd be right back.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah. I'm
Side
sorry.
chat.
I didn't even hear that part. I didn't even hear
In
that.
the side chat.
Okay.
So what was
What's
he?
up, everybody?
Kevin G left.
All right. Hello, am I there?
Yeah.
Yeah, here. All right. I just want to say one thing real quick about what Kevin said about about like the weather and all that good stuff. I forget exactly what he said, but weather is genetic. Is not genetically. It's engineered. It's been engineered since the 1950s.
Engineered by who?
The Europeans. In every
Hmm?
country, the weather is engineered. You can go to geoengineering.org. Like ever heard of HARP? Ever heard of HARP?
I've heard the name.
Yeah, I heard of HARP before. I know what the whole thing was about. But the thing about it is that no one has any pictures of that facility where they're shooting these rays in the ionosphere from Alaska to cause any problems on Earth.
She said
But
that weather is basically from the white man in so many
Weather,
words.
it's engineered.
Now, weather can be engineered to a degree. There are some military projects to manipulate weather.
It's been
However,
it's been being engineered since the 1950s. You can I'm put the
Oh my
website link
goodness.
in the message thing actually.
right, but I'm saying, but this is what I'm talking about. We're getting to a place of conspiracy theory a little bit, because, okay, weather changes occurred even before the 1950s.
You do know conspiracy theory came from the government to put that on people that was actually telling the truth, and when they investigated, like, oh shit, they actually was telling the truth. It's like
Right, I
saying
got
pseudo.
you. No, I got you. I feel you if someone's trying to be shut out. But what I'm saying is weather changes occurred before 1950s. For instance, people will say that hurricanes and stuff that hit the eastern border of the United States were engineered by CERN and this, that, and the other. However, there are a lot of stories by slavers and people even back in the 1600s that complain about the tropical storms and how it affected crops and delays and things of that nature. So were they using CERN there then? Were they, were there not hurricanes that came to the Gulf of Mexico and to Florida and all that? Like when the whole Haiti thing happened, people blame CERN. But I know the only reason why I give that a little bit of credit, and I'm gonna be real, is my man Hugo Chavez. Now this was wild. I don't know how true this is, but I need to look into it because it's been a while. But I remember when that Haiti thing happened, Hugo Chavez came on his newspaper on his country in Colombia and actually said that the United States is responsible for Haiti. That was the wild statement. And it was like all over, like, the news sites, the blogs, everywhere. And I'm like, why in the world would he say something like this, And shortly after that, I think Hugo Chavez died or something, right? So I don't know. But I don't have enough information to say that that's true or what CERN is and whatnot,
I think it's the golden rule is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's true. Yeah, it does.
And as much as I like conspiracy theories, I can't blame all of my problems on one authority, like either the white man or the Jew or the government.
Then explain the chemtrails. That's one way to manipulate weather as well. Everybody
Do chemtrails exist?
Yes.
Well, where's the evidence?
Do you see planes flying over your sky? You see that white dust? That's chemtrails. Everybody sees it.
I thought those were exhausts from modern day jet engines.
No, that's actually them spraying chemicals in the air. They do it at nighttime when everybody's asleep.
Well, I'm going to need written evidence for that because every time I see it, I see jet fuels or jet fumes.
I'll put the link in the message thing.
Yeah, the word for that is contrails. Contrails are actually caused by planes that fly at a certain altitude, and the exhaust from the jet engine actually produces a trail. But I don't know if anybody's ever captured the material from those contrails and analyzed its contents and say, okay, these aren't contrails, they're chemtrails, or they're dropping some certain things in the neighborhood or whatever like that.
Have you ever heard of those cloud busters, the orgonite and all that stuff?
Cloud busters?
Yeah, cloud busters, orgonite, orgon generators, stuff like that. Yeah, you get into it. It's like are making these devices, right? Which they're basically about quartz, crystals, all sorts of. They're like believing in crystals and stuff. So they use these devices, and they put them in like copper piping and stuff like that at the clouds, and the clouds will like separate.
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but dude with the Greek statue in your man, I keep forgetting your name, man. I don't have your name.
The apostate.
The apostate. Okay, the apostate. I asked the question, but you were away.
Yeah, so I had to get to the train.
Yeah, no problem. But I wanted to ask. I was reading the definition of Baal, and Baal, as we read, he is basically one that has authority over the gods. It seems as though he is modeled after the imagery of, I don't know if he will come from Nimrod necessarily, but he's depicted with a cone hat in his hand holding a thunderbolt. Because if you look in Sumerian tablets, they actually have the same side of depiction of a guy with a cone hat holding a thunderbolt of some sort, hurling it down. Now, he is also one that's rider of the chariots of clouds. I wanted to ask you, according to the Greeks, was Zeus ever associated with cloud travel or using clouds from Mount Olympus to go to and fro or whatever like that?
Well, first, let's get down what Zeus or Jupiter looked like. Essentially, Baal had a cone hat and he had a thunderbolt. Zeus was essentially nude, and all the primary sources I had, he might have worn a toga, but we depict him as, or the ancients did, as nude.
Okay.
And regarding clouds, well, the heavens. You see, it's kind of hard to differentiate the heavens and Mount Olympus. I could possibly say yes to Zeus Jupiter having interactions with clouds, but not. I think that's more of a gut answer. I don't think the primary sources state whether or not there's clouds involved.
Okay, no problem. All
Hmm.
right, very interesting though. But I'm saying, but do you kind of see Ecclesiastes how it links up, because Baal is the god of thunder. He's a thunder hurler, and Baal was in the Ugaritic text. Now, when the Phoenicians traded with the Greeks, the apostate agreed that yes, there would have been some trade, and he doesn't deny that it would have been possible for them to exchange ideas because we're human beings. But it's funny how Zeus is also depicted as the god of thunder, or the thunder hurler.
Well,
And
to claim he's only the, I think back in the ancient times when someone said Zeus, they didn't immediately think thunder. They thought kings. Zeus, for the longest time, his main representation was the god of gods. He was a king.
right.
When
And
people,
Baal is actually. I know. I'm just making the most obvious associations, but Baal was much more than the god of thunder too. He also was a king. He also was. His name actually means lords or lord. In the Hebrew tongue or the Phoenician tongue, Baal actually also means husband. So when you say that my lord or my husband, it was that same word was used. So I mean, but yeah, he was much more than just a god of thunder. He was a lord. He was a king. He was over. He was the hierarchy of a higher level of gods and beings. That's why he was venerated and worshipped among those people in the Levant, as well as by the Hebrews, which they weren't supposed to be. That's why God always punished them when they did make any type of association with them. Let me ask you this: Zeus, does he have any animal representations? Are there any animal representations for Zeus?
that's actually pretty hard to answer because the Roman Jupiter did have animal representation. It was a eagle or a hawk, a bird of prey.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I don't think the Greek Zeus had a animal representation. But I know for a fact Roman Jupiter did.
Okay. Another question out of curiosity: on a lot of the Roman architecture and the insignias that they use, which shows a bird or a bird of
Hold up.
prey.
It says his symbols are thunderbolt, thunderbolt, eagle, bull,
Okay,
and
so
oak.
the eagle's confirmed then. Okay, yeah, it's definitely eagle.
Well,
Is that,
okay, hold on. Ecclesiastes, you said it was a bull as well.
yeah, bull and oak.
Okay, you do know that Baal is associated with the bull as well,
There you go.
because
That
when the
that's got
Hebrews,
like. All right, go ahead.
no, I'm saying the Hebrews when they built altars to Baal, it was the form of a bull or Taurus. Um,
It
interesting,
reminds
very
me of.
interesting.
Yep.
So we have a thunder god that's a lord, that's a king, venerated as a lord. When imagery was made to him in an animalistic sense, was associated with the bull. Yet we have Zeus in the Greek, who's associated with thunder, living on a high mount, just like Baal is. He's actually that one that lives on a high mount or a mound. Also associated with the bull and the eagle. And then you have Zeus tied into the planet or the luminary Jupiter, and Jupiter is associated with Apollo, correct? Or the son
Ju-
of Apollo, or the father of Apollo.
Jupiter is the father of Apollo, and the woman who is Apollo's mother is a half Titan named Leto.
Okay.
Apollon.
I just find I think I have enough. I'm gonna do some more research. I appreciate you information. I don't know if Ecclesiastes you want to ask some more questions, but man, see, this is just keep getting interesting, man. I mean, that's wild.
I
Yeah,
was more of a Xena fan.
yeah. I don't. It's basically. I mean, we can research it, but right now and last night, I already believe that this is the case. Basically, the pagans are worshiping fallen angels, and that's what the scripture is confirming with Revelations 9,
Yeah.
and that's what CERN is doing, and Apollyon trying to unlock the bottomless pit, just like it says in scripture, and they're gonna make it happen somehow,
Yeah,
some way.
That's
that,
pretty.
that that's interesting. To say his symbolism is thunderbolt, uh, ox, and eagle, right? And he's also a man, right? Where do you see that? Has the head of a man, an ox, and an eagle, right? And goes back.
Whoa. Kyle, you just blew something up for me, man. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
This is the very description of the Malachim in the book of Ezekiel.
Yeah. This is the Ezekiel
Wow.
angel. Yeah. That's the fallen angel, but it looks like the one that Ezekiel sees.
So when Ezekiel said it had a face of an eagle, the face of a bull, and the face of a man, yet these are the very associations with these gods.
Yep.
That's
Now-
wild. Okay,
now-
that's interesting.
Now, when we read what we read last night, since I don't think you broke it down to him, did you, Kevin G?
What do you mean?
Exactly the scripture and what CERN.
Yeah, so Revelation 9:11. No, all Revelation 9:11 talks about is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It just says that in the bottomless pit was open, and smoke emerged from the bottomless pit, and it was a smoke that ascended to the sky where it darkened the sky, and out of it came locusts who had the appearance of men, who had the appearance of warlike horses, who had crowns in their heads, and that the fear of the men were basically they had so much fear that they wanted to kill themselves. They didn't want to deal with it. But they were commanded not to touch the grass, the trees, nor those that were sealed with the seal of God. But then when you get into verse 11, which is, I find it interesting that it's 9/11 because in the occult they associate 9/11 with a lot of things. But when it gets to verse 11, it says that, and out of the pit rose their God, their king, their leader, who was named Abaddon, or in the Hebrew tongue, but in the Greek tongue, Apollyon. And I found when we looked at CERN, we saw CERN was built in the city that used to be a place where it was venerated to the god. Like you said earlier, apostate, you said it was Jupiter.
No, it was always Apollo. That city that Augustus built was always Apollo.
It was Apollo. Okay, thank you. So it was Apollo, but we also find it interesting that at this CERN place, they build a 2-meter statue venerating the god Shiva, who, according to the Hindu tradition, is also the god of destruction.
And in Greek, Apollo is Apollon.
Apollo.
Can you confirm that, apostate?
Apollo and Apollon. That's a grammatic thing. His name is Apollo in its own sense, but Apollon is, I think, a tutelary or consort name.
Okay, apostate, can you interpret Apollon for us? Did you break that down, etymology, or tell us what that means?
Apollo. No, not to be honest. I can probably figure it out what Apollo, the origins of Apollo himself are, but the word itself, I have no clue. I think if you just, the more accepted idea is, I don't think there is a direct translation. I'm looking at the direct Latin, which is Apollo. I'm looking at the Greek, which is Apollon. I'm looking at the Doric, which is Apollon. I mean, I don't see a translation.
Okay.
There it is.
Man, yo, I don't know, man. I'm still on the fence. I mean, I believe the scriptures, but I need to be 100% like what's really going on here.
Let's read the scripture for him. Let's read the scripture like you told me to do yesterday. Won't?
All right.
Okay. Now, first, I'll say where CERN is. CERN was built, or whatever their hadron collider. It was built on Apollyon, the town where the people dedicated a statue to Apollyon, the destroyer, and the doorway to Abaddon and the bottomless pit. That's where where the bottomless pit exists. Now, when we look at the scripture, we go to Revelations chapter 9, and it says, "And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit." All right. Then we go down to we'll read from 1 to 2 to 3. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun. See, a lot of those things we can tie into the sun. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And then we go to 3, which is going to tell us what's coming out of it. And there came out of the smoke locust upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. But then we'll skip and go all the way to 11 and say, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit. Now, how is this tying in? We got Apollyon and Abaddon, the bottomless pit. Who is the king over that? All right, then you got 11. We'll read 11. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. So we tie those things together. CERN is at Apollyon with their transistor or whatever it is, and they're causing mass array or whatever. You know, they got the clouds going. The signs are clear that they're doing something they ought not be doing.
Wait a minute.
Hope.
Answer me where this verse comes from. Is it in the millennial kingdom, somewhere before, during, or after?
Kevin G.
It's in the 7-year tribulation. It's not in the millennium yet. This is happening around that time. In other words, if you pre-trib, it happens after the church is taken up under the 7 trumpet judgments, or up under one of the vials, and then you have the seals that are opened up. They open up the contents to the book. The book has 7 seals on it, just like a diary, and then once they release certain things, and then after that, the contents of the book are revealed, and we go into the book, and then we see that the veils, the trumpets are being blown, and then we get to the veils and to the end of the book. So,
all right, I'm just trying to see what the timeline to kind of place it.
Okay, one more thing I would like to add before I'm done. We talked to a skeptic last night, and he confirmed. He was saying, well, Apollo is known for plagues, but I wouldn't call him the destroyer. Okay, he also didn't even know while saying that. He's confirming what Revelations 9 is about. When you look at the overview of it, it says, John also sees the wars and plagues poured out during the 7th seal, and before the Lord comes. So he confirmed basically what this God is about in that exact scripture, or what that angel is about.
Well, the thing that I had an issue with was, okay, let's say that we're just out of our minds and we're just over speculating this, that, and the other, right? But
Okay.
the thing is that why was it built there?
Exactly.
Why was it in this area, and why did they build a statue venerating the god Shiva, who in the Hindi tradition represents the same thing or attributes as Zeus, as Apollo, as Jupiter, as Baal? Like, why is it those associations made? Because I didn't even notice the Jupiter tide. See, the Jupiter tide that apostate came with, that ties. See, I was trying to go back into antiquity where this idea, where the Abaddon concept came from. But what I need to do now, because I said I'm not quite finished with research, is I need to now find out the root of Abaddon, where that came from, and if that's truly linked to Baal or not.
Yeah.
Well, to be quick, while you guys are talking, I actually have a few translations into English what Apollo means, but they aren't really in Greek. They're in Latin consorts. Most of them, like one of them is Phoebus and Eglates, which means light of the sun. And all of his Latin names, which are Helios, Lycaeus, Phobos, Sol, all mean essentially bringer of light and the riser of the sun. So I'm not sure if that ties into anything.
He said
But
sun.
according to
Remember?
the biblical narrative, who's the bringer of light or light bearer?
Yeah, it's not just um, angels in general are that. So when you look at fallen angels, because when you look at it's not anything that's going on now. It can't happen right now. It has to happen after the fact, far as you know, during the 7 year tribulation concerning when these things happen. But those angels are called bringers of light or angels of light just as well. So what's happening at the end is these angels are being released to wreak judgment actually on the men of the earth, and also to cause confusion with those that are on the earth just as well. So if you notice something, when you look at the war that takes place in Revelations chapter 12, that's not the war that we see that happened beforehand. That's the war that's going to take place, again, basically to where there will be no more way of these accusers to accuse man before God as they did in the book of Job and beforehand. This time they're going to be cast all the way out and they're not going to have no accusation against man at all. Most people will look at that scripture and say, well, that happened with before Christ came when he beheld Jesus, when Christ beheld Satan cast down. That's not the same war. That's a whole different war. And those angels that's being released in those trumpet judgments are angels that's going to be released to wreak havoc on the earth on behalf of and with the power of Satan, and the angels of God are actually going to loose them on the earth to cause that type of destruction on the earth.
So I find it interesting though is that, and I always believe this, that the pantheons of gods, that the Greeks, the Romans, the Babylonians, the Sumerians, the Assyrian, all these people are basically from antiquity, from these stories of these angels, right? Because we see similarities among them. We see that they were looked at as either demigods or gods in general, that they were leaders, they were powerful, they were able to do certain attributes of things.
They warred in heaven.
Right. So it's like,
Well, what do you guys say to the fact that, like, I know what I would say, but what would you say that says, hey, Zeus came before, so why aren't you believing in Zeus? It's obviously the clearer messenger.
Well, actually, here's the thing. These guys, all of these guys come from these gods come from the same place. These are ancients or ancestors that have a memory of a time, and when their language was separated, they're calling these gods by the same different names, but they have how we recognize them is by their epithets, by their characteristics and different things that they have, like the god of Osar or Osiris. These
Also,
gods, yeah, yeah,
Yahweh is significantly older than Zeus. Also, like word.
Yeah.
right. He's definitely. I would, and that's the thing about it too is that we can't really say that he's older. The
Well,
reason why we can't say that he's older,
In a tested history, the name Yahweh is older than Zeus.
right? And the only reason why I'm saying it is because we don't know what was going on. Like we have to say, well, how old is the Greek language? How old is it? Most people would
Greek.
say
About
Greek.
12.
Greek.
the apostate will be able to answer that more accurately.
Well, that's actually a kind of hard question to answer because you have to deal with um, Stone Age civilizations from Ionians to Proto-Mycenaeans to Proto-Minoans.
well, here's what I would say is
They
that
more so worship the bull, though, the Minoans. They had a bull.
Right, but they did. You're right.
Mm.
The Minoans did worship the bull.
the
Son of a
Minoans
gun.
did worship the bull. They worshiped the bull
Or
definitely. And see that's what I was trying to finish before Alvin cut in. You
Oh
can't
man,
yeah,
dude, that
you
makes
can't say
sense.
right, but hold on, so I can bring this to a head. This is what I'm trying to tell you. If you notice the epithets of all of these gods, they all are they all have the same mostly characteristics that we see. Like Zeus have characteristics of Baal that we see in Osar. have characteristics of somewhat of Baal too, just as well. And then when you go down to Mesopotamia, you start dealing with Enki. You start dealing with those guys of the Abzu. And so what I'm saying is is that they have some former memory of this place where they was, where they dealt with these gods as one whole. And when they were separated or spread out, they retained the knowledge of these gods, but they had these gods known as in their own tongues. Greek is an Indo-European language.
So
So
you would
if Greek
say
is a,
whoever has the
I'm
closest to
sorry.
whoever has the closest to first man's language would have it then. If you
No,
could
no,
say
no,
that,
no.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, I wouldn't say whoever is closest. It's just whoever, if whoever God, our biblical text tell us whatever God shows Himself at the end to be that God, that is the true God. Because we have all of these stories, and there's some things that are mutual in these stories that these guys have, but they're just a lot of perversions.
Yeah, I
So
agree with you.
and so what I wanted to bring out that was interesting is if you look at all of these gods, and this is how we know that it is associated back to what we will call the Tower of Babel. All of these gods deal with what we call primordial mounds, some type of high places, some type of temples, and that's why when you look at the Americas, when you look at up in Greece, when you look up Europe and up in North Asia, the Middle East, also Near East and Far East, and also in the Americas, all over the earth, these gods are associated with primordial mounds. They like to be worshipped in high places. Even the God of Israel takes Israel up in a mountain, or what we call
Mm.
a mound. So when we look at it, these guys are basically have some type of mutual connection when it comes to these gods being worshipped in mountains.
Okay. Well,
So
It's a
see,
so
coming.
so
what I would
apostate.
say,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
what I would say is when someone would question, like what's why not Zeus, why not Poseidon or whatever, is probably not a good argument. What is biblically sound is that in the beginning was the Word, the Word was made flesh, right? So there's nothing before the Word. You can go do the language all you want, but in the beginning was God's Word, right? And that's the original language, the language that God spoke,
And
right?
also, before the Greeks were even around, the Egyptians were already ancient. So
Yeah.
where was Zeus then?
Right, but you got to see. This is what I'm talking
Right,
about, though.
and
But we're
that's the
not.
problem right there, because that's what we're being taught, and reason why we're being taught
Right.
that because of what dark ages in history. Like if you notice, he what's called said 1200, we see the Greeks, but that's just not the case there. We're finding ancient names linguistically that trace back before the 1200 period, of Greek names, because remember Greek is an Indo-European language, so it
Bro,
just
I'm
didn't come
talking
about.
about in its full form. I mean, everything has an evolution, but as far as Greek, as in its full form, Greek is like 1200 something. Obviously, it has a predecessor,
Right.
right?
The
Yeah, of
oldest
course.
that we found. Yeah, the oldest that we find far as Greek names and different things is in the Levant area is at that time. He is correct at around 1200, but there's history that's before that, because that was around the period when the Trojans and then all of them guys was running things up
Well,
in
make me understand why it even matters to do the etymology of the word, because we're just like going around in circles when we know, hey, in the beginning was Word, and we know, God walked in the garden with Adam, the first man, at creation.
Actually,
Right. We're not.
look,
We're not questioning. We're not questioning the narrative of the Bible. What we're doing
yeah.
is we're tracing back the etymology. And what was the term that you used, G-Con, about the attributes? It wasn't attributes, but
It's
what thing? The,
epithet.
the epithets of the gods to
So,
also,
see the
also,
similarities and where they draw from.
also,
For
LeBron
instance,
bring up. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kev.
no, I'm saying it's just like. So what we're doing is we're putting together a grand picture as to where these people would have came from, why they have the same stories. Because for them to have the same stories after migrating, they must have either witnessed the same thing or collectively had something.
Well,
Also, that time period, that time period LaRon is talking about is critical. The Bronze Age collapse, because that's around 1250. Because after that, all of a sudden we get these new nations that become very popular: Greece,
Yep.
Israel, Judah, the Philistines, the mysterious sea people. All of these folks are relatively somewhat non-existent before that, but then all of a sudden you have these nations right after that. You know, and scholars and archaeologists are still trying to figure out what exactly happened to the Hittites, the Egyptians, and I think the Amorites, to where they're basically running the show before 1250. Then after that, all of them just get smashed, and then all of a sudden you have Israel, Judah, Greece,
Rome,
and all these other nations going on.
Well, let me just reel this in. Regarding the Bronze Age collapse, you have to understand Bronze Age economy, which was a global economy in the sense that everyone, including Egypt, Minoan Greece, and Mycenaean Greece, relied on tin as a major import and export for creating bronze. And regarding the Sea Peoples, I think modern day scholars can agree that the Sea Peoples were a mix of Sardinian, Italian, Sicilian, and some Greek sea raiders who were not only a result of an economic crash itself, but the cause of one. But it was kind of like a mixed thing. When the economy crashed after the tin market kind of exploded, which I don't remember how, but when that happened, you had all these Southern European people, specifically what we call, I guess, colloquially Italians, running all over the place trying to find somewhere to live. And like modern day refugees, they kind of took over parts of Egypt, and they said, well, if you don't give us anywhere to live, I'm just going to get an army and kill you. And that's what they did for the most part. But they failed.
They were also causing people to move in these high areas to live in. Like, these Sea people, like you said, they are a mix of like Eastern
Sardinians.
Yeah, Southern Eastern European folk.
When you say sea people, you mean like islanders, or do you mean like Atlanteans?
Well, you know, like basically Italian, Greek type folk. You know, the dark hair, olive skin.
I did my DNA test. I got some peoples in Sardinia, man.
Yeah. So it's like these Sea people, and here's the thing: they just came and left. Like they didn't necessarily try to establish a kingdom of the sea. They just messed everything up and then just left it.
Well, no, the story goes that they failed in their attempt to settle Egypt. Ramses III, he kicked their ass.
Egypt was the only one to hang on and remain, but the Hittites was over. Like they just completely obliterated them.
Well, the reason the Hittites were over is because them and the Illyrian Greeks, to some extent, controlled the tin market. So when the tin market crashed, so did they. And if they still exist, the Sea People took over them.
Dang.
And regarding this whole thing, I mean, I think it's safe to say this is speculation both on a biblical and a general scale. I mean, it's not really black and white just yet. And I think by examining these ideas in the sense that the various pantheonic gods of all over the world, to be honest, are fallen angels, that's a very good grand idea picture of it in a biblical sense. But I think by applying Occam's razor to that, we can kind of come to the conclusion that all people, whether it be European, Asian, African, all find solace or virtues in the idea of the sun. So if they all rely on the sun or find the sun awesome, which we all do because we need vitamin D.
You know what? And all cultures also have this age-old story of beings coming from somewhere else and messing with humans. You know,
that's true.
Well, we can. All right. So I don't want to get into myself here, but there's two theories on this from my personal opinions. I'm going to use a secular one right for now. The secular one is that, let's say locusts destroy like a big farm. That's just what was it? Apollyon destroying our farm again. He sent those locusts. Oh no, that's just Lucifer, the fallen one, coming down to wreak havoc on our people again. That's more or less a secular argument. These interactions are nothing supernatural yet, just ideas or things in the culture that they
There's
identify with.
actually another secular argument. I mean, there's another secular argument that going all the way back to Africa, before the people left Africa, they had set stories about people coming down and tampering with humans. And as the migration began, the stories kept changing. So, 50,000 years later, globally around the world, you have different stories talking about creatures coming down and tampering with humans. But they all come from a root prior to the migration. Now, that's one secular reasoning, but
Yeah, I have my own personal theistic. I put in theistic in quotes because I'm not
Hey, go
sure.
ahead. Hey, no problem. Go ahead. I'm interested in hearing that.
It's extremely wild. I've actually have a notebook on this whole thing in general. I'm not saying any of this is fact.
I'm all ears, man.
None of this is fact. Please don't make me seem like I'm a crazy person. So let's start from the beginning. This is not entirely biblical yet, but the Bible and the God of the Bible will play a part into it in some extent. This is negating science so far, as in modern day evolution, or what we think of as evolution. Essentially, before the arrival of modern day humans, I'm going to use Europe as an example. Imagine geographical Europe. This is what I'm talking about. Before the arrival of the ancient Greeks or the ancient peoples inhabited that, we have these other race of people. When I mean race, I mean a totally different entity that are not humans, or not Homo sapiens. But unlike Homo sapiens, they possess extreme amounts of power, and they live relatively close to each other. For example, this is my theistic opinion that Jupiter was a very, very, very powerful creature, that a non-human but human-like creature that lived in Italy, and Zeus was a very powerful but non-human creature that lived in Greece, predating the arrival of humans. They found their homelands in that area, so they interacted with the other various gods of the world. Zeus interacted with Amun of Egypt. Zeus interacted with Othin of Germany and Scandinavia. Every people had a set kind of area where they worshipped, right? And in my opinion, so far, I don't think this is correct, but this is what I'm theorizing. Those gods left in the sense that they are no longer on physically that plane of Earth, but their people still have the stories of them.
So how about, let me play with your theory. Can I move Zeus onto the island of Crete? Because Tacitus was the guy that said that Zeus actually was a mighty king of Crete.
And let me go over that real quick. In Theogony, now this is a complex one. In Theogony, Zeus had to be Jupiter, or I don't remember his Greek father's name. I'm going to use Saturn. Jupiter had to be hidden from Saturn by his mother because Saturn was going insane and eating all of his kids. So they brought Jupiter to Crete to hide away from his father.
Are you talking about Kronos? Kronos.
Yes, that's his Greek name.
Yeah,
right.
Kronos.
But what's interesting is that Kronos was a Titan, right?
Kronos. Oh shit! Hold on.
Yeah, he was a Titan.
No,
he was a Titan.
I don't. Shit.
Yeah, he was eating all his kids, and Zeus's mom had to hide him.
But you know what's interesting though is that the book of Enoch talks about the Nephilim, or the Titans, were consuming their own children.
Well, I guess that goes back to my idea that perhaps before the arrival of humans, these mythological.
Say that again.
No, in the book of Enoch, they were. It was said that they were consuming humans, or they're consuming their children, or whatever. The Titans, or the Nephilim, or the giants.
But
I mean, that's
okay. What did we hear yet? Well, yesterday I was informed about this, that the Native Americans said that they were being ate by these giants with 6 fingers and 6 toes. You know, the Nephilim, right? They said that they were eaten with by their flesh while they were still alive, and the reason why, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, apostate, but real quick, the reason why the Indians came up to to a stranger and held up their hand, probably where we got the gesture to wave at people, but put their hand up to see if you had 6 fingers or 5. It's a legend in Native American
I think I heard that too.
lore.
I think I heard something
Man,
like that.
let me tell you something. I think some of these legends actually do have some sex. Because go to India today. I'll go on that Barcroft channel. When you go to India, there's so many disforming diseases of people in India. Like the girl with 8 limbs. There's this one guy that got tumors all over his body. They call him the Bubble Man. There's this other kid that has these huge hands. I'm like, if somebody 4,000 years ago in ancient India drew a picture of this kid with these big hands or this child with the 8 limbs, they would say it's mythology or something. But it's actually a thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're seeing it now in the 21st century, and we're saying, okay, this is a disease, but some of these temple drawings might be actually of stuff they saw.
Well, if you take my theory into consideration, as in the sense that saying all legend is true, because what happened in these epics or these legendary events happened predating human civilization. These deities, like Zeus, literally existed. Like what we think of him today, he literally existed in modern-day Crete or Greece.
Now, I'll tell you this. I don't know about Zeus, but I know for a fact there is a basis of history to Hercules.
There's a basis to history for all mythology.
Yeah, because I think Hercules, I just think he was like a badass. Like he was just now watch how I do this. Watch how I do this. When you look at Hercules, Gilgamesh, and Nimrod, right?
Mhm.
You get the mighty warrior, you get their interactions with the Queen of Heaven. You got Nimrod and Semiramis. You got Gilgamesh and Ishtar. You have Hercules and I think Athena. Yeah, and Athena. And you have the same motif of them all being mighty warriors and hunters and beasts, like master of beasts. You know, that is see, when you look at those 3 guys, I think there's a core: Nimrod, Gilgamesh, and they're all having to do with a flood. I know Gilgamesh and Nimrod are both involved in Nimrod is like right after the flood, and Gilgamesh is the king right before the flood. And
Gilgamesh, I heard is they say he's the grandson of Nimrod.
Yeah, now I'll tell y'all, the Book of Giants, this is what's interesting. It's a biblical text that mentions Gilgamesh by name. It's in the book, it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So this is it's like the Book of Enoch times 10, where they say that the Nephilim was actually having sex with animals and producing animal hybrids also. So but in that book, they mention Gilgamesh and they say he was a giant.
What's interesting though is that
the animal hybrids that they looking at, the animals that was carnivores and different stuff like that, they said was your dinosaurs. They did genetic gene splicing with them and brought forth dinosaurs. And during that time was the age of the dragon hunters, because they was hunting the dinosaurs.
Let me tell y'all, man, dinosaurs is birds, man.
No.
Bro, no.
Yeah,
let me tell you something.
Let's take a step back though. Here's people may watch this and say they're crazy, they don't know what they're talking about, they're saying all the stuff. But the thing that just sticks out like a sore thumb, dude, is that here we have so many different civilizations, so many different peoples, different cultures, and yet they have these same stories, these same narratives, these same.
Man, how about this? The Mayans, right? Kevin, watch this. The Mayans. They have a story where the first 2 humans were put inside of a tree by a snake to protect them from a worldwide flood.
Right.
Really?
That's a mashup. Yeah, I think it's either Aztecs or Mayans, where the snake protected the 2 humans, the male and the female, put them inside of a big tree from this worldwide flood.
Mm.
You know what's interesting though is that don't they
That's
also have a
smashed.
priesthood to the serpent?
Yeah, that's the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl.
So it's funny that they have a twisted
And
story.
also, let's go back to that.
Hold on.
Why?
I'm saying it's funny that they have a twisted story of that narrative that the snake protected them. Yet that's what they're worshiping and venerating.
And look, why the serpent in every civilization?
Yep, you have Apep in Egypt.
The serpent, and not only that, why is
serpent teacher in the Dogon?
Yeah. Why are serpents and women always associated to ancient African cultures, ancient European, India, Asian? It's not just the serpent thing; it's the serpent and the woman. Why that combination of things?
Wow.
Cross-culturally, because in ancient Africa, there's a very graphic video. I'm not even going to post it, but there's a ritual where they get the serpent as a fertility right. Like if a woman is having problems having kids, they literally get a snake and like stick it up her stuff, right? The head of a snake, right? If she got fertility problems, okay? And then you go to China. There's the tale of the woman serpent, who's like a woman serpent hybrid, and she is the progenitor of I forget what dynasty, but her children.
But you know what's funny though is that the Greeks, they have a story of Medusa, who is both association with the snake and the woman.
And poor Medusa.
Look, if she curses,
I feel bad for that. Look, Medusa, she kind of got a bad. The Clash of the Titan movies. It was kind of because at the end of it all, she was kind of a victim. Poseidon comes in there and rapes her. It wasn't her fault. He was
I know, but I'm just saying. I was just agreeing with you. I don't want to get too far.
Look at me trying to defend Medusa.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get too far off into like all the other stuff, but the main thing that I find interesting is that we have these undeniable associations between these different cultures, the gods, the way they were depicted, the word that Laurent used, but I'm going to say attributes between each of the gods and how they were depicted. So the thing about it is that if this book is lying, if these stories aren't true, then why so much? In all of where did that come from? Why is it there?
Well, that's where the Occam's razor sort of comes in. It just says all humans are alike in some sense, and what we find divine to the core is somewhat relatable.
Okay, that could be one take on it. So
at least that's so far in my spiritual path. I still hold that ideal, mostly.
So, how do you explain CERN over there? Basically busting open stuff, and
I think
big
it's
cloud.
I think it's science gone too far, and a lot of people in that area, mostly the scientists, will die trying to do something stupid. But that's my opinion.
So you just write it off? Not.
Just
I don't think he's writing it off.
No, I'm just saying. It's just what they're doing is you're just messing with Mother Nature, and you shouldn't. And when they do, it's going to screw over a lot of people and lives, and bad things will happen.
Okay, they're not only messing with nature, they're messing with nature over at Apollyacum, right over there where they say that the bottomless pit is, and they're associating themselves with Shiva. And I mean, it's in the scripture exactly how we're saying it. Why is this not being heeded? Are you at least taking heed to research?
Well, I'm essentially.
Revelation chapter 9.
Well, I'm essentially taking heed, not really biblically, but just morally speaking, that they're doing things they shouldn't. And when they do, they're going to push the boundaries too far, and something bad will happen.
Also, Matt, it's something to look at, but even all of us just got to wait and see what actually going to become of it, I mean, it's there,
That's true.
That's
true.
But me saying yes or no about it really won't change whether it does happen or whether
Well,
right.
I mean,
It is certainly something that I'm going to keep my eyes on based on what I see. But I find it extremely interesting, and
2,000
I don't know,
years
man.
old.
It still kind of scares me because when you look at the Bible, and the Bible says, yes, everybody in the world saw these angels, they saw these fallen ones, they saw these guys. They're known as men, mighty men, men of renown. They're going to worship them, and they're here. And that's exactly what we see in history. That's exactly what we see in these different cultures. We see these. Oh, hold on, sorry.
Well, to go off on that, biblically speaking, couldn't that the people who wrote or ascertained the Bible just writing off the previous religious cultures of them and just saying, oh, they're just fallen angels?
No, I mean, in a way, I mean, basically what I'm seeing is 2,000 years ago, a man named John was shown this vision, and CERN is over there actually trying to make it come true. And the signs are in the clouds, my
But
friend.
see, now this is the only thing I may rebuttal to that. There are some people that try to make prophecies come true, and it don't really happen that way. Like, for example, when Ben Ami took all the African Americans back to Israel, it was like him trying to proactively fulfill a prophecy, right? And he was doing all the things, and you could line it up with scripture, and he was basically doing the things what the scripture says, so he could be the fulfillment of the prophecy. And it really didn't quite work out like that. So these CERN people could be actually looking at the biblical text and looking at these other prophecies and saying, hey, we want to be the fulfillment of that. So we're going to proactively try to make this thing happen on our own instead of just it happening organically like how prophecies usually do. So it's
And
like you got to kind of look at it like that.
to
That's
go
what,
into
hey,
that,
write it, not to be rude again, but go ahead and write it off, brother. Y'all go ahead and do that.
no, I never wrote
I'm
it
not
off.
writing it off either. I'm just saying it's great. It's great. It's not black and white to where you're either completely wrong or completely correct. It's great. I wouldn't dismiss it, but at the same time, I'm not throwing all my eggs in it either. I mean, it's there, it's a presence, but for right now, I'm just gonna keep an eye on it.
Yeah, when asked, and part of my language, but when ass starts getting hit with locust, maybe we'll wake up then. But is
But
that
that's
too
gonna
late?
happen. But you see, this is what I'm saying. That's gonna happen whether I believe that CERN is the key to it or not.
That's true.
So it's like, even like I could deny CERN the whole time and know that the end of days would come.
Well,
You
I think
know,
in one sense we may be overestimating CERN because I don't know if you know the literary trends of late 1800s England, but after when the populace started converting away from their Christianity, they started, in a sense, had this religious diaspora where they essentially felt that since religion has been quote unquote disproven, they feel helpless. But the intellectuals at the time didn't feel helpless. They envisioned themselves essentially as modern day gods, and their role was to destroy the religion and become the god the ancient books talked about. Why can't we apply it to CERN? Maybe these scientists are essentially narcissists who think that they're essentially becoming modern day deities or becoming more powerful than God by having all these machines. And they just want to play God.
Well, they can play it, but
Well, hey, hey, everybody, it's Thomas. Just want to say hello real quick.
hey,
It's funny, Ecclesiastes, remember how I said that kind of theory where that if they are narcissistic, even if it's inadvertently, they may not admit it, but maybe that's the key to it all, is just the intent, right? The intent is to find these particles. They're using this technology. Now, I don't know, I doubt that they're reading the scripture and saying, oh, let's make a black hole and suck the earth in. But I guess my theory was, if black holes are supposed to suck something in, the irony is it's like black holes just, I mean, I've never heard of any kind of theory where black holes just start on a planet. So maybe, just a theory, if it is a godly kind of power, it automatically backfires on them because instead of sucking in the earth, it opens a portal and something can come out. Almost like where you have that, you get to that people who think that other dimensions contain physical beings or other spirits or something like that, right? But if you think about it, I can see how people you can shape it that way, and it is interesting. But Alvin is right. At the end of the day, you only know when it happens. And I mean, isn't it? Doesn't Jesus say, you can't really say when it's going to come, but it is coming, right? Isn't that at the end of the day? That's what Jesus talked about, right?
Right. And I'm
So
gonna
we can
keep
discuss
my eye
it.
on something. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
right.
keep my eye on it. My eye is on it. I just found out about it, so I'm gonna keep an eyeball on it. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say.
Well, and the interesting thing, another interesting thing too, though, if you look at it from a scientific perspective, even of someone who probably could be an atheist or just a scientist, there are scientists that are worried about it too. Like, that's the thing people got to remember. It's not just people on the great debate community. There are scientists that are like, I disagree with CERN because I think that it could go wrong. And they're not doing it because they're evangelical people, or they're not DD, or they're not Ecclesiastes. They're looking at it from a scientific measure, saying, okay, well, what happens if you do create a black hole and things go wrong? Then what?
I think
Maybe they're
Hawking
not
said
thinking
that.
about, So
I think didn't Stephen Hawking say that? His worry
I can't
about
remember.
CERN.
You know what? This reminds me of that movie Event Horizon, where they had the ship that could make a black hole, and they went to hell, and the ship brought back like hell stuff. Like, did you see that with Lawrence Fishburne? Like this, that sounds like what y'all talking about.
No, I haven't seen that.
Man, look at this movie, Event Horizon. They make a ship that can create its own black hole. It made its own black hole, went to hell, and then it came back and then like had all this, the ship was like a hell ship after that. It was kind of tripped out. That sounds like what y'all talking about.
Mm-hmm. And one more thing, like Thomas was saying, in the name of science, why are they associating themselves with gods?
What that goes back to
Why name the planets after gods? That's what scientists do.
No, well, I think that the scientists are narcissistic in the way that they want to be gods. They say, "Oh, I'm like Shiva now because I'm having great research, and I might," and stuff like that.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
Ella, please.
Okay.
Ella.
I'm on the bus side.
Call me gullible. I'm in hook, line, and sinker.
You're gullible.
Yeah, I'm on hook, line, and sinker on this one.
What was the original topic of this hangout again? Kemet?
Yeah.
I think it's a free for all at this point.
It was an open topic, and Zulu was going to talk to African right there.
Oh yeah, what's up? Yeah, he ain't said nothing. Is he there?
Probably fell asleep by now. He's over in Europe, I think.
No, isn't it? He's in literally Africa, dude.
Oh, he's in Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his? Is he what is he?
He's in South Africa, I think, and he's a Christian.
Oh, he's a Christian?
No, I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK.
UK, so I was right.
I was
apologize.
I am sorry. I thought you were in South Africa.
What about Africa?
I was born
I'm talking about the African.
I was born there, but I'm from in the UK.
Is the African brother a Christian? African?
No, she's a black, Kemetic, like black naturalist, Egyptian.
Okay. All right, that's what's up.
I have a few words on Kemet. I don't like. I'm a pagan, old world pagan, so I associate myself with Kemet. The majority of Kemet practices are not black nationalists, and that's kind of a meme that came about. I don't know why people think that Kemet worshippers are like Black Panthers. I don't get it. They're not. I assure you
developed. See that kind of thing. I want to say it kind of developed in the early '90s.
Yeah, it's a shame too.
And the people of Kemet, race was never a central part of their ideology. as far as, you know, hey, we're great because we're black. That's not even something socially
Ow.
how they would think back then.
So no,
Now there is bigotry though, but the bigotry and prejudice would be based off nationality. Like they would talk about Asiatics, like, "Oh, you disgusting Asiatics, you guys are pitiful." But it's not because of their physical appearance; it's because of where they're from.
yeah,
And that's where they'll be bigoted towards. Like, "Oh, you're an Asiatic, get the fuck out of here." You know, it wouldn't be, "Oh, you're black or you're white." Get it? Nah, it's a different. It was a different kind of thing.
yeah. I mean, I just have a huge gripe with people in the neo-pagan in quotes community just making it usually bent off race. I mean, people on my side of the field do it too with like Hitlerism and Nordicism just as much as the Africans do with Kemeticism. I hate when it happens. I want to say to the people who actually do involve racial supremacy in native religions, you're doing the world and history a disservice, and you'd be better off not doing it. Because every time you do it, you kill loads of information and possibly a deity itself.
Yeah, because really, when you look at the religions of, I mean, if we're going to talk about Egypt now, it was pretty.
Ouch.
Are you okay?
Your mic is making stuff. It's hurting.
Oh, my bad. Is it still making a sound?
That's alright now.
Okay. Yeah, when you look at in Egypt or whatever, you had like the people with their own little household deities, and then you had the priesthood with the pharaoh, like the higher ups religion. It's like, so there wasn't like there was like religious freedom, but there wasn't a united, hey, we're all dealing with this specific thing right here, and it's like an elitist type. Like they didn't have that kind of thing in Egypt.
Well, in my opinion, go on.
No, what you say? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I've been looking into Egyptian, like actual, not like this racist crap, this actual Egyptian mythology and Egypt in general. And even though it's older than more of the more complex religions, it's just insane. Like everything to do is just, I can't even, it's more like a sense of qualia. I mean, the best I can say it is every time I even just think of Egypt, I get this like deep down gut sense of terror. I don't know why. I don't hate Egyptians. It's just the deepness and darkness of Egyptian life and mythology terrifies me.
It is, it has an element to it. There's something about them. There's something about it.
Here's funny about Egypt. Actually, it's not a form of qualia because that idea of just like this weird mystical terror was shared by Europeans like myself, like the Romans, like. The Romans and the Greeks thought Egypt was a land of mystical adventures, and every time they even stepped foot on it, they had to do some kind of complex, extremely complex ritual to the sense where they don't worship or venerate their gods, they worship the gods of Egypt.
Yeah, you know,
every time
you mentioned briefly like Amun and Zeus. There's one thing in Herodotus writings where the god Khnum, where he said that Khnum was actually Zeus going down there putting on a ram head. Hold on.
That might be true in the sense of my theory. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I honestly, to this day, even though what's happening politically in Egypt with all the Islamic crazy stuff going down, I still believe to this day Egypt is a land of mystical ventures and divine ideas. And I do plan to go on.
The land of the black arts, chemistry.
Yeah, to an extent, yeah, the land of occultic practices.
Yep, that's it. And then if you look at the kemet art, they took on their practices from those that was of Sumer. They did a lot of things. Most people try to lie and say they were Egypt was before Sumer, but it wasn't.
Well, that's when the Greeks, the Greeks and the Romans well knew that, and that's why they had all their complex purification rituals upon entering Egypt. I mean, imagine. I think they knew some ancient tombs. Imagine. I mean, a poor Greek soldier must have been shitting himself in terror when he walked into a Greek tomb. I'm sorry, an Egyptian tomb, like a Greek man walking into an ancient Egyptian tomb. Probably had a heart attack. To this day, it's still terrifying. Back then, it must have been like next level form of mental terror. Something about Egypt.
Hey, really quick, can I chime in, guys?
Sure.
What you just said actually reminded me of my friend had a theory. He said, if you try to put yourself, what happened? He's always said typically it always starts with like someone having awe or being shocked by another culture's civilization or like how they are. And I've always felt there was something about that where, like you said, a Greek man goes into a pyramid, you sees these pyramids, and at first it's horror because he doesn't understand. But after the horror sets in, it's jealousy. And after it's jealousy, it's kind of like this, like, we need to have this. Like, we can't let this keep going because they may take over. And I've always felt like maybe there's something in that where, like, or my friend was thinking, he said maybe there's something in that to where, like that's why the Greeks and Persians ended up taking it over. And actually, I think that's why a lot of the Afrocentrics like always talk about Kemet, because it's like Alexander the Great goes in, and like all these scrolls and documents get lost from Egypt. Like there's that's the one thing I find interesting about Egypt. Yeah, they have the hieroglyphs, but like the scroll, you don't see as many documents and texts as you would see from other cultures. And there's always that theory that just like, Greece and Persians, they just took it all. And then that's, but if this is a theory. So he has this theory about, my friend has this theory about like how that's how war usually starts. But not all of war, but some of it's economic, some of it's, you just territorial, but he's always felt that like that's kind of how it starts sometimes. And I've always felt that too about Greece or Egypt. There's something about Egypt that may have been haunting or terrifying or too much to bear for Greek and Persian cultures. So they had to get rid of it.
To this day, it's still haunting and terrifying.
Now, are you watching Stargate? Did you watch Stargate last night? Don't watch Stargate.
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. Stargate is a sci-fi movie about this scientist who's he's an Egyptologist, I think, or whatever the study of the hieroglyphic or the Kemet languages, and he's like, he knows how to read the code really, really well, but he's a failed scientist. He has no papers published. He's just broke. And this old lady comes in and like tells him that like he can get a job again, and the job is for him to translate these Egyptian characters on this Stargate, on this like circular thing, the circular machine, and it's a portal to another dimension. But the portal was found in Egypt. Like the Stargate was found in Egypt in like the 1920s. Like that's the very, very beginning of the movie. When the old lady's a little girl, they dig it up, and then this guy has to he translates the Stargate missing keys that no one else can translate. And then Kurt Russell, and it's like an action-packed movie. But they go to a different dimension, a different planet in a different universe. Or I'm sorry, not a different dimension, a different planet on the other side of the universe, and they find a culture there. And this culture, they mine a certain they're mining a certain stone that's like really, really powerful. But the reason why the Stargate's even there is because of this like alien creature who took over an Egyptian pharaoh's body or an Egyptian kid's body thousands of years ago. And that's how you get, like, it's kind of like an excuse to say that's why the pyramids were built, pretty much. It's kind of one of those movies, and it's very dark and mysterious.
I watched this show on Netflix, and it's called The Pyramid Code. I think someone's echoing. But yeah, it's alright, man. I think like the old world knowledge was that the pyramids were used as like graves, but I disagree. I honestly think they were used for cosmology and studying the stars, because graves are complex, but they're not complex exteriorly. The point of a grave is to hide it in the mountains, to hide it in general, not to make a display of it.
One theory I've heard about, or I've read a long time ago, and is that it's kind of like the pyramids were built to be kind of like a satellite antenna, or at least the ones, I think it's the ones by which set of pyramids is it that are like that? I think they're on the equator.
Oh,
Maybe are they like, or it's supposed to represent Orion's belt. I can't remember. Whatever one that's like it involves like astrology and like the stars and stuff. I've read a theory that the Egyptians built it to like kind of communicate with another like culture, like that's how they however they read the stars. It's supposed to be like a satellite to communicate with another whatever supreme gods or whatever. But it's a theory. I mean, it was just a random one that I read a few years back. But there's so many theories, though, right? There's so many. That's the thing. Is like there's so many theories, but there's still a lot of facts, or at least enough, I guess, facts that you can know. But I guess the interesting thing is what you said earlier. It's like we have these. We're all human, and we have these gods that tie us together. And see, and then I guess that's part of the reason why I'm always like when I think about the Bible, I'm thinking, does the God of the Old Testament, if these other cultures are before him or before like the Testament, if they are, according like to chronological order, like do they go to hell automatically? Are they just like because they didn't know about Christ, like they didn't know that Christ existed, they didn't know that they could be saved that way, or is it they did know, but like in a pseudo weird kind of way because all these religions, or not all of them, but some of the religions are similar.
Well, I think the Catholics have purgatory for the Christ. I can't speak for
yeah, that's right. Purgatory. That's right. Yeah.
There's an old story of an Italian guy who's sort of rich, and he went to the Catholic Church and bought Julius Caesar's soul and sold it to heaven. So
hey, I got a bad. You guys got a bad echo. Somebody needs their mic.
Yeah, Tom, I think it's you. Yeah, the story goes essentially, an Italian man bought Julius Caesar's soul from purgatory and sold it to heaven. Which is pretty funny in my book.
Hey, is there an echo?
No, you good.
You
good now. Well, it is now. But
Okay, what about now?
you're cool.
Okay. Hey, G, I thought that I thought that was so funny yesterday when you were talking to African goddess and you were like about the melanin. Like walk right up to the sun. That was so funny, man.
Oh, I was in a private hangout with African. You're still echoing, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll let you respond, G. But I just thought that was funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was funny, man.
You're gonna find this hilarious because I was in an off-air hangout with her, and she said, since I'm a white guy, I'm German of ancestry. She says since I'm not a pure human, like I'm not 100% African, I don't have magical powers. She believes that if you're 100% African, you have these magical powers where you can get emboldened by your ancestors. And I was essentially trolling her and actually going along with it until she just spilled all of her beans. It was really funny. Where she said that she activates her skin, her superpowers for her skin color. I had to cover my mouth and laugh.
Yeah, that's just that's ridiculous, man. I had to like I say, these people are they have a trained mindset, and the way they try to counter white supremacy is just ridiculous. If you're gonna counter white supremacy, you breed out racism. You can't counter white supremacy with the way that they're doing it, and that's ridiculous. Or any supremacy group, any supremacy group that's doing the certain things that they're doing. It's just it begins. It's inhuman. It's just ridiculous. So and the way she talks, I definitely disagree with it. I'm not with it. I'm pro righteous before anything. And that's just it, man. If somebody is doing what they need to be doing, or I feel like that they're trying to be a good person, I'm gonna stand with them. I don't care what color they is. I'm not gonna stand with you just because you black and I'm black. If you wrong, you wrong. Or if you family and I'm family, if you wrong, you wrong. No matter what, I can't jeopardize, what's going on in my household or what's going on with my integrity because this person want to act crazy or foolish and bring harm my way. Evidently, you don't care too much about me if you're doing those things. So why should I even give a hoot if you sitting around doing crazy stuff and thinking that it is intelligence?
Yeah, I mean, I tried reasoning with her once. That was yesterday, and you can't really do it. I don't know how someone gets that far, where they actually believe if you have that 10% more melanin in your skin, you have magical powers, and all. And she believes that people like me, Europeans, were created by Yakub, the deceiver, as a genetic experiment. And I said to her, if we're inferior cave dwellers, how did we first conquer Egypt if you guys are so better than us?
Ah, so you found something. Do any of you know what Pocoyo's going to take a photo of? Apple. Yes, an apple. And that's a very nice thing to take a photo of. Apple. Camera? You're right, Pocoyo. The camera's not here.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
I thought it was no, well, so it was funny after the chat, after you had left, G, we were talking on about other stuff and the CERN stuff, and then when I left, I went to I think it's psychopatheist atheist.
Psycho atheist, yeah. He
Yeah,
Afrocentric too.
right. And I was just observing the chat, and I was observing the chat, listening to them talk, and it was really, it's always a circular kind of argument that they always have, but I guess my issue is like they're so stuck on the idea of the supremacy, they don't recognize that there's tools around you to like get out of your situation. And I think
Uh,
there's there's this like just like education, just like educating yourself, trying to learn. But it's like whoever's, I mean, I know the YouTube community is there, but like they're not looking at they don't want to talk about real data. They don't want to talk about like real
right.
stats and like how you have like I was in the chat and like seeing people talk. They're just talking about like beef amongst people in the community, in the Afrocentric community, and I just started typing out facts. I just said, the middle black family is worth $1,700 if you take out the family car, and then I sort of like black divorce is 70% amongst, and I was just like doing like shells of stats. I wasn't gonna give like the exact whatever. I was trying to see if people even react to it, and like people like they don't even react to seeing any damning evidence statistically. They just like you just see people all around me talking about drama and who's dating who, and like the way that they viewed certain things about politics. I actually was mentioning stuff about Obama. I was like, oh, Obama is partially responsible for the migrant crisis that we see in Europe, and like nobody responded to anything. And it goes to show. I don't know. I guess my point is, I still feel like after Obama, there's sort of like this like trauma that some black people are going through, and it's like a self-induced trauma, and
Right.
part of that it boils down to, I guess, go down to education and not knowing politically how things are really ran. And that's not to say that I know how they're run, but I know how they're run more than most black folks that I know, and that's part of the reason why I've
Right.
never actually voted before, and it sucks
Right. Well,
because
the
yeah,
whole
right,
thing,
go ahead.
just the vote thing in general is just, is the Hunger Games. You're voting for people who they trace their ancestry back to some type of elite or antiquities of the ancients, and these are the same people who we go and we vote for, and we put them in position, and they use these scientists and they use science to evolve weaponry to control each other. So it's like the Hunger Games, and so we call it in the Bible the beast system. So when you go and you do, you think it's benefiting you, but it's not really benefiting you. It's really destroying you. And so when you look at what's going on in the black communities and what's going on in any community that's suffering from poverty, it's the government. It's your head. Your head,
Right.
and just because your head is messed up doesn't mean that you have to succumb to what's going on with the body. The America is destroyed and the world is destroyed because of the global elite, because they feed up off the people and they make them slaves for them to be their producers and in their industrial society. That's why if you look at one of the sciences that they study, it's called social science.
No, that's
Social
right.
science is how
That's
you
right.
study
Right.
people.
Yep.
Right, and social science is how you study people and how you experimented on it and you test them. Black people of America have become what we call an experiment. In other words, and they've fallen for it and they have failed
Yeah.
for it. So in
Yep.
other words, this is if I know how to if I put you in a if I put you in a two let's say if I put crabs in a bucket, if I put crabs in a bucket, these crabs, instead of coming up with a plan so they all can get out, they're going to basically cause each other to basically be you know stuck in that bucket, pulling each other down. Well, that's how the beast system works. And the reason why I call it the beast system, because this is a civilization of people, or amalgamation of people that's causing the poor, or those that are lower than them, basically to be their slaves. So when you look at the black community, they are a product of that. And reason why they are a product of that, because if they're being taught the rap music
Right.
that has where they calling each other hoes and bitches and stuff like that. Excuse my language, but if they're being taught that, or were they being taught that let's smash everything that we can, and the jewelry and the gold and these different things, if you're being taught that, well, you have to produce some type of currency to get those things, to obtain those things. And one of the things that we see is there's going to be people that are in poverty that desire those things, and the way they can get those things to please themselves and please others is by stealing, killing, and destroying each other. And so
Right.
the
Right.
government, they know this. One of the biggest people that have the head is always, we got to look at the head. What the biggest thing that we have to look at is this: is the spending habit of America is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And
Oh no.
so the
Right.
people,
Right. Well, I was gonna say real quick. If you look at it, one example is, when black people talk about like weave and wig, like black women spend almost $1 billion in weave and wig, and this is fake hair that's not their hair. You've got, and actually, it's like their values are conservative. They want to think about money, think about money. We're the biggest buyers, and they don't understand. And when you talk about social science, it's kind of like Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays wrote Public Relations. He was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and he was trying to figure out a way to control how people buy things. And now in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, 50s, it's pretty much marketed to white women post World War II. But in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, it became white women and just black people. And a lot of and it goes back down to what you were saying. They don't the black people don't understand that they're being. And I think part of it is they use the physical slavery as a mask to not understand that you're mentally enslaved. You're not, and you chose to be. That's the thing. No one's no
right,
one's
right,
telling you.
and
No one's telling you to be this
exactly,
way. You're
exactly.
choosing it this time. Right. But
Right, and so how do you get people to be mentally enslaved? Is you starve them, and when you starve them, they want to they have they gain this desire or this strong appetite, and so you have to neglect that appetite. See, this is why the evolutionary theory is being taught in the school, as far as you are an animal, or it is because you have developed this developed this the brain has been developed, it caused you to be the smartest animal within the animal kingdom, and therefore you can conquer or you can come up with different types of intelligence to overall conquer everything in the animal kingdom. Well, if you look at that on a human level, if you teaching people that they are animals and they're not nothing beyond that, then people are going to neglect their conscience. What is the conscience? The conscience is a faculty, a moral faculty to help them to know what is right or wrong, and guilt and shame, and are these moral these moral things that we see. So if you're teaching people that they are animals, then what do you do after that? The
Right.
main thing
Yeah.
you do
Yeah.
after that is,
Right. No,
and
they
so
forget,
so
they
so
forget the
so
moral psyche. There's no moral scope. I can see what you mean.
right. That's
Yeah.
why the guy walked up to the guy, and he shot the guy, the grandfather, like that. He has no natural affection. He has no natural these are things that people are just come with that are natural. If you don't have no natural affection, it means that you've been trained by the wrong person. This is a trained mindset that you have been trained with. And so the world is what gives you a mindset to train you to do such things when the world is corrupt. So when you look at the government, we have to realize that these people are suffering from PTSS, post traumatic slave syndrome, because you got to understand, if your parents are not teaching you the right way, then eventually you're not going to teach your kids the right way. So
Right.
if you
Yeah.
only know,
Domino
if you,
effect. Yep.
right. So if you only know when the Europeans, and I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them was white supremacists, and they moved over from white sheets to blue sheets. And if you only
Right.
know about your parents being beat, raped, sodomized, and so if your parents don't overcome that and give your children something better than that, what's going to happen is you're going to pass that mindset off and that hatred off to your kids. And this is what happened. This is what's happening to the Afrocentric community. This is their way how they counter white supremacy, but the counter action is ridiculous and it's pathetic. One of the ways that you counter white supremacy or any global elite or any supremacy group is by neglecting the appetites of the flesh. In other words, if you see that they're industrializing you by way of these hair products, by way of cars and these different things, you basically back up off of those things. If you see that in your neighborhood or in your community, you're not the biggest ones that's in your community, this that has industrialized your community, that's a problem with that. Because when we look at the Jews, when we look at, and even the Jews give us this information, so it's not like we don't know. We have to if we have to produce something in order that other societies or other cultures of people would like, so we can have some type of mutual trade, so we can ourselves can develop ourselves and also trade with the people and be looked at as people on common ground with societies that surround us. We're the biggest consumers of our own hair products, braids, different things like that. You know, people are wearing the braids, or even when you deal with how do you say people coming into the neighborhood, they're selling us things that we can industrialize ourselves. And that's not to knock the white communities or any other communities, but we have to structure ourselves and look after what's in our neighborhoods if we see that the head is not going to do it. The government
Well,
has
is it right?
already showed.
But no, no, no. Okay, you're right on every single account. And that's one point I wanted to add is that it's like what we see too is now if you look on the opposite side, right? I don't know if I'm sure some Afrocentric guys talk about this, but you look at this separation of these whites, or they're not necessarily, I guess, they're white nationalists, right? And if you look at how they're talking, I'm not saying that their idea is better, but they keep talking about this ethno state, and they do have a delusion in thinking that their race is like smarter, like IQ wise, and they use evolution, they use all these like skewed tests, how they think that white people are smarter, and they don't realize like they still have to wheel out the bottom barrel, the uneducated whites or whites that don't want to be in their ethno state. But what I realize on the opposite side, my issue with the Afrocentric community is, yeah, what you said is right. We should have this kind of like, you help your own businesses, you kind of use a way to adjust to the system. But I think the issue is, it's like what is the end goal? See, the end goal, it seems like they don't understand that if it's black nationalism, you want this black space, you have to understand. Say what happens in a hypothetical situation if you get that. How will you, like, people have to understand, how will you govern your people? It's the same as governing your communities. If you can't govern your community now with blacks on blacks, how are you supposed to govern 5 states put together? Say they gave black people Montana and Idaho. Black people have to think, like, it can't be yeah, we get our own BET and black media and our TV shows. It has to be like, we have to learn agriculture. We have to know how water systems work. Like, most people don't understand that. And I'm not calling for an ethno state, but what I see is, on one side, especially with these white supremacists and white nationalists, I'm not saying that their idea is better, but they're trying to shape something. It'll never happen, but they're trying to shape it. I think with the Afrocentric community, they still have this kind of like this like thing, like either you're pro black or you're not black, and it's like, literally, if you look at my skin, yeah, I may sound like I'm quote unquote whitewashed or whatever, but I'm speaking standard English. English has no merit to what my skin is, because when I wake up, I'm still black. You are still black. Don't let the skin literally define everything you are, because you'll forget about the integrity and character that other people have that can build you up. So you can use those people as a ladder to get out. And that last crab, you can use all everybody else as a ladder and bring that last crab out of the bucket.
Right.
That's the thing.
We need if white nationalists want to help us, the best way they can help us as black people is to attack white supremacy. Help us attack white supremacy, because they're looking at it behind their back. They act like sometimes they don't see it. You have to see it, and once you see it, help us attack white supremacy. Help us also,
Right.
as black people, to clean out our communities. But we have to understand that if you're gonna help us, you have to get together the system that we see now that's been put in place to cause a reduction of individuals, the individuals, to depopulate the earth, first starting with black people, because that is happening. Because if I if I have too many people that are using resources, the best I can do is genetically modify certain things. And if I can't do that right, and I see that genetically modifying certain things is causing problems for us food, and we're running out of natural resources, then I have to preserve what I can preserve. This is the mindset. So in order to preserve that, I have to reduce the population, because people are living longer than what their death expectancy is to be. So if I see that, and I see the accumulation of people is coming upon this earth, I have to, guess what? Create problems, and guess what? Manage those problems. Call solutions on those problems.
No, it's called the Hegelian dialectic. The control, they offer the problem, they look at the reaction, and then they also offer the solution. Some people say that is actually the core of, I guess, if you want to go into what I used to study, or not study, but look into the Illuminati. You had that whole protocols of elders of Zion, where they said they control the press, they control the food, they control social sciences, and the key is depopulating the earth. And actually, I don't know how much you've ever looked into this, but I've always found those Georgia Guidestones very intriguing. I think a lot of people overlook the some of those stats or some of those lines on there. When it talks about keeping the earth under a population of 500 million, when the population is 7 point whatever billion and rising, but at the same time, if it says rising, maybe those guidestones have a point. Now, there's a whole masonry connection and blah blah blah, but there's an interesting thing there, and I used to tell people years ago, yeah, you can look at it and take pictures on it and think about it like on YouTube and say, here, this is what they're doing, but that's the issue. All these things have come to the light. Everybody, you can say the word conspiracy theory, and people don't freak out like they used to. And what that means is, it means like, are we past this threshold where either you actually have to understand what it is to adapt, or you actually fall behind? Because I've always felt that way too. When you said the depopulation thing, you have that, and that's one thing I think black communities don't understand. A lot of people going individual and they're thinking, oh, I don't want no kids, I don't want no kids, and they make my money, career, career, career. But what they're not thinking is, it's not an issue about, oh, you can't have kids because you don't want to do welfare. It's about understanding what it takes to actually have a family. Understanding what it takes to say, like, we have to have. It costs $300,000 to have a baby. It's not just like, oh, I love you, and it's like Tupac and Janet Jackson in the movie, in the Poetic Justice.
Well,
This
it
isn't how it
doesn't
works.
necessarily cost 300,000. That's what you've been
But that's
told.
right.
Right. That's
Well, no. I mean,
right.
right. I don't believe. I'm sorry. I guess when I throw out stats, it's always like a shell of stats. What they give to most people. You're right. It doesn't actually cost that. It depends on how you actually choose to live. But I guess that's an issue too. It is about educating yourself. But that's the issue when you throw out the damning stats. People don't really recognize. Like for example, okay, you have all these black women saying all these black men are marrying white women. Well, that's not necessarily true. It's been over the past few decades. Like black people have been marrying black people, white people have been marrying white people, and they get brainwashed by entertainment, by TV, these TV shows that they choose to watch, these music videos, these rappers who are saying, "Oh yeah, I got me a white girl," and all these like awkward things, and they don't realize it's like there's no grand scheme. There's no white guy saying, "Hey, you should marry that white girl and have white kids, so and have mixed kids, so black women get mad at you." And I think that's the thing. I feel like there has to be some sort of drastic discourse where where in the black communities they have to say, "Are we willing to put it into action?" And say, like if you see somebody selling drugs, are you willing to call the cops on them, or are you willing to say, "I won't protect you"?
Right.
No,
Definitely. We got to do
right,
that.
right. Yeah, right. And then like you look at Obama. I'm sorry, but I think I've always felt that he put black people in a trance. Almost, it's like it was like the ultimate public relations, social science move, right? You take a guy who doesn't really have any blood that is descendants of slaves in terms of African American, right? But now his wife has that, right? But it's almost as if, remember I said the Trinity, Martin Luther King, you got Jesus on the picture, and you got Obama. And the issue is like there's too much, it's almost like we bought into this hypersensitive symbolism. And what's happened is people don't actually understand the government. Like they actually and it goes back to what you said. They are the powers. They actually kind of view their power through antiquity. And they've measured themselves over time. And actually the irony is sometimes I think that Trump inadvertently woke people up because he's such a wild card. But the irony about Trump is he's more like a king, almost like oligarchy. He's used such nepotism. His daughter has a place in the White House. The son-in-law is running about. He's like it's almost like he's hiring and firing, but in a sense it's like a new version of like Henry VIII or like some king who decided to chop off heads of his next heads of state because he couldn't trust them. And Trump is that character to me sometimes. But
Right. But see, with Trump,
yeah.
Trump did the most worst thing that I think that he could have did, and from all of these guys that rose up and they all up on the oath anyways. They all see that's the thing. Like we can sit up here, we shouldn't sit on here and argue, say, Obama this or Trump this. No, that's what they want you to do. No, that's not what I'm
That's
not
fair,
gonna do
yeah.
that. Right. Trump. When you look at
Right,
Trump,
right.
from Obama, because I never even from Obama's first term I didn't vote. His second term, I didn't vote. I've been stopped voting. I'm not playing the Hunger Games anymore because I realized this is what it's
Same.
about.
Yep.
And so when you
Yep.
look at it, when you look at Trump, Trump did exactly what reality TV shows do, and America love it. That's why they love him because that's the culture now. It's a reality show now. It's a reality for Judge Judy to be on here and also for Judge Mathis to be on here and these court cases to be in the open like that. This whole thing has become a reality show and entertainment because if I can entertain you, you're entertained over here while I'm behind the walls stealing and killing and destroying, and I'm just going to entertain you over here. And so this is what's actually going on. So if we feed into that as people, then what happens is we're going to that voting poll, right? and we're voting for these people when these people don't really care nothing for America nor for us in general, especially the
Right.
ones who are less fortunate who to them. You know what I'm saying? So we have to get past it where we say the root of this issue here is the head. This is why when you look at the Bible, the first thing when God comes, he's coming and he says in the biblical text, he's coming to take over who? The elite that's causing the rest of the body to be out of whack. In other words, it's
Oh
the
yeah.
brain.
No, he
It's the
does say that. No,
brain.
he does say that. That's right. That's right.
But
I
better
forgot
yet,
about
And it's
that.
how about this right
Go
here? Every
go ahead.
president is selected before they elected. So voting is literally
um,
pointless. The electoral college has picked the president, and that's the 13th richest family. We don't pick the president; it's already selected. And better yet, every president is related through bloodline. You can't be a president
right.
not unless you share the bloodline.
Right. Yeah. No, that's
Right.
true.
And that's
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's and that's why we said they feel they hold some type of they share some type of some type of royalty with those ancient people that was in elite. Now I understand, like, even when you talk about Africa, right, and you talk
Mhm.
about Egypt. Now, even when you talk about Egypt, Egypt is not clear. They not out of the smoke. That's why I was trying to tell you, sister, last night. When you look at the normal palette, go look at the palette. Go look at it. These guys came. These guys were in Africa, came together, said that they somehow, some way, they are this royal family, right? They came up the Nile, took over every norm that was in that Nile up until you get to Upper Egypt, and basically controlled the indigenous people that was in their land culturally somewhat different from those Egyptians. When you look at the normal palette, guess what you see? Norma coming in, you see the priest that's coming in, and you also see him controlling these areas of upper and lower Egypt, saying that he's uniting these areas. But the way you unite something first, if you are elite, is you come in, you cause civil war, you cause destruction and division, and then you unite it. And this is what Norman did. Norman only brought in politics, religion, and he controlled the economics. That's the beast system for you. So the
Uh,
Egyptian empire was
Come
a
on.
beast system.
that's actually after 3,000 years. There's like standing already. That's when that happened towards the end. Because Egypt was standing for 3,000 years before that even happened. But better yet, but how about this right here?
What
If
do
you
you
really
mean
want,
for 3,000? What do you mean for 3,000 years before that?
hold on real quick. If you really want to get nasty with it, Obama's name is not his real name. It's Barry Sartino, something like that. That's not his real name.
Well, his name doesn't matter. Like you have to
No,
understand it.
no, no. I'm just saying it's like if you want to like really get into detail, it's not his real name. And better yet, like I don't like.
Right.
It's like how about this right here? He's cousins to the Bushes. So do you really trust anything that the government puts out for the president when they all selected? And better yet, right
Oh,
here,
right. Sure.
Obama's on I forget the name of his thing he's on that literally just rips off Africa for its resources. They also have a trust fund in different countries.
Oh, you know
Have
what?
it,
Yeah, no, yeah. Of course he does. I think he has. I think he has money in Indonesia. You know, a lot of people forget about his history. I always tell people, Obama, he lived in Indonesia for, well, I think like 7 or 8 years. He doesn't. And I always tell people that was one thing I didn't. One reason I didn't vote for him. Yeah, sure, he can look black, but like, and he can look black, but the issue that we have is, he, in terms of economic, right? You look at the guy and you look at his upbringing. He was left $500,000 in inheritance, because you got to remember his mother's a Jewish woman with a PhD. His father
well,
supposedly is
hold on.
Nigerian, right?
Hold on. Actually, his birth mother actually came out and had showed pictures of him that's saying that that's her child and the government killed her.
Hey, let me throw this on. Who
Go
was
ahead.
the last Cushite to rule the world?
Wait,
I
Nimrod.
don't
wait. I
remember.
thought. Wait, hold on. You said Kushite to rule the. Wait, I thought Kushites only ruled the land of
No,
Kush.
who was Nimrod's father?
No, I
Cush.
don't know that. I don't know.
Cush
Nimrod. Hold on
is
quick.
involves Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, all that area. If we go by Obama, if his father is that Kenyan, he would be the most powerful Cushite since Nimrod.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. His background is
Oh, I
not
see.
legitimate.
Yeah, in terms of bloodline, yeah.
His background's not legitimate. So like what he's saying about who he's from, you can't take his word because they killed his birth mother. That actually had pictures. They killed her.
Right. No.
They took all that down.
But hold on. You have to look at something here. Okay, what you're discussing now, I'm not saying that your claims aren't true, but we're past that now, right? Because if you're going to talk the individual moments of like if they covered it up with his mother, it doesn't matter. He's already been in office for 8 years and he misled 95% of the black people that voted for him. So that's really what he's guilty of, right?
But then and also too, like they manipulate the voting count, so that percentage not even correct. Like no percentage is correct. That like the elections are rigged. Like look at for example, Dick Gregory, whatever. He ran for president, I think in 1980 something, whatever. The paper printed out saying that he won in that one paper, but then the papers printed it. But the next day,
wait, hold on. You said Dick Gregory?
Yeah.
The black guy?
Yeah.
Against who? Who was you talking about? Are you talking about President of the United States? Are you talking about Senate? Are you talking about Congress? Be specific. Make sure against who? What president won that he was running against? Do you remember?
I'm not going to say.
Okay, well I'll give you. You said 80, so I'll say Reagan. You have Reagan, and you have Bush Senior. Then after Bush Senior, you've got Clinton. Now Clinton was picked. Because I've always felt that Clinton was picked.
It wasn't Bush. It wasn't.
It says he ran in 1968. I just Googled it.
Yeah.
He ran early. So he ran early. Okay.
1968.
My bad.
So this is after JFK. This is like LBJ territory. I forgot who was after LBJ. Was it Nixon? Yeah, it was Nixon.
I thought it was Nixon too.
People ran. This is like around the time. Remember, Jesse Jackson ran for president too. Like this is like around that time.
That's very true. Yeah.
Hold on. Look though. It's a paper, right? It's like I forget the name of the paper. Whatever. It's a paper printed out saying like how like the voting machines like it was a goof with the voting machines and it actually predicted him winning to be the president and they changed it saying it was Nixon. It said the paper release says voting machines goof literally.
Well, no.
Goof when it's programmed to pick program to pick like Nixon or Dick Gregory.
Well, look. Either way, right? Say I'm writing that down right now. But I'll look into it. But I will say this. I mean, well, G-Con was right. G-Con was right. At the end of the day, it is a system of total oppression, and you can't really trust politics at this point. And actually, right? Yeah. So well, see, and that's the thing. So because I always tell people, what's after Trump, and this is my biggest fear, and I always tell people to be like politically aware in terms of like even like subgroups. Now, sure, on the biblical side, the great debate side, people could talk about, we can talk about God, we can talk about atheists, we can talk about, we can debate that all day. But if it's prophecy, it's going to happen when it happens. In terms of the present, I've always tried to tell people, and I've always been staunch on this opinion. You have to understand something. Marxism and communism is coming. Okay, you have to understand the power of what when one political side. Well, Marxism is an economic system. It's not a political. It's not a some sort of. I don't know exactly all the details that what Marxism literally is, but I do know it's not necessarily a political system. It's an economic system. It's a way to run people. With how property and how everything is dished out to the two people of a state. Now my issue is it's not necessarily with Marxism. My issue is with everybody pretending to know what it is. See, that's the thing. I don't know what it is, but I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm not going to claim to be a Marxist. What we have is, go ahead, Deets.
Oh, no, I just laugh.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was saying true.
Yeah. Okay, for example, like I like to look at social media, and when I look at social, I kind of observe it from I guess I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of like almost like a objective kind of thing where I'm like, I look at these people and see what they're talking about, see what they're doing. And if you look at it, you have, and part of it is, a lot of it's the SJW crowd. Okay, you'll see, if you go to AKA communist Twitter, you see a bunch of a very few real communists who don't even live in America. They live in Turkey. They're Kurdish. You know, they're people who lived in countries that have actually literally been communist before, right? But then you see this lighthearted, funny kind of like people who have the sickle and hammer on their avatar, these anime avatars, and they say, "Oh, I like Marxism and I'm a communist," and they say, "Oh, fuck the alt-right." Excuse my French. Fuck all these people, whatever. Forget capitalism, but they don't understand what they're actually living by. So, like, they say they hate capitalism, but they're not actually willing to put it into practice. To put it into practice, the only way you can get rid of something is if the political system gives somebody who represents this ideology in your head, even if it's made up and you don't even know what it is. If it's almost, it goes back to the Hegelian dialectic. It's like the politicians see how people are, see what they want. Why are they complaining about this? Right? We've created a problem. Let's see how they react. Let's offer a solution. And I've always felt like the left is starting to be almost like a 1984 like dystopian state, like mind frame, where everything goes. I can be 85 million genders. I can be a half fax machine, half toaster, but I'm also a communist. And people don't understand history well enough to look at what communism has actually done. Look at what National Socialism has actually done. It hasn't really been, it's never been truly, it's never worked truly. Venezuela, you have people out there killing rats, killing dogs, killing cats under socialism because they thought it was going to work, and now they're eating each other alive.
That's real deep that you said that, because I often think about these. My bad to cut you off after that.
No, all right, go ahead.
But I think about these things. It's a real difficult thing to think about, because it's like I don't see anything making society better. Like, no matter what system you put in place, it seems like there's gonna always be a way to take advantage of it, or the way it's gonna make society worse. So even with capitalism, capitalism, like it I don't know how to put capitalism into words, but I know it does a lot. It has a lot to do with marketing and money, whatever.
It does. Yep.
See, here's the thing though. All right, I'm gonna give you an example. You go to McDonald's, right? Let's say the cashiers. You can call them the police. You got a little problem, you go to them. Got a man. Then next up is the manager. The managed people are like, the branch of government, like the let's say the branches and all that, whatever. The president is, Trump. Who runs the motherfucker? That's the ones that we need to worry about. They play both sides. It's manipulation. Like Democrat and Republican, they both being played by the same person. So like there's no difference. No matter what you want to call it, but they're being controlled by the same person. They're the vice president and the president. Like it's the same people running the show.
Wait. But hold on. Now you have to understand something. Now, okay, what Deeds just said and what you said is actually virtually the same. Now, politically, when we get down to who controls who, now this is where you get into that territory that a lot of people were in, and like me, from like 2003 to 2007, before everybody just said Illuminati, Lady Gaga is Illuminati and Jay-Z's Illuminati. They just throw the fucking word around like they know what it means. Right? Because a lot of people really don't. And what we see now is we don't see who is behind it, but we see the political systems of the world truly failing either way that you try to deal with it. And the reason why is, these political systems, they remind me sometimes of religions in a sense, because but the difference is, religion has like older, like they have real older texts. These systems that we're living under, they're actually really primitive, right? Like Karl Marx didn't live thousands of years ago. Capitalism didn't exist thousands of years ago. National Socialism is relatively new. Socialism is relatively new. And what's happened is you have a lot of people, and I've talked to these people, they advocate for like for example, there are people who really think that socialism, like a socialist party without the influence of like high controlling corporatocracy. So like you don't have Walmart, there's no Target, there's no McDonald's, there's no Burger King in a real socialist society. But the issue is they discount and have a literal dystopian world where everything is literally even. It will you can't have that. And I think people forget, like, and part of the reason why you can't have that is actually just the nature of human beings. Now, if you're a theist, you feel a certain way about it, and if you're an atheist, you feel a certain way about it. But we all can agree that these systems don't work. And actually, if you look in the 50s, I always tell people, look in the 50s, they used to make TV shows about, or they used to make commercials or PSA commercials for kids at school that used to talk about how capitalism and Jesus Christ go hand in hand. And yeah, I'm not a believer, but it's preposterous, right? Jesus tells you you choose God or money. You can't have both. So why would a system called capitalism tell you that it can be both, when it's almost like legalized slavery? Capitalism is simple. It is, if you have a company, you try to produce the most while making sure you give the employee the most littlest, the smallest amount possible. It doesn't mean you're literally enslaving them, but it kind of goes like, if I make a product in a factory, if I don't make enough to buy that product, like that, I'm actually literally making it in an assembly line. To a degree, that's capitalism to some degree, or actually, well, some people think it's communism. But either way, these systems are fucked, right? But the issue, what we have is, I always tell people, this is where you get the threshold. Remember how I said socialism and communism, these things are relatively new, right? Since the 40s, 50s, 30s, early 1900s. The issue that we have is, if those things continue to stay, this is how you get like 1984. This is how you get like almost like a world where everybody has to have a shaved head, barcodes, and wear overalls, and we work in a factory making toys for rich people. Now, but not necessarily. And it goes back to the depopulation thing that G Con said. Remember how he said depopulation? Now I used to think that too. What you were just about to agree to, I used to think it was like, oh, we're all enslaved in chains, but they want us to die because of automation. It is the artificial intelligence, these robots that they're making. You have to understand something. Trump, he's gonna fail because he can't get those jobs to those white people who voted for him, or to the rural black people who voted for him, because automation, and a lot of it starts with Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, a lot of people don't understand this. They have a real agenda. Even Julian Assange, the guy who works for WikiLeaks, he spoke about it. Actually, by accident, when he was looking at the Brexit stuff. Automation, like Silicon Valley, actually have a real agenda, and it never comes to light because people just think they're geeks and nerds. But you look at all this technology, they want a world where it's almost like a Westworld, where they want like robots to be amongst humans. They want like that movie with Will Smith as the cop in the future. That's why I think that's where we're headed.
That's funny. It's funny.
Did the Jews know what Hitler was going to do? No. People don't realize we living in Germany. It's coming. The FEMA camps are already built. The executive order 13605, the enslavement order is already in place. They got rid of the second term. It's coming.
No, you're too late. You're too late. African goddess, you're too late. You're actually. I'm not trying to be mean. You're right. Those things were in place, but those things were in place at the time. And that was a big scare. The FEMA camps do exist, right? I'm not saying that they don't. But what people have to understand
what
is
about
like,
Obama's
you have to,
executive order 13605? That still stands.
No. Right. No. It has to stand. You know why it stands? Because we are the United States. We live in, or at least I live in the United States of America. We're the only country to drop a nuclear weapon on a population of people and pretend that we have the right to govern on how everybody else uses the weapon. So what that means is we're past the point of like someone enslaving us. We're at a point to where, or we're past the point of the FEMA camps. Remember, that was like years ago, and people actually confirmed it, but we're past that now because they don't care about the FEMA camps. They just need people to die.
I know. That's what the population control's for. Like the World War III about to start happening. That's what this war about. It's about population control. They want 90% of the world.
Wait, but hold on. Now listen, people, when you say that word, when you say World War III, you have to think about who are the powers that be, what's literally going on. I'm gonna give you a quick update. And this isn't even like 100% factual. I just go by a little bit of what I read. I listen to both sides. I listen to a lot of radio, neocons, hardcore conservatives, the hardcore left. I listen to them all, like in the mornings. Well, here's what I can tell you. Okay. Now, North Korea, and actually, in my personal opinion, I think what's happening here is a ripple effect of Trump getting voted in. What's happened is after he gets voted in, it's actually so unprecedented in terms of the modern age, I guess the 21st century, of someone, or 20th century, where someone like him is voted in at the highest seat in terms of politically that we know in the free world. You know, Kim Jong-un, this guy in North Korea, we're on the verge of it's like a wild, it's like a it's kind of like tag. It's like who's going to get crazy first. Now North Korea seems like the guy who's going to get crazy first to start this quote unquote World War III. But the issue is people have to understand it's more than just war. War costs money. Like money affects economy. It'll affect taxes. It affects how food gets to the table. It affects how oil is priced. Like it's not like it used to. It's not like he's going around like murdering a bunch of people like Hitler. You know, he has the systematic oppression on his own people. But look at where he lives. He lives right above South Korea. But here's what people don't understand about South Korea. South Korea, their government has just been pretty much polluted by a scandal. I think it was the president or the vice president, their daughter or somebody in their family was influencing their politics. So they look unstable, and they're right below a country that's even more unstable in terms of what we see Kim Jong-un flexing his muscles. So who gets affected by that in the region? China, Russia, and then if you go, if you think about
here's the thing though, they all in
right.
bed together. So like,
What's
really, like that's like
no, they're not. They're not. See, no.
It's one big trick ass game. It's an illusion of inclusion. First of all, every
no. I'm not saying that.
I think that
go ahead.
They're all in bed together. Like that's like that right there, like them being mad. That's just all game. Like they all.
No. It's not games. Okay. If you're gonna say that, then if you said it's all games, then it isn't World War III. Then there isn't going to be World War III, because what that means is they're just saying it's going to be World War III when there's not going to be a World War III. They just want more other people to die. Because you have to understand something about like the military. If World War III happens where we think about like, you know, Terminator, Skynet, all the bombs going in the air, a lot of people will die. Most of the world will die. But it's not like the president of China is like gonna hang out with Putin and they're gonna hang out with Kim Jong-un after the dust settles. That's not how it works.
They're trying to form a world government, one world government. Instead of having Russia as their own government, America, they want to form one big ass government and make it.
Okay, and can I tell you how that's gonna happen? There's a legal system that's there. They're called the United Nations. You have the EU, right? Okay, now listen.
They control the world, so we here's my thing. Like here's my thing. It all sounds good. It's 13 rich families didn't run everything. They control.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. Okay. Kim Jong-un, he doesn't have a seat at the table. You have to understand that. Kim Jong-un, I don't think people understand something about like okay, when you say they, you can't. The Illuminati just isn't just like every world power like president. When you think about the Bilderberg Group and all the secret societies, they have real rules. These people aren't just gonna be like, oh yeah, you run North Korea, we'll let you in. No. That's not how this works, right? First off, you have to understand. No. We have to get to the roots of this. Okay, because clearly that's what you still believe in that secret society. There's a kumbaya table. I know what you think. They're taking shots together, laughing about running the world. It's not every single leader. It really isn't, because like I'm trying to give you the card here. Kim Jong-un, he is by himself. He to the North Korean people, he's the closest thing that you know of like a human god. Okay, he suppresses them by information. For example, when we give North Korea aid, which we do, on their news station, they say things not verbatim, but along the lines of like, our dear leader has fooled the Americans into giving us food. That's what he tells his people. That has nothing to do with some secret society that praises some god and praises Jupiter or any of the Saturnians or any of the Luciferians or the Masons. That's not Kim Jong-un. He ain't in that fucking party. I assure you, he's not there. You have to think about what's happening, right? Asia is really important because they still. Okay, you have to understand. We were talking about communism, talking about socialism, talking about capitalism. Some of those things, some of those guys, they have a seat at the table, quote unquote. But when you have a wild card, you have a wild card like Kim Jong-un. He doesn't care about the UN. He doesn't care about the EU. You know, Russia, the way they look at Trump, yes, they care about certain things. Russia is allies with Iran. They're allies with Assad in Syria. What's just happened? Trump has just bombed Assad. right? And what happened? Putin actually got mad at Trump, and Trump is also a wild card too. Now, as much as he relates to like he's rich and he's white, he can be in the table, but he's not necessarily in the table. I mean, I'm not saying that Trump isn't. I'm not going to say he's like Illuminati or secret society, but I think he understands how the game is played in terms of business and how economy works and how to enslave people.
That sounds good if the Rothschilds didn't own everything, the Bruces.
You have a point. Not everything, but they own a lot of the banking. Right.
The Rockefellers,
right.
the Ramones, the Sinclairs, the Kennedys,
right.
and also the Warburgs.
Right.
I would have a different approach
right.
than 13 families that own everything. There's a bank in every
no.
country. This is all one big game.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're like, saying what we know.
All in bed together making this.
No. Okay. You're right. You are right in some aspects, but when you keep saying it like that, you have to get specific. Okay, for example, do you know what the Federal Reserve? Do you know what the Federal Reserve is?
Yes, it's not even part of America actually.
Right.
And America, it's actually a corporation too, as well. It's not the name of the land; it's a corporation.
Right. That's exactly right. Okay.
But these corporations.
What's up?
The land and the people. They make the laws and the rules.
Well, not in a literal sense. They control how we get our goods. Now, in terms of law, you do have like Supreme Court justice really counts. Now, I don't like Gorsuch. Now, and here's your tie. Remember you said the corporations, right? Gorsuch is the mediator of that corporate control. See, because Gorsuch, the Supreme Court justice that Trump has named recently, well, I think they had to force it or they went the nuclear option, or I forgot what happened with Gorsuch, but he's in, right? Now Gorsuch, he's the type of guy who'll say, okay, you have a problem with working at Hobby Lobby because they won't provide birth or they won't provide any kind of like birth control or any kind of Planned Parenthood. Okay, well, I'm in favor of Hobby Lobby. That's who Gorsuch is. You'll take a case of a citizen against a corporation, and Gorsuch will be in favor of the corporation. And the reason why he'll be in favor of the corporation is because he's a Harvard guy. Because he knows Obama really well, and he knows Wall Street really well, right? But so what you said is technically true, but you can't put it under a cloud. I feel like you're putting it. Don't put it under a cloud of this like super broad kind of like, yeah, I have a party, hooray, pop a champagne bottle. It's not. It doesn't work like that.
Here's my thing. I'm gonna put it this way. We're in America, right?
Right.
The corporation is of America. They make the policy, they make everything. Now, do we control the government or do they control everything? And it's their corporation that controls the land.
Okay, right. I'm not saying that they don't, but here's what you forgot. No.
When you own, we conquer something and you claim it as yours, you can do whatever you like. You can do whatever you want. They're the president and vice president. They make.
That's not true. See, you're not listening. Okay, do you understand? Do you know what the Constitution of the United States is? You know, you have to go. Okay, you have to understand something. They control stuff, but we also choose to be enslaved. Okay,
I get that. It's my thing.
Right.
I get what you're saying.
You can't just say it's just.
When you have the 13 richest family controlling everything, you're going to be enslaved no matter what. Here's my thing.
Wait,
you're not big.
What did you say? Wait, what did you say? Wait. Go. Wait. Okay.
Control everything. Walmart, the banks.
I know.
Everything.
I'm not saying that they don't. You're not listening. Okay, listen.
I get
you keep saying. We can defeat them. We can win.
Change the laws. But it's my thing. Nobody's aware of that. So.
Oh no, I don't know about that, Thomas. I don't think we can win.
I think we can. I think we can, but we won't. We can, but we won't. I'm sorry, D. Sorry. Go ahead.
I we can win. I don't take doubt. I believe we can win. Like we have been conquered for too long. Me and my people.
Give me a
chance.
Well,
Africans want to forgive and forget. No, fuck that. I remember everything.
Right. Okay.
Well,
you take the floor.
That's how Asia came. They wanted to forgive the Asians. Fuck that. Get the fuck off my land.
Right. Okay.
I come from a whole. I probably come from a whole different perspective from maybe some people that's here, you know. And if I
that's fine.
Forgive me, you know. I am a Christian, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of my perspective comes from the Bible. I will say that. And you know, I know how people feel about the Bible. That's cool. But what I would say is I honestly just feel like a lot that's happening and a lot that will happen is just supposed to happen, you know.
I feel I understand how Black people feel about the way we're living, oppression and things of that nature. But I just honestly feel like these things will come to pass because it has to, you know, and it's bigger than just the oppression of Blacks, because there's oppression going on everywhere. There's oppression going on in every country. And even though we do have a lot of bad that happened to us in this country,
It
um,
happens at 24/7. Somebody's getting killed every single day.
and I agree.
It's genocide
And
on
I,
our people every single day. That's the
and,
worst times that ever been done in history was done to our people. I'm not going to overlook anything that has been done to us. So when I
I'm
say
not either.
this is my thing. When I say the first time Egypt fell, when the Asians came in and slowly brought in and taking people away, that was all part of the plan. They was planning to take it back over Egypt anyway.
But you stay in America, right? You stay in America?
Unfortunately, yeah.
What about you, Thomas? You stay in America as well? Oh, well, I don't know if he can hear me. Thomas, you stay in America as well?
All this was like a big. Here's my thing. They just want to conquer the people. That's just what this is.
Okay. All right. So
African people.
what I want to say is, even though now I do agree, like I said, there is a lot of oppression that happens to Black folks, but at the same time, what we as Black folks have to realize is that there's oppression going on everywhere, and we got it a lot better than a lot of people in other countries have it. For example,
you talking about
just
America
for
or like in general, like America's
in America, as no, I don't.
Look around, Black people in every country is mistreated all over the world. We're actually at the bottom of the pit in every country.
Well, I don't really necessarily look at myself as related to every Black person, but not just by skin color. I mean, because there's tribalism, you know what I mean? And you know, you could be Black, but you could be from a whole different tribe, you know what I mean? And so there's always been tribal wars and etc. But that's going through a different rabbit hole.
Even with tribal wars, it was strictly a fist fight. It was never about I'm going to kill you. If the person who lost the war, they would join the tribe.
Nah, it got bloody.
People got killed, man.
Now hold on. Now wait a minute.
She
has a point.
Wait. Here's the thing. So chronological order. That was later until Europeans and Asians invaded.
Nah, that's not true.
The Igbo.
Chancellor Williams' book right now. He literally said they didn't have the guns. They just had the bow and arrows.
But even before that, let's go before Europe even invaded Africa, when Africa just was with Africans. There was murders, there was war, there was killings. It wasn't like
here's my thing. That was the Asians. Here's my thing. It was the Asians, the Europeans, and the Muslims. That's how it went.
No. Here we go. Let's go 5,000 years back. You can look at the wall reliefs on Egypt fighting the Nubians and chopping off their heads and castrating them. Exactly. That is Black on Black tribalism. Violence
has always been around.
There's no such thing as Black on Black crimes. We're not going to say that right now.
Oh man,
were the Egyptians Black?
There's no such thing as Black on Black crimes. You kill where you live.
So was the Egyptians?
White on white crime?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Yes, that's the same thing. There's white on white crime. There's every culture on culture crime. We know that. But
here's my thing. That term doesn't exist. It makes people say it because Black on Black crime. Like people say white on white crime.
No, we're not. But see, we kind of went.
We're not talking about white people right now.
You went off. You said that Africa never killed each other. Well, 5,000 years ago, the Black Egyptians and the Black Nubians were massacring each other and castrating each other and killing each other very violently before any white person set foot into these regions.
So it's always. I never heard no such shit like that.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
But even that.
I got instructions of Black civilization from me, Chancellor Williams, that goes by step, and I did not read that in that book saying how the Nubians were.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's always the Asians and the Europeans trying to invade. When they came in, they would slowly buy up the land, and at time to time, the population would grow, and they would come in and take it because it was too easy because. The guard was down. They came in and brought the land up. Do you
see my screen? This is the Egyptians. I think this is actually Ramses II, totally obliterating the Nubians right here, trampling on them on the damn with his horse.
But I want to say that
I'm gonna look that
murder. murder has always been around. There has never been a
Right.
time where anyone in any country, any nation was just living in peace and harmony. And that's the thing that happens with people that's into the, you know, the African, the mind state. You know, not saying that I'm against, you know, Africa or anything like that. I'm just saying that people in America who are trying to have an Afrocentric like type of mind state and band together and things like that, they always paint this broad, oh, we was once living in peace in Africa like type of mind state, and it was never like that. It was never like
let's
that.
look at
Things
Africa.
about think though, if you have to go in chronological order, stuff.
But hold on, let's look at this. Humans, listen, humans for the most part are animals. When you look at every single species of animal, they all kill their own kind at one point in time. You look at lions, they kill other male lions. Another male lion invade another male lion's territory. They're all in Africa. They're like, fuck that. You invaded my territory. I'm gonna kill your ass, or I'm gonna challenge you, or else I'm gonna take all your bitches. Literally. So
right.
When you look at animals, humans, we're animals. There's tribalisms in all mammals almost. Violence in Africa was there before white people. Now, we could say the Spanish and the English definitely didn't make things better. Okay. That definitely, probably threw gasoline on the fire. But there's always been skirt. Now, I will say this, though. She's not completely wrong. When you look at some of the Zulu, matter of fact, we got Zulu on here, but some of the battles of the Zulus prior to goodness gracious, Shaka Zulu, prior to him, those battles weren't necessarily that violent. They'll throw a spear here too. You have like maybe one or two casualties, and it's like a whole bunch of dancing. So before that, it really what the battles weren't really that violent. But then Shaka Zulu came and he just went on rampage. But then again, that's just the Zulus. That's not, they don't have nothing to do with the Egyptians and the Nubians. They don't have nothing to do with the Yoruba and the Igbo.
Africa is a huge place, man.
It's a gigantic. That ain't got nothing to do with the Limba. That ain't got nothing to do with the Maasai and the Kikuyu. Matter of fact, you want to see some bloodbaths? You go to Kenya with the Wakamba, the Maasai, the Kikuyu. Man, they get down, man.
But what the point I was making, you know what I'm saying, that and like I said, I'm coming from a biblical standpoint. I don't want to make this a biblical whatchamacallit. But everything, like, the problem with the world ain't racism. You know what I'm saying? The problem with the world is that everybody is into sin. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody knows how to love each other, regardless if you white, black, whatever your
I could say this though. I could say racism would be one of the forms of the sin you're talking about.
I agree. I can agree on that.
Murder would be another manifestation of that. It's there, but I do think, there is this gray zone where absolutely not everything is because of race, but these things over here are because of racism. Like, I think there's a place there, where we can't totally let racism off the hook, but at the same time,
I wouldn't do that, of course.
Crying wolf at everything that appears to be racist is not good either.
Right.
So
it's a balance that has to happen. You know what I mean? And so I don't, like, when I make those kind of claims, I'm not saying that racism don't exist. That would be totally ignorant of me. But I'm just saying that, at the same time that I know blacks are in a state of anger right now, but what I try to get people to do is just relax, take a deep breath, and look around you for a second. Like, something. This is. Forgive me for saying this, but something beautiful came out of slavery. You know what I'm saying? And what I would say is that, look at how, I don't know if you're in America. Are you in America, by the way?
Yeah, I'm in America.
Like, now we are, like, me, I stay in the hood, you feel me? I stay in the projects. I can't deny that. I'm in Miami. But
I'm in Chicago.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up, man. So, you know, I just want to say, like, even though I was raised in the hood my whole life, I do realize that I am living better than like at least 85% of the rest of the world. You know what I'm
Now, see,
saying?
now this is my rebuttal to that, right? So people, it's really perspective, right? So if slavery never happened and we stayed in Africa, I would be more happier than I am now. Now, let me explain. Because I would be raised in a culture to where this is all I know. And I would be content and happy and happy and satisfied with that because this is all I know. But if you take me now and put me in a village in Africa after I've, know about Facebook, movies, video games and all of that, if you put me over there now, I'll be miserable because, all these things I have been given to me and now I'm used to them. But if my ancestors stayed in Africa this whole time, I would have been raised in Africa, happy. I would have had my village. Of course, there would have been problems. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it would have been, problem free, but I could have been just as happy with where I'm at as I am now. If never happened, it's all perspective.
I do now. That could be, but then again, you could have not been happy. You get what I'm saying? Like you could have easily have not been happy.
Yeah, I could exactly. But as far as it's just really a rebuttal to it's better for us now than staying over there.
No, I wasn't saying compared to staying in Africa. I'm just saying compared to remember my whole point was that it's oppression going on all over the world for all type of different peoples.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is look at, like, for example, look at Cuba. You know what I'm saying? They raised under a dictatorship. You know what I'm saying? And so just imagine, compare our life to a Cuban. A Cuban be like, man, I got to get to America, man, because America is way better than what I'm living in right now.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it is, it's just a very.
See, it's the thing though. Other races can say that they can come in and do that, but we cannot do that. We don't have.
That's not true. Right? I know a lot of Haitians who come here from Haiti, and they come here and make stuff happen for themselves as a person and as a people. Like some of them come here, they go straight to school. I'm not saying every Haitian does this, but I'm just saying from my perspective in this little small perspective that I have of people from different cultures who come here from hardships in their country. They come here and do a lot better than they would have been doing in that country. And they look at this country like, wow, this is a great country. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not excluding none of the evils that this country has done. I'm just saying that when I look at the rest of the world is in a lot of turmoil and living in a lot of hardships compared to us.
Here comes.
But the thing though, they can come here and get education, but they be indoctrinated into lies. So how good are they getting?
Well, no, here's the thing. Here we go with the balance again, where I can't ignore the fact that Black people in America are living better than Black people in other nations.
No, we're not.
But at the same time,
mind you, not just Blacks though.
Remember, but check this out. But at the same time, that doesn't negate the fact that we're suffering from slavery residue mentally. We're one of the most mentally jacked up people in the world. So our living conditions are way better than the people in Sudan, right? Who are starving. They got the pot bellies out. They're actually the Dinka tribe is in slavery right now. The Arabs are trading them right now. Okay. So I would say Black people in America, as far as living conditions, are in a much better place than those Black people over there are. But at the same time, we have suffering from mental issues all over the place. We're trying to figure out who we are as a people. We really don't know. You know what I'm saying? And we got our own issues over here. So there is, the whole thing, my point is there's a balance of things. And most of this stuff is in the gray.
But here's my thing though. We're literally going back to people saying who got it better, but we're still in a terrible condition. Hey, I'm not getting killed over there, but hey, they getting killed over there, but we're still being killed together. It's still the same exact thing. It's still
I'll say a dead person dead. I mean,
the dead person is
and
dead
being
person.
a slave. I mean, there's literally the Dinka tribe is being traded by Arab slave traders now. You know, like see that the people are talking about the trans.
Like we just said that literally just set me off. Like that just made me so goddamn mad. Like, are you serious?
Today,
What about what?
Wait, what's it called? You said a Dinka tribe?
The Dinka tribe, the transatlantic slave trade is nothing but a pebble compared to the trans-Indian Ocean and trans-Sahara Desert slave trade. The trans-Saharan desert slave trade is going on now. There's certain members of the tribe.
This is ridiculous. Like, are you serious?
Go look it up.
Listen.
Wait, what's the tribe called? I'm so serious. What's the name of that tribe?
The Dinka.
Dinka.
Say it again.
And slavery. Just type those in, and it should pop right up.
But hey, Alvin. So I'm vibing with you, right? I'm not. Like I say, it is a balance to what I am saying, and it's not to negate what we're going through here in America. It is tough, you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm 26 years old, and I've been in the hood 25. I'm at 26 of my years, and I've seen some of the things that happen here. But I can't negate the fact that a lot of the things that happen here, well, not everything, but for example, I watched what happened with I think her name was Sandra Bland. You know what I mean? Yeah. I watched that, and I know a lot of people was outraged about that.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Princess, I put that info in the back chat for you to check it out.
But I watched what happened to Sandra Bland. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything that happened to her was deserved, but I'm saying like with a lot of these police shootings that happen to black people, a lot of times black people kind of cause that to happen to themselves, you know what I mean? And I'm please understand the balance of what I'm saying, and like, you know, but you know, you'll see a white police officer pull a black person over, and you don't even know if this white person is racist. You don't even give him a chance to show you some kind of racism. Like, you already agitated. Oh, what you want? What you pulling me over for? I ain't doing that. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't even give.
Everybody can do that. Doesn't give them the right to kill you. Here's my thing.
But I didn't say that.
Here's my thing. Before police officers came that name, they were patrol guards, slavery patrol guards. So yeah, they are part of the problem. They're so perfect.
Yeah, well, when someone's being aggressive towards you and you have a gun and they start to lunge at you tend to shoot them.
That's my thing. People are getting killed in their cars.
No, that's actually not what you tend to do. A lot of cops don't do that, so that doesn't make any sense. But whatever.
No. But listen, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying these people deserve to die. I'm not saying that what they did merited them getting shot. All I'm saying is, if a police officer pulls me over, yes sir, how you doing? Oh, you want license and registration? Here you go.
No, I would agree with that approach.
Now here's the catch-22 to that.
Say, fuck you, officer.
Now, if they still shoot you,
say yes sir, be polite. Who the fuck are you telling me to be polite?
But listen,
anyway,
yeah, but come on, you're bringing the punishment upon yourself.
Now hold on now. Let me throw the catch-22. There's a catch-22 to this.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Before you give it to me. All right, look. You have to learn how to live at peace with people. You know what I mean? Like, even like, for example, I don't know how many of y'all even had a relationship before. You know what I mean? But it's sometimes your girl might say something and you might don't even have to respond to it. Might be negative. She might have said it in an angry way, but you'll get better results if you don't respond to it versus if you respond to her fire with more fire. So all I'm saying is, when an officer pulls you over, all you have to do is, if 9 times out of 10, most of the time, if you're respectful and let him do his job, he'll go home. You know what I mean? Versus
wait, stop right there. Do you know it was a report done in 2006 saying how to knock the Ku Klux Klan infiltrated the police department? So if they're in the police department, they don't like black people. What can I do to stop them killing me?
Now, here's the thing.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Alvin. Sorry.
Here's the thing. See, now I'm gonna walk this tightrope. Now let's deal with this, okay? Now, if I don't have any children, but if I had a son I would tell him if a police officer pulls you over or even arrests you unjustly, I may tell my son to simply go with the flow. I'd rather an injustice happen to you instead of being killed. So even if the cop is going
Look at
overboard,
Sandra
but
Bland.
hold on. But watch this though. I may tell my son this, but I would actually be adding to the problem because this is what's going to happen. If nobody sat in at them restaurants during the 60s and had food thrown at them, some of them beat up and all that, we still might have Jim Crow laws right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's a catch-22. It's either this is how it is, you're going to be racially profiled. When it happens, don't try to fight back, just go with the flow, because if you don't, you may be killed. Or you fight back and possibly get shot. It's a catch-22.
I do understand that. Oh, my bad, Thomas. My bad. I was just saying, like, I do feel you. Like I say, with our forefathers, I don't know what to call them, but our ancestors, whatever you want to call those people that came before us. But what they did make a huge difference for us today. But I'm speaking on us today. Us today, we have a lot of advantages that they didn't have. We have the ability to go to college. Well, they had that ability too, but it was a lot rougher. But we have a lot of.
Okay, go ahead.
They teach Darwinism in college, and that's a smooth lie. You learn a lie in college. You're being indoctrinated into a lie.
But listen, we hear lies all the time in life. You know what I'm saying? You know, you as a human, you don't have to take everything your professor tells you and run with it. But you're trying to pass the class. You know what I mean? So
there is.
But this is what thing about you're learning a lie though. You're trying to pass the class and they teach you lies.
You're not learning it. You don't have to learn it. For example, you hear things on the internet, on TV all the time. You're like, man, that's a lie. You don't have to learn it just because.
Now check this out, Deegs. So check this out. Well, I think we always at this bridge, right? Where we common ground. So listen. Okay, so you in the hood, you in Miami, you get it. Okay, so this is the final step that needs to be taken for Black people to truly feel equal in this country. And it's simply called the benefit of a doubt. Do I get the same benefit of a doubt as a young white kid with glasses with a sweater on? So when the cop pulls me over, is he more threatened by me than the white kid with glasses and a sweater?
They scared of our skin.
See what I'm saying?
But all right.
Here's the thing. Yeah. The cop should have them in. See, the police officer should be neutral across the board.
But he's not.
When he sees that white kid with the sweater, he should look at him and me and approach us the same way, right? And that's not what's happening. And you know why I know that's not happening? Because I feel safer looking at a white kid with glasses. As a Black man,
I do not at all. Shit.
I'm saying this. So this is the final step. Something needs to happen to where not just white people, but also Black people are not afraid of young Black males. Because both white people and Black people are afraid of young Black males.
Well,
all of us.
I think that's one-sided. I think it's on both sides. I think you can do it on both sides because there are white males that are absolutely insane and that you'd be afraid of. Now, do I agree with what you say? You probably feel more comfortable, maybe, but that's not always the case. So it depends on what your description is. Because
this is what I'm saying. The descriptions is what I just gave you. Okay, so when a police officer pulls me over, I don't want him afraid, okay? Because when people are afraid, they do things that are unorthodox, like killing someone.
Great already. They scared of Black people.
That's what I'm saying. When they
that's so not true.
Now, let me be on the.
I've seen white people be more aggressive than Black.
Hold on. Now watch this. This is where I flip it up. I don't think these police officers are killing Black people because they're racist. They're killing Black people because they're afraid. There's two different things.
2006,
Well,
the
well,
FBI
you
wrote
know what?
reports
So
saying how the
You know
Ku
what?
Klux
Why,
Klan infiltrated the police department.
why are they afraid? And also, I think it actually might be a mixture of both. I think it may be racism. I don't know if it's racism
Well,
every time the Black
racism.
Lives. I don't think it's racism every time the Black Lives Matter community.
no. Let me tell you what the difference is.
Black
The
Lives
difference
Matter
is
made by it's actually run by, I forget his name. It's actually a white guy. That's actually like a
George
Well.
Soros.
yeah. See, here's the thing. Let me tell you why it's not necessarily racism. Because racism is when a white person feels he's superior to a black person
Well,
because
there are white people that think that though.
Yeah, okay, but this is what I'm saying. Some of those police officers feel that black people and white people are equal. It's just when they see a young black male, they're afraid of him, right? Because
But are
of what
they necessarily
But I
wrong?
don't think
But
that's
let's be
true
in the
always.
game.
but all right, let's
So
go
it's
with
not
that.
really
Let's
that
say
they hate them or they think that they're better than them. They're just at a higher intensity of awareness and afraid.
But Alvin, what you're
But
saying,
let's-
Alvin,
Yeah,
has-
I think
one
that
sec,
actually,
one
I think
sec,
that
one
might be
sec,
the
one
case.
sec. I started speaking
Because,
for it. One sec.
well,
I was gonna
why
say
don't we
that
take a?
what it was.
hey,
what
hey,
was
we all
actually-
got to take turns. Let's all one at a time, you know, so
what
so we
Alvin-
can all get
what Alvin said has actually been scientifically proven in that all races look at as they get more afraid, right? And I mean, there's just all these facts like this that people don't talk about. Like, for example, that officers are 3 times less likely to shoot an unarmed black suspect than they are to shoot an unarmed white suspect. But we don't talk about these facts.
What? Say it again. Say it again.
I said that officers are 3 times less likely to shoot an unarmed black suspect than they are.
Wait. Are you saying they would not
unarmed
shoot a black
white
suspect? 3 times unlikely to shoot a black suspect?
She's right though. That's the stat.
Less likely. Those are the statistics.
Yep. It's really real.
Those are stats
A lot of people don't.
produced by Europeans. Now, here's my thing.
Oh Lord, don't do that. Oh my God.
No.
Listen,
No, man.
Let me
listen.
finish.
I just hate that because every white person that is in scholarship or in some kind of study of statistics is not looking to distort facts just to keep black people ignorant. That's really not true, man. And I really hate to hear those things. There are really honest white people that are
and not
doing
only that,
honest scholarship.
Here's my thing. You're a summit, but
no.
honest. Here's my thing.
A lot of those white people are
Let me finish.
okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
The European is a sophisticated killer. Planned Parenthood, foods, stuff like that. He's a sophisticated killer now. And on top of it, he got little goons to do his job. You got to take account of everything that he does.
Yeah, you're the problem.
It's not just that
for
one
the black
thing.
community,
and
you're
he
the
does
reason.
right here as well.
JJ, you're the reason why. You're the reason.
Here's my thing.
You're the reason why the African American community is never going to get better.
Oh, really? Now, what the Europeans have done to my ancestors, you got that right?
Yeah, because
no, but I wanted to address. I wanted.
You conquered my ancestors will never be peace. You killed 750 of my ancestors that we know of. 750 million.
But you're angry about something you never experienced. That's the thing I hate. Like I ain't been whipped.
The Europeans
I didn't say that. I didn't. But you didn't experience that. But you didn't experience that.
Deeds, hold on.
You didn't experience that. You are not one of those people. You're like 4 generations away.
Deeds. Listen.
I'm sorry.
Now, JJ, listen. Now, Deeds, I have to let you know something, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, JJ. But your position, or I'm sorry, or Deeds, JJ's position is that of which, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but she feels like it's white supremacy. I think a lot of us can agree that it's not, but that's our perspective. That's what we think is right. Now, I don't know if there's anything that we can say that can change your narrative, JJ. Maybe you were so entrenched in it and you do believe it's literally just the white man. If you think it is just the white man, that's fine. But you have to understand, like, literally the world around you. Now, I don't know if you believe in any gods or not. I'm not trying to tell you to be an atheist or whatever. But this is the moment where you have to become materialist now, just for a moment. Look at what's happening around you in your reality if you live in the inner city. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say it's the white man's fault or it's the black man's fault or whatever. It is a partial balance here. Okay. And now and what Deed said earlier about you not experiencing the past, he's right. Should we understand it as blacks? Yes, we should. We should know the history. You should know all the wrongs that they've done. But in the current time, we've never had it so good. It may not seem like it should be perfect. It's not going to be kumbaya, but in the sense of what you can achieve and what you can do to actually get by is so much better than any black man in Mississippi during the 30s or the 40s.
And
or the 50s.
I agree with that a lot, Thomas.
Like yeah, right.
And what I would like to say, oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Here's my
Wait, no,
wait,
let her rebuttal. Let her rebuttal, Deeds.
Oh, okay.
They
Let her
killed
rebuttal.
750 million Africans and still counting to this very day that we know of. That's literally 25 more million. That's a billion people by itself.
Okay.
That's still counting to this very day. There's genocide police on our people to this very day. There's
hold on.
organ harvesting. What are you
You're claiming
this is real. They kidnapped
JJ
24 girls and literally in 24 girls in 24 hours in DC. They kidnapped 64,000 women overall within the past year. This is genocide on our people. I'm pointing out the fact that's going on.
Okay. Hold on. She has to understand something. If you say the white man is so bad, why are there thousands of white people in America, and more so, and actually more respectively, if you look at the invasion of Islam, I'm going to be honest here. If you look at the migrant crisis that Obama has caused, he's not directly responsible, really caused, but why is it then, if you say it's genocide, why do I see hashtag white genocide from these National Socialists and these white nationalists talking about their being wronged, talking about feminism is killing their traditions, talking about these things? How can you possibly say that it's literally just the white man if this is the one time where the white man is actually pissed?
White man. I never said it was just the white man. I said Europeans.
So this is the thing. You're making claims.
That's the same thing.
You're making claims. When you say Europeans, who? Is it the Bilderberg Group? Is it the UN? Is it the EU? Okay, you have to understand. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that there's no control system. Okay, I'm not gonna say that there's no such thing as secret societies. Okay, we're past that point. This is 2017. Everybody's is like, you got people that are like 1% woke. Then you have, people on this community where we have a narrative. We read certain things. Some things may be true or not, but we know something's up, right? No, when you say things, make claims like Europeans, you have to look at the world as it is. Sweden has a rape rate that is skyrocketed because of Islamic migrants that have almost is in a crusadic fashion. They want 30 million immigrants to just be tossed into Europe, right? Like over 10 years, just because they want to say we're in the name of multiculturalism. They don't really understand the people who are impoverished, who happen to be white sometimes, or the people who are losing jobs, who happen to be black sometimes. What's happening is you're having chaos happen everywhere because there's a big gap in wealth. There's a big gap in education. And we're at the point where the elites are starting to say, okay, people are starting to wake up. That's why we're all here now. People are waking up. You have people who have a narrative in the theists. They say, well, we've been woke because we follow scripture. You have people like me that are an atheist, and I think that I look at what I've seen. I try to read history as best I can, but I pay attention to the world as it is now. Now, okay, we know it's fucked, but go ahead.
Quick, that's a question.
Sure.
Is there genocide? Is there police genocide? Yes or no?
No.
Don't explain it. Just say yes or no.
No. There's no. When you say genocide, that's a bold claim.
Wait, and let's be honest. White people killing black people is the lowest that it has ever been in history in 50 years, man. Look up the statistics.
No.
Yes. Look up the statistics. Okay. There's not 500, 600.
Okay. Well, hold on.
Wait. Check it. If you look at the statistics right now about white officers killing black males for any reason, whether it was right, wrong, whatever, there is lower than it has ever been in the last 50 years, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not the same anymore.
Deeds, I'll ask you, JJ, I'll ask you a question. Okay, did you know, or actually, I'll ask you, it's a yes or no. Did you know that one of the biggest issues that kills Americans, blacks, whites, kills everybody? It's really a big deal. A lot of people just don't even care about it. You know what it is? It's heart disease. right? Like you're talking about food, you're talking about some other things, right? And some of the things you say, you're on the right path to looking at. I guess if you want to talk about woke and seeing how the world is politically and the oppression and control. But my issue is, when you say, like, you have to understand, when you're saying what you're saying in this age, and you just say Europeans, you have to think about the state of Europe. Which countries are affected by certain things? Like France, you can say it's like, yeah, France is in Europe, but France is having real problems. Like the UK has just left, like the EU. Like things are actually changing. When you say it's Europeans, you have to be a little bit more specific because you're making such a broad claim. It appears that you're not understanding what's really going on. Now I know that you have a feeling. Okay, you can say.
Wait, hold on. I'm about to read something real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
The U.S. police. I'm about to read that from a Huffington Post article. The U.S. police killed at least 258 black people in the year 2016, according to the projection by the I don't know that name that tracks police killings in America. 39% of those people were unarmed. For where killed by police, stun guns and other nine died in the custody. According to a continuous problem in American jails, but the majority of black people killed by police was fatally shot. Based on the trackers from the Washington Post, at least 232 black people folks were shot and killed. I don't know that word. Figures include all deaths resulting directly from encounters with the law enforcement. With the Post counts only people who were not shot and killed by police. The Post found that 39% of unarmed black people killed in 2016 were males, which is quite disproportionate since that black men make up only 6% in the United States population. There's was also a consideration uptick in the death call on camera video phones and police camcorders. There were unarmed black men. Here's my thing. They were unarmed black men in a break. Here's the thing. That's 1 year. The year keeps going up every single year.
Okay, so look, all I want you to do, all I want you to do is trace that number back 50 years. Okay, and what you're gonna find is that those numbers, whatever they may be, are way less than it was 50 years ago. That's all I'm saying. As the years progress, the numbers are going down. Now, am I saying that it makes it right in any aspect or any kind of way? No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, as a black person, you have it. As a black person, yes, you're going through injustice. Things happen. You're getting profiled. It's not right. But at the end of the day,
our people. That's just what it is.
It's not, man. Y'all making it seem like it's some kind of. Y'all making it seem like it's some kind of war between white people and black people right now. And it's really not like that. There's bigger problems in the world. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm saying is, as a black person in America, the United States, you have it better than almost the rest of the world.
This is the ongoing thing.
Yeah, but listen, go to Cuba, go live in Cuba, and you come back to this.
Nah, okay, hold on, Deeds. Okay, look, Deeds. This is her narrative. This is how she feels. She feels that there's genocide. Okay.
Our females get kidnapped.
Okay, now hold on. But before you mention the kidnap,
you talking about as well.
Before you mention the kidnap thing, you have to understand something, okay? Now, I'm not saying the kidnapping is bad, right? But here's what I don't tell you about the kidnapping thing. I think it's maybe, I'm not saying it's an overwhelming percent that are runaways, but a lot of these people, a lot of these kids, a lot of them have been taken, but you have to understand something. Not just black kids are kidnapped. A, B,
go type
they're not.
Go type in 24 missing girls 24 hours in DC, and you'll get the gist of things.
Right.
This is my thing. They kill 750 million Africans. That's 385 murders a day.
Okay, where are you getting that stat? Tell me. You have to tell me right now. Where'd you read that? Please let me know. I have to look it up when you say that. When you make that claim, just tell me the source.
Just type in Google. It pops right on up.
No.
But do you trust everything you read on Google?
Look,
do you trust everything?
I'll put in the link for you. Hold on real quick.
But
cool.
All right.
Okay. Now, hold on, Deeds. No, I'll call her out. Remember, she said Huffington Post. Now, I'm not gonna say that Huffington Post is horrible, but Huffington Post now, they have an agenda for like the SJW movement. Okay, I follow Huffington
Yes,
Post
they
Black
do.
Voices. Yeah, Huffington Post is generally, they do have an agenda. Okay, you have to understand
Yeah, you
that.
do have to chew up the meat, spit up the bones with those guys. Yep.
Right. And they're not the only one. There's conservative and there's liberal, and it goes back to what I was trying to tell you, JJ, is that the world is different in terms of the landscape of information. For example, you're talking to people right now, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you wouldn't see the level of different diversity. Black people, white people, atheists, evangelical. Yeah, you had forums and 4chan, but we're at a way better opportunity. We're at the pinnacle of information right now. It's never been so good in a sense, right? So when you say that, when you make these claims and you talk about which Huffington Post, where you read it, and you're so emotionally involved, that means that you're letting it control your mindset
Here's
or your
my thing.
narrative.
Here's my thing. You're not getting around police genocide on my people. You're not getting around all that. I'm sorry. That's just what it is.
Okay, I know.
Police
Okay,
brutality.
don't say the word genocide. Stop saying genocide.
Every day, somebody's getting killed.
Stop
by
saying
police.
genocide.
That's black.
That's not genocide. Okay, you want to tell what genocide is? Genocide is economic. Genocide is economic. $1,700 is the middle black home. That's 8 million homes out of 14 million homes. Are you listening? Are you listening? You think that too? You think that a few shootings a year, right, that have been lower than they've ever been in the past 50 years? You think a few shootings are gonna stop 8 million homes from having $1,700 if you take out the family car? That's the genocide. The genocide is in the economic system that we live under. Now, you can complain all you want, and a lot of us complain. And I don't mean to get rude, but I feel like there's a cage that's just blocking your mind not to look at it's like you're there, you see these wrongdoings, but it's a bigger frame. Like, listen to what I said. 14 million black homes. 8 million have $1,700 net worth, give or take. The middle white family has like 70,000, 75,000. This is the age of inheritance now. And if it's not about inheritance, if you're black, Deeds has a point. You have to have some sort of discourse and some sort of way of thinking about, okay, how can I adapt to this situation as a black man in America? I had somebody tell me that I should feel oppressed because I'm black. She talked about the prison system. Okay, yes, we know. Bill Clinton put a lot of people in jail. Bush Senior put a lot of black people in jail. Reagan put a lot of black people in jail. I'm not saying that. But it doesn't mean I have to say, oh, I'm pissed because they're going to take me to jail. They haven't taken me to jail. Now, the reason why they haven't taken me to jail is because I decided to be better than the stuff that we get locked up for. They're not going to lock up Thomas because I have a 35mm camera taking pictures of like hipster graffiti. They're not going to say, what are you doing, nigger? Excuse my French. But they might arrest me if I'm in an inner city, or actually even if I'm in inner city with a camera. He's living in the inner city. He's not talking to this hangout from prison. There has to be a time where we say, okay, they're targeting us. We know they're going to throw the book. If they're going to throw the book at us, you know what I do? I say, okay, I can't carry guns without a firearm permit. I can't drive a car drunk. I say I can't carry drugs on me. I say, if I see something going on, if I see somebody, in my neighborhood that I think is suspicious, and I can see the license plate, yeah, sure, I'm not gonna like snitch in the sense to say call the cops on them. But if I see there's selling drugs in my corner, I'm gonna let somebody know. Like this is the issue. There has to be a discourse between understanding oppression and making sure how do you adapt. And then also look at education, right? We can look up stats, we can talk about stats all day, but it really depends on like how we are is at the backbone of our families, how we educate ourselves, and how we adapt. Because here's the issue: you talk about black you talk about their oppression, the white supremacy. But here's what I've noticed: you look in Sacramento today, you have black people robbing Asians. These Asian people are migrants over generations, over time. They're immigrants over time. Now, they may own the nail salons, they may own the hair places and the convenience stores. But why is it we didn't copy them? And we lived here for 400 years. I'm not saying that all black people haven't.
That
actually
that's being taken away from us. You do know that, right? We don't have the luxury of like just going.
That's not necessarily true.
Actually,
okay, when you say that claim, okay, repeat what you just said. Say what you just said.
There's actually laws in place to stop black people from getting business loans. You get a school loan, but can't get a business loan. So yes, things.
Okay. Well, can I tell you this? Did you know that in Detroit you can get a loan for a weave or a wig in Detroit? So what does that mean? What does that mean? You're saying that we're going to complain. Look, you can complain about loans and all these things, but what I'm saying is this all starts in the family, right? Like you don't have. Okay, for example,
Got it.
this is what I've heard. Like, and this is from one of the customers. I work at a biodiesel shop, and we give biodiesel to customers that have diesel trucks, cars. This guy, he's a Chinese guy. He's an acupuncturist. He told me, and I actually asked him one day. I said, how do you feel about like how black people, have you seen, like, or I asked him, no, what was it? Yeah, I asked him, did you know black people growing up when you moved over here from China? And he said, yeah. And I was like, and I asked him, I was like, if I tell you, if I tell you that in those inner cities, did you ever think that they should have already assimilated to culture? And he grew up in the 80s. And he's always said, well, I'm not going to say it's like they should have or shouldn't have, but he's always said that he always felt like black people didn't, like, they didn't, it's not like they didn't try. It's not like we never really tried, because we've actually survived the worst of times to actually get to where we are. But he kind of made it seem like they didn't realize that you have to sacrifice a generation to up a generation. You have to, like, and actually I can see why a lot of people like Christianity, because there's an issue, there's a thing about, you self-sacrifice yourself for the
Yeah,
light
dude, you
source
do
of
have
law.
to. You do have to repent.
Right. So I get that, because a lot of people think that it's like, oh, you just follow the word, whatever. No, like, you have to be a soldier for Christ, and I respect that. But I think the issue is, like, sometimes, and actually there's another irony, right? Christianity has left a lot of black communities in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. As bad as there was a burning cross in your yard, you had a mother and a father in the household. Maybe you had your sister. Yeah, you had the KKK on your back, but you all went to church on Sunday and talked about how you can fight it through the power of God. I get it, right? I get it. I don't believe, but it's fair, right? Yeah, it was something. But if you look at it now,
My
it's all
theory is
about family.
my theory is that there's probably more black people in heaven because blessed are the poor, right? Blessed are those that struggle, because they're and it's harder for a rich person to get into heaven, right? So
Well, that's
my idea is that
right.
there are going to be more black people in heaven. Well, I don't know if we will know those kind of things, but that's what I would say.
But what I would like to say, like, to what I was, because like I said, I like what you had to say, Thomas. You know what I mean? And like I said, like, for example, Alvin was talking about racial profiling, and my thing is black people, have to make better choices, if they don't want to be racially profiled. Like, when, for example, me walking down the street, I see a guy with dreads. I'll say about 7 times out of 10, this nigga probably got a gun. Sorry for saying nigga, but this guy probably has a gun or drugs.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
I'm just being real. I stay in the hood, but I stay in the hood. Everybody, listen. I didn't say everybody with dreads, but listen, everybody who get dreads, everybody who get dreads necessarily because they want to look hood, they want to look tougher. I had dreads. I know why I got dreads. I ain't get dreads because I was trying to make the world.
Reason, but that's a stereotype.
But 90% of the dudes who was around me did it for the same reason. That's what I'm saying.
It was in y'all area, but people I know that get dresses to get them. That's a stereotype placed on black people.
All right, all right, but it's a stereotype that they're placing on themselves as well, because 9 times out of 10, if I see at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, if I see a black guy with dreads and a hoodie walking through the hood, he's looking for something to do, and it ain't good that he's looking to get into.
So now I'm a suspect because of my hairstyle now. So if I got dreads,
I'm just saying these things are kind of right.
My hairstyle, because I may look dangerous.
But these things are kind of right.
That's insane.
He's kind of right. I'm not saying everybody is like that who has dreads.
Yo, I work at the court, okay? I see a lot of people coming in, a lot of people that have been prosecuted by state and stuff like that, and it's very hard for me to kind of not look at that issue, because the majority of the litigants are black, okay, and then the second majority is Hispanics. It's really hard for you to not even understand that or look at that at all. You have to kind of put a blind eye to it.
Who, me or African?
Well, anyone. You know, like I try not to, you know, there. So I have to see like why is it one, you know, there's no white people coming in here.
Now, now you bring up a good thing. Now, this is where, you know, I'm Mr. Gray Man, right? Now, watch this. Now, watch this. If you notice, the majority of the black people that you see in those courtrooms are not black people from Africa, not black people from Papua New Guinea, or it's African Americans born and raised here.
Yeah.
You see, so
agreed.
So that goes back to a little the residue that I was talking about. Slavery's been over for what? Almost 100 years and some change, maybe 150 years. What is it?
Mental slavery still going on though. Make sure you put
so
that
yeah,
in there.
that's what I'm saying. So, like I said, let's not go to the point to where we're now suffering from slavery 100 and something, 150 years ago, but also not be like, there's still some generational residue that hasn't been shucking off. Like, for example, like my guy, this is kind of illegal. Look, we just talking about black people doing illegal things. I'm about to tell you about a black guy doing something illegal. Okay. Well, anyway, he fights dogs, right? And what you do when you fight dogs is you put them in the worst living conditions ever. You give them bad food, you know what I'm saying? You don't feed them right. You have them to where they're always hungry. You put them in the darkness, and you put them in very bad conditions. And then when you let them out, the first thing they see when they see another dog is one to just rip their head off. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at these communities, now granted, it's more new. It's not this thing where white people all collectively came together and said, okay, we're going to put black people in the hood, right? It wasn't as organized collectively as that. It's just these places are the cheapest. Black people moving in these conditions because they're the cheapest, right?
You do ever heard of the government project called I think the Ghetto Project? Go check them at FBI headquarters. It's actually a project to put people in those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Okay,
it's
like
not
there's
by,
okay.
It's my thing. It's not by choice. Then it's being systematically imposed.
No, there's it's choice, but you can say they're being persuaded. Like for example, like here in Chicago, certain white neighborhoods, they're trying to take back the city. Now, how are they doing that? They're giving Section 8 to young black women in the suburbs. So right there, it's not a forceful thing that's happening. They're saying a young black woman living in the hood is like, okay, I'm getting Section 8 out in this suburban area. Cool, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take my kids and with me all there. Then after a couple of years, all of a sudden, you have nothing but black people out in the suburbs, and then you have that community that they just left, they just built up, and then now it's like back to where that actually happened in Louisville, Kentucky. So it's not like, yeah. So it's not like there's this hand that's forcefully moving people around. It's like little things that, you know, kind of persuade the situation, and sometimes it's not as organized as people may think it is. So however it happened, whether it be, you know, neurolinguistic programming by the quote unquote white man, or just happening organically, black people are living in terrible conditions. And when you live in terrible conditions, the results are not going to be as good as a person living in a more better condition.
Yeah, well, the only way to like really see what someone's future is look at the you know, the income of their parents, you know, their combined income at childhood. You can tell if that person's gonna, you know, most likely be a criminal or, you know, be successful based off of the wealth of their parents.
Yeah, but even at that, it's like you have some of these, and it's so unfortunate now in the black community where you have these kids, black kids, that grow up in nice households. nice suburban households. And guess what? They're ashamed of it. See, this is the psychology. Where these suburban black kids going to a nice school in a nice neighborhood, they go to a urban. They're called suburbans. You're not hood. You're soft because you grew up in a nice neighborhood and went to a nice school and have both parents in your house. See, this is the psychology of it all.
But that's black on black psychology. That's not even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But how did it get that way? It's like, that's what I'm saying. I'm the gray man today, where everybody has points on each side, and everybody is at fault on each side. There's plenty of blame to go around.
Yeah, it's poverty, and it's it's, do you have a single mother raising you, or two parents? Do you have a house, a yard, stuff like that,
Yeah,
actively attacking the family, and the one that has the least amount of money is the most vulnerable. So if you don't even have good emotional raising, then wow, you're in some big trouble.
Yeah, but it's also, and I see it. I live in a quote unquote hood, I guess. We're gonna call it that. There is this thing where I don't want to blame it on rap music or whatever, but if you've sold drugs, if you went to jail, or even killed somebody in the past, you're somehow a real man by hood standards. Now this is the world that I see every day, where if there's a rapper and he raps about selling drugs and killing people and doing all these things, they'll say he has street credibility. Why? Because he actually did those things. Now, because he actually did those things, he's praised by people in the urban community because he's a quote unquote, he's a quote unquote real nigga, right? And I don't know exactly how that started. Actually, there's inclinations there. Yeah, it's roughly around the 80s. The crack, when the crack started, and this is why both parties are at fault. Okay, because when
turn off all the rap music, you can never have your rap music again, because it's
well here's the thing. It's even deeper than rap music, because this is why both parties are at fault, because black people didn't have the connections to get drugs from Colombia, Central America into these neighborhoods. They definitely had help from people who did not look like me. Okay, so.
But how do you actually 100% know that?
In Colombia,
was trying to make some money, or
Yeah, I mean, cartel, the Mexican cartel, you have to go through them to get, or Mexican cartel through Colombia, Pablo Escobar, you have to go through these people to get drugs into the United States, So
I bet it's right here.
In the crack, so I'm almost stumped. So the crack epidemic in the 80s created this thing where selling drugs is somehow glorified, especially you're a young black male, because you got the fancy car, you got all of that. If you look back in the 50s and 60s, people were dealing drugs back then, but it didn't have the mystical lore as it does now. So I blame white people and Central American people for pushing drugs into black communities, and I blame black people for going along with it and poisoning their own people with this drugs they had. So there's blame all over the place, and I think it started like Ryan Eddy's, and now 30 years later, you still have the lore of, if you're a young black male and you sold drugs and now you're rapping about drugs, you somehow have street credibility because you've done it, and then your peers amongst you in the urban society can be like, yeah, that dude's legit. Something.
And you know what? I agree with that.
So you're saying it's a morality issue?
Yeah, it's really messed up, I want to say it happened in the early '80s. That created.
If we would like to create a culture where if someone's gonna rap about taking care of their wife or children and doing the right thing,
you have.
We're gonna praise these kind of people and not.
Well, here's the thing: you have those rappers, right? But they don't get the same kind of "this is a real man" feel. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to guard what you put in, right?
But what I say is, like, I like what a lot of what you had to say, Alvin. But I just say, man, African Americans just have to also hold accountability to themselves as well. We can't just keep blaming everybody. Like I just can't. I can't vibe that mindset no more because okay, wait, hold on. It's 400 years later. Okay, slavery has been gone for 400 years later. Now I do know about the Willie Lynch letters. I do know about how the mindset still is affecting us today, but we still have ample opportunity and ability to get out of that mind state. But people don't want to. I'm in the hood all day. People glorify this. You know what I'm saying? People love the fact that if you kill somebody else, you are considered a real man. And if you're having sex with as many women as possible, you're a cool dude. It's like I was raised under this ideology, and it was pushed on me. You know what I mean? Selling dope, selling crack, all these things was pushed on me growing up, and it showed me as an adult now that people don't want to leave this mindset. They like the lure that, oh, I can make fast money and make XYZ a day versus working a job and trying to get a job. So I don't feel like we can keep blaming everybody else when it should be some blame held to us, and we should hold ourselves accountable. We should want. We should want
more as individuals instead of a race.
Here's my thing.
Exactly.
I'm not saying we don't have our faults as well, but I'm saying the problems that were caused by other people that was out of our control. That's just what it is.
But we don't have to keep. It's in our control now to not still accept that, because ain't no white man forcing no drugs in our community now. There's no white man forcing you to go get a gun and forcing you to kill nobody. There's no white man forcing you to live the way we're living right now.
Actually, we're being manipulated to live the way we live, and so you're kind of wrong on that standpoint.
But
being manipulated into things.
We've been manipulated by our own culture. I'm sure you know the rap star Future. Future raps about doing Percocets and doing lean.
And people that
codeine,
I forget his name.
But nobody is forcing
run the rap industry. So you're saying that because
Future. But listen,
we're programmed this way. They're doing this for a reason. It's not like we're just doing this to do it. Like, this is all happening for a reason. We're all being manipulated. Even to this conversation that we're speaking right now, if it's all being manipulated.
Well, that must mean we got to be dumb, because all this technology and information out here, and we still can't figure that out. All I'm saying is Future.
It's out there. This been out there for years. This ain't nothing new. Here's my thing. We're being miseducation by what the education system that we're being taught lies. You're being programmed for 15 years to believe in lies. From first grade to out of college, everything they teach you in high school, middle school, elementary school, and college, it's all lies.
Well, they taught me a lot about math.
They teach Darwin theory. That's a lie.
I don't think everything they taught us in high school was a lie, or everything they teach in college is a lie.
Wait, you do know algebra is pointless math, right? Since you brought up math, the only real math
is not pointless depending on what you're using.
You say what? Say that again, please.
I said you do know that algebra is pointless math, right? I said the real maths are mathematics, physics, and metaphysics.
It might be, but you're right. Some of the math
in algebra you get
some of the math I have learned. Some of the math I have learned in life I am not using, but I am sure there is some kind of job or career out there that uses algebra.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm
all
just
useless.
saying.
They don't use algebra.
Exactly.
You can get any answer with algebra. That's what I'm saying. It's a pointless math.
It's
The
not.
real
I
maths are
don't. Well,
mathematics, physics, and
I would have to look that up because I'm sure there are people who do construction or something like that. They use some kind of math or some
They
kind of
use
algebra.
mathematics, physics, metaphysics, stuff like that. They
Okay,
don't use
okay,
algebra.
fine.
They use geometry. Actually, if you want to get real
I
technical with
think
it.
I really think you might be wrong in that, but I'm cool. Listen, all I'm saying is that, for example, what I was saying about Future. Future raps about Percocets, drugs, doing lean, and he claims that he doesn't even do these drugs. So at one point, does the man who has the ability to rap about anything say, you know what? Let me rap about something positive. You know what I mean? And Future isn't doing that. He know that this is gonna make him the most money.
He's in the rap industry. Like, do you know what that's all about? Like the
But
freaking satanic cult that go on there, the sex rituals that's already been confirmed.
yes, yeah. But no. I actually listen. You are talking about something, but listen, you're talking about.
Say certain things.
You said sex rituals. You said sex rituals.
And so in that contract, you can say certain things. If you do, they break it and do something like.
How do you know? Have you seen the contract? Have you seen one? I used to research all this Illuminati stuff too.
Saying what's going on. That's what I listen to.
But how do you know they're telling the truth?
Every stories that telling what's going on. They're saying how you go to these parties, they get you on camera doing stuff, and they got you over. They go over here for life.
All right, you got to show me. You got to listen. That's what you heard, or that's what you read. But you can't show any 100% evidence that that's what's really going on. You get what I'm saying?
I think I like this Deeds guy.
From the actress herself, they're speaking out and saying.
Okay, tell her.
People, celebrity, like these are people speaking out, telling you what's going on.
All right, so tell them to show you a contract that says that. Show me. You know what I'm saying? I've watched YouTube for like. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to explain the point because I've grown to this point where I hate conspiracy theories now because it always comes to a point where I can't verify this. You know?
Wait. I'll give you a name. Arizona. I'll give you a name. Arizona Water.
But listen, because somebody speak about something. Because
Aaron Rothschild, go Google them up in the YouTube. They pop right up. They talk about what I'm saying.
But does it make what they're saying true? Does it make it true? That's what I'm asking you.
They worked within the government. They're being wanted for treason. They're trying to kill them. Arizona Water was killed by the government and Philip Snyder.
Oh, come on. They say Whitney Houston was killed by the Illuminati. You believe that too? Like all I'm saying.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. This is my thing. If you want to check them surrounding her death, she never. From what I read, she doesn't take showers in the hotel. She takes it only at homes. But coincidentally, she was found drowned in the tub.
So
I'm just saying from what I read, they talking about she didn't take showers at hotels. She didn't feel comfortable only at her house. But coincidentally, she was found drowned in the tub. I just want to ask. I raise some questions. To me, that doesn't sound right.
All I'm saying is that everything that we hear on YouTube and in these articles are not necessarily true. I'm hearing
this from people like Dick Gregory, Arizona Water, Eric
Dick
Snow,
Gregory. Oh my God, Dick Gregory is one of the least credible, credible person to listen to. This man go all off in his conspiracy theories. It's people. It's people out there.
People to pull it up.
He also brings up a lot of things that's false. There's conspiracy theories going around that they're cloning celebrities. Do you really believe that these people are cloning celebrities? Why? What purpose does it serve?
They made a human hybrid pig.
But all right, but that does not mean they're cloning celebrities.
They made a human hybrid pig. So how's that not far from cloning people in general? You make a human hybrid pig.
All right, but that's a pig.
GMO fruit and food. So how's that far off?
But why? What purpose does it serve to clone Gucci Man? What purpose does that serve? What does that do? You get what I'm saying?
What the agenda is, but it's not
I'm just saying, if I'm gonna clone,
make GMO fruits and make type and pigs, it's not that far from cloning people.
Listen, if I was gonna clone somebody, I would clone Tupac. And I'm not saying you're wrong about that. That is true about GMO foods and stuff like that. But I'm saying if I was gonna clone somebody, I'm gonna clone somebody influential like Michael Jackson or Tupac, and say, hey, Tupac was just hiding all this time, and bring him out. I'm not gonna clone Gucci Man. What influence do he have? What do he change? You get
I
what I'm
don't know
saying?
what.
So
Here's
all
my
I'm saying,
thing. Here's my thing. You're asking me why
Some
they do
influence,
things
but I
they
get what
do.
you're
I don't
saying.
know why they do the things they do. But here's my thing. Here's the facts. They have GMO foods, a human hybrid pig. Those are two things that's out there that's relevant. That's actually people go out to the store and eat today.
Did you
That's
see what I
not
wrote in
something
the
I'm
side
making
chat there,
up. But
Thomas?
GMO
no,
fruits are
I
GMO
agree.
fruit is genetically engineered fruit. So you're trying to
I
tell me
do
you're
believe.
making a GMO human?
No. I'm not saying as far as the fruits and foods. I do believe that they are putting a lot of things in our foods that's not healthy for us. Trust me, I agree on that.
Here's my thing.
But
They're actually putting hormones in it to make men gay and put in the food.
What?
Oh no, come on.
Sorry.
It's like I be with you on certain things, and then you go way off,
Hey,
man.
hey,
Like,
hold on. Hey, hold
Here's
on.
my thing. I
Hey,
can prove everything I'm saying. That's the
JJ.
thing about it. I can
Hey,
prove everything I'm
JJ.
saying.
you can.
JJ.
You really can.
JJ. Hold on, Deeds.
I will put the links in the thing as we speak right now. If you want to get that
Okay.
technical with it, I can prove everything I'm
Okay.
saying. They made a hybrid
Okay.
pig. They make GMO fruits. How's it profit to make a clone human?
Listen.
Like the logic you're
Listen.
thinking is irrational.
No, I'm not. Okay, look, we know. Okay, what you're saying, your claims. You have to understand what you're saying when you say these things. Okay, and I'm going to keep saying this over and over until you understand this. When you make these claims, you have to understand that, like, you have to give like references right away when you say something so astounded as they are cloning pigs or pig human hybrids. You're just saying it just to say it almost. My main question is, what is your position? Do you feel like there's something coming? Is there a revolution that I'm missing? Like, are we, what is it? Do the black nationalists, Afrocentric movement, do they want to move back to Africa? What is the plan? That's what I'm curious of.
Here's
What
the
is the
thing.
plan?
All this is designed for them to keep doing what they're doing. Religion is not real. That's just designed to cover their crimes.
Okay, when you say that, listen to what you just said. Religion is not real. There are people like in this room right now that are like staunch Christians.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
like,
and
right. So when you say that, okay,
religion was created.
okay,
That's
okay.
Religion was created by man. You can't get over that fact. It was created.
Everything was created by man. Every book you read, everything is. I mean, I'm a Christian, you know, so of course I believe the Bible is the word of God.
Do you trust man to give you the? Do you
Let
trust
it go.
man to
Let
give
it
you
go.
the information to you?
But that's exactly what I'm saying. You believe what you believe. But you believe what you believe, and you believe that this is the right information. Everything you quoting to us, you believe in GMO fruits, and like I said, you wouldn't have known about GMO fruits if you didn't read that somewhere on the internet. So who's to say that that's not made up? Who's to say that it's not made up? Half the things we learn from the internet. What I'm saying is what my whole point of what I was trying to get at is you got to understand that a lot of these conspiracy theories are bullshit. I can't verify some of this shit. You know what I mean? I'm sorry for cussing for people who are offended.
I'll put the link in. I'll put the link in the message as we speak.
I'm saying you can put whatever link, and I will read the link, whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, for instance, when I first learned about the Illuminati, it was 2009, and then like about 2010, it was just a huge wave of people who just started getting on this, the Illuminati type thing. You know what I mean? Even though, you know, knowledge about the Illuminati has always existed. But what I'm saying is I was watching YouTube heavy. It was these YouTube videos called the Illuminati Project. And I watched from video part 1 all the way to 256. And each one was like a 4-hour video. Each one was like a 4-hour. So imagine how much cramming of information I was getting. I trust me, it's not that I'm trying to be arrogant. It's not really a lot of information you can say about the Illuminati that I haven't heard. But what I'm saying is a lot of these things go into where you can't verify it. I cannot like nobody has shown me a contract that says, the devil came out and said, when you sign this contract, you sold your soul. You can sell your soul and be broke and poor. I can sell my soul right here now. If I'm around here trying to chase this illusion of trying to become rich, and I stop believing or I stop following what God says, I'm selling my soul right now. I don't have to.
I'm about to read you an article from the site.org.
Okay. JJ. Wait, hold on,
JJ. You think it's as a credible source or not? Do you like
JJ?
I don't believe.
JJ.
Listen, I don't necessarily believe in this thing called credible sources or not. What I notice is everything. Hold on, you can read it. Hold on, let me just say this: everything that we read or everything that we watch on YouTube, whatever, is coming from somebody. And their research or whatever is coming from somebody as well. And if you keep tracing the line, it's coming from somebody all the way till you possibly get to somebody that was an eyewitness of it, right? So when you go off and you talk about conspiracy theories and things like that, you're going to get to a point when you're tracing this information where, okay, this is going to where I'm going to just have to believe this person on faith. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I can't verify nothing this person is telling me. Like, for example, I learned a lot of things about 9/11. I can't, but the further the rabbit hole goes, I can't verify it because I'm not there. I'm not with Al Qaeda. I'm not with George Bush. I don't know who signed this law. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we got to use critical thinking when we get into this kind of information because.
All right, I'm about to read the thing with
hold on, JJ.
the Chinese scientists behind the world's biggest phone factory has technology advanced enough to replicate humans. He told AFP is only holding off the fears of public reaction. Boya Life Group and its partners are building the giant planet in the northern Chinese port of Taiwan, where it is due to go into production within the next several months and aims for output of.
Okay, you was finished.
I just want to read the little things real quick.
No,
that's all.
All right, so I'm not against what you just read. I will have to read more of it myself. But all I'm saying is, whatever you just read, that person got their information from somebody else. They wasn't there. I guarantee you that person who wrote the article wasn't there while they was cloning a human. I guarantee you. So at the end of the day, you believe in this person off faith. You get what I'm saying? So
it's not about faith. I actually do my research, and I can't, like, if I could remember the names, I'll give you the names of the scientists.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. You believe, you still, regardless of who you give me, you still have to accept this information off faith because you're not there. You who's sitting on the computer screen, you are not there with them. So they can tell you anything, any kind of baloney. Listen, I could say yesterday I seen an angel and the angel came and talked to me. And I could tell that's how people start religions. You get what I'm saying? But you yourself wasn't there to see me talk to this angel. You wasn't there. So at the end of the day, if you believe me or not, it's off faith. A lot of things that we believe, regardless of what it is dealing with faith. Because at the end of the day, I didn't see the people who created GMO fruits. I haven't seen the people who are making HARP create weather, fake weather things. You know what I mean?
But we know, but we know GMO fruits is being made though.
Okay, hold on. See,
okay,
Deeds, you really have to get down to her position. All we have done has we've went in circles. I've done it yesterday with some people on here. I remember Ecclesiastes was here. JJ, we understand your stance. You're telling about oppression. You're telling about what the control system is, like how it's happening. You're giving us what you're reading. You're giving us your info. We've soaked it in. My question to you is, what is like? I don't know if you believe in any gods or not. If you're an atheist or whatever, and if you're Afrocentric, let us know. You said you had that article from First Final Call. Is Islamic influence? Is that like what is your opposition to your oppression? What is it? Is it just to complain about sex, or are you gonna go to Africa? Or are you trying to kill a white man? Like let me know, because I'm an atheist, right? But I'm here to learn from everybody, but I feel like so far you're the only person that I've known who won't give your position. I don't know. It's weird. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you haven't said what you want. Now, if you just want to live your life, get mad about the white man, let me know. That's what you want to do. Photographer. That's all I want to do.
What I want is natural order to be restored amongst my people. It's stop the killing. That's what I want.
Right. Now, when you say that, are you in any kind of groups that are trying to say like we need to stand together and do it? Are you like, do you follow any of the hardcore like pro-black guys like in real life, or are you just kind of like I'm just kind of thinking about it? Because you have to be careful.
A lot of our black leaders you have to consider them ages. They're not for the people. A lot of these
Okay.
blacks are not for our people, so they just literally ripping our people off.
Right. Now, what you do is, if you can, I'm going to give you some advice. I may not know exactly how to fix it, but I'll give you some advice. Tell your friends and you yourself, stop donating to their channels. Stop buying into their small publications. Don't listen to them if they're talking about crazy, irrational things that you can't affect or actually really can't affect you unless it's food you digest or in the area you live in. Right? You can now when it comes to oppression from police, I know what you can do. You can go to you can write to your state police officers and get petitions signed, you know, because Trump isn't going to help you, right? You've already established that he's part of it, right? We know he's the bad guy. He's the bad guy. But you got to think about what you have to do locally, just little stuff. Just make a list, because you seem to want to fight the oppression, but you also have to be careful. You just said even people amongst the pro-black community, they've been infiltrated too, just like a secret society, right? And the interesting thing is, it's in your own camp.
But here's what I think. I'm gonna write.
So you have to understand.
Look, I'm gonna write the racist system, the police department about what's going on, really, and they the ones doing it. Come on.
No. Okay. Listen. Here's how you start it. Okay, you have to start with the problem, and then if you think the problem is your local. Where do you live? You live in Philly? Where do you live?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
JJ, where do you live?
I just moved. Right now, I just moved to Philly. I live in Upper Darby.
Okay, but do you live in Philly though?
Philadelphia, yes.
Right. Okay. Now, since you are at where you're at, because you're not going to be able to go to the place where they're making hybrid human beings and pigs. You can't get there. That's not like good for you economically. Don't go to some secret dungeon and see if they're doing it. That's not. Who cares? Now, what you can do is, okay, if you don't want to deal with the police, you can write to your mayor, you can write to your congressman, you can organize groups and make petitions or protests. Literally, it actually has worked. I'm not saying protest really works in the sense of, oh, you know, it'll help us overcome. Because you have the right to you have the right to protest in this country, and you should actually use it because it's one of the few, or I guess not necessarily rights. You can get a permit to protest, but at least you can do it. You know, like do little things like that. And I'm not saying side with Black Lives Matter. I don't really like what they're all for, but it seems like what you're trying to go against, you have to think about like state level influence. Try to find. Not everybody is evil in politics. I'm gonna let y'all know that too. Like not every single person is evil in politics. It isn't like that. It isn't like I said, you got to stop thinking that it's like, oh, in the dungeon we go. And they're like wearing cloaks and they're doing, you know, Knights of the Realm fucking tales at a Yale frat house. Like, right? Like like not everybody's like that. Not everybody went to Yale. Some of these people went to Pitt. They went to Penn. Some of those people that are congressmen or senators are blue collar. Some of them have had horrible upbringings. Not very many of them, but I'm sure there's at least one or two that knows what it's like to live in the hood, right? That knows what it's like to see like the coal miner or the factory worker lose his job. Now, is it as bad as cops killing is this white supremacy taking your people down? No. But you know what? They got there. And if they got there and they're honest, you can write to those people. They exist. Just like your hands, just like your fingers, just like white suppression, just like these labs that are making people. If that's how you feel. Then and tomorrow, because some people say atheists shouldn't talk about evil because they don't understand the concept of evil if there wasn't some sort of
They
whatever.
should. It's
Right.
inconsistent.
Right. But I'll say this: we know that it's bad, right? I prefer sentient creatures get benefits more than harms. Right?
What's bad?
If you want to stop your people,
we're not going to get into this.
People getting murdered.
He's trying to help African over here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to help pretty much. Right. So listen, you have to use, like he said earlier, Deed said it, critical thinking. If your opposition is straight up white supremacy, then you have to fight it the legal way. Unless your movement wants to do it the Second Amendment way, because that's not how it's going to work out. I don't think it's going to work if it's going to be that way. And you also have to pay attention around you. Like, you got to think about who are your enemies, like who are your allies. You know, if you just told me that the black community is you saying they're hustling people, how can you overcome the white man if your own community is self-destructive? See, and what that means is you're not as self-aware as you think you are. Yes, they're making the humans.
But here's my thing. I'm very self-aware what's going on.
Okay.
But I understand too at the same time. things are not just happening by itself. Like when I say that, for instance, I'll give you an example. Louis Farrakhan, the
Right.
Muslim leader, whatever. He's being
Right.
paid by the CIA.
Okay, but that doesn't matter.
You type in this, he gets paid by CIA. So
But
here's my
listen,
thing.
but
He's
listen,
paid,
no, it doesn't
How do you
matter.
prove that? How do you prove that? Please tell me.
Oh my God! Are y'all serious? I play stupid games. Just type in CIA pays Louis Farrakhan.
But I'm just saying you read it on the internet. But how do you know that though? Like, how do you really know that?
How we know anything for real?
Exactly.
We
Now,
don't.
this is what we're talking about.
We
This
don't.
is exactly what we're talking about. Exactly. Right. JJ. Okay. Instead of reading this, now I don't even know anything about philosophy, but you have to understand. You have to have a justification. You have to have I forgot how it goes, but you have to have a belief to get to knowing something. And you have to. I think there's a part where you have to have justification. You're reading off something, right? So you have this sort of. It seems like you're trying to attempt belief, but you don't know it's true. You have to find some sort of justification, or at least I don't know. Maybe think, okay, I'm presented with this in front of me. How do I know it's real? Right? You can't touch that internet site. You can't reach into your computer and take out that piece of paper and say, okay, cool. Can I meet the person who wrote this? Right? What you need to do is think about it from the terms of the internet. When you read Louis Farrakhan is being paid by the CIA, if you see an author, Google his name and then see what he's about. There's a Wikipedia on him. Remember, the white man own everything. They're the CIA. They know everything that we're doing. So you know who the fuck, they're going to know who wrote that article what you just read. It's going to say, Mr. So-and-so or Brother Malcolm, whoever, is going to say Louis Farrakhan getting paid by the CIA. So you Google Brother Louis Farrakhan or the Brother so-and-so. And when that clicks up on Wikipedia, look at what he's read. Or look at what this author of this article, look at his past articles.
I'm going to give you an example, Thomas.
About.
I'm going to give you an example, right. Thomas.
Sorry to be rude. I don't know.
Nah, you good, man. But I was in a cult for 4 years called the Black Hebrew Israelites, right? And one of the things they would spread on Facebook would be this meme of Hitler, and Hitler is basically saying that America has the true Jews basically because they believe that blacks are the true Israelites or Jews of the Bible, right? So one of the memes they would spread is that that Hitler was saying in one of his books that the true Jews of America is in America, basically. That America, that's why that a lot of things are going wrong in America, right? So this is a meme that they would spread faithfully all the time. I even shared it when I was in that group. And what I had came to find out, because one day it dawned on me, like, damn, I ain't never even read this nowhere. I only seen this on a meme. And when you go and look for that quote Hitler had made, trying to justify another reason why he did the Holocaust, you will see that quote is nowhere in existence. It doesn't exist. It's nowhere. Hitler never wrote this quote in any book. So, but you have thousands of Hebrew Israelites sharing this quote in this meme. You get what I'm saying? So my point is that misinformation is out there and it's rampant, and you have to really be critical of what kind of information you're studying and what kind of information you're sharing, because it is so easy to share any kind of information. And I've noticed that on Facebook, people share news articles that's satire. It's not even real news. So, we got to keep those kind of things in consideration.
Well said. You and Thomas are the two voices of reason here so far.
It took me a long time to get to this point, man.
Look, I'm like this though. There's some slickery though. There's some slickery when it comes to some things. I don't know. I just wanted to say something. Y'all was talking. I was gone. I just want to say something.
Wow. Nah, but thank you for bringing a laugh. Thank you for bringing a laugh, though, for sure. Because it was getting a little tense.
Yeah, that was my bad. I apologize, guys. I guess my issue is I feel and JJ, if you're listening, I actually feel bad. I feel bad because I feel like you're wasting so much energy. Like you can talk about melanin. We talked about melanin last night and all this stuff. You know, all the points that you defend. We watched your videos, but you understand, like, if there's this power in melanin, I feel like you're using it too much on the white man. Stop giving. If you believe in the melanin stuff and it is a superpower, that's fine. If you think it's true, that's fine.
The deification of melanin.
What?
Right.
I'm not just banging on the white man. I'm banging on all races that do my people dirty. That's just what it is.
Right. So how do you knock that down? Like how do you cause an opposite reaction? Right. Your reaction is to, like, you know, you're angry. You know, you think there is oppression. It sucks. Right. How do you change that direction? How do you push it the opposite way? Think about you ever seen the movie Indiana Jones?
Temple of Doom.
Talking to me, I don't know. I believe so. I can't remember.
Indiana Jones, you know, the guy who's Han Solo. I'm sure you remember this is maybe a couple scenes as a kid, but there's a part. I've
seen his movie, but I can't remember them.
Right, and it's okay. Right. But I think I'm trying to give you a picture, right? So imagine him. He's running away from some savage in a loincloth and a spear, right? Wherever he is, somewhere in some random Indonesian country where there's a jungle, right? And he's running away, and these people are throwing arrows at him, right? They're chasing him. They're trying to capture him, right? He's running through this cave, and as he runs through this cave, he notices there's a lever at the end of this runaway, right? So a picture looks like a cliff. He's like he's about to fall off a cliff, but in order to not fall off this cliff and not get pushed over, he has to reach for this lever and pull it, and then this bridge will come out and it'll help him get away from the savages. Now, you got to think about if he's trying to get away from something, and you know what he does? He takes that whip and he pulls the lever and he pulls it and he gets away. You know, he gets away from something that's pushing him, or if he doesn't do that, he'll use his whip and he'll fight the savages and do something clever. But he's trying to get out of a bad situation. Like, even if that was a bad analogy, but what I'm saying is, I want to know your position. You can give me all the stats in the world. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that? Like, how do you want to stop it? Do you go to like the firing range? Do you do like self-defense? Are you teaching kids not saying teaching kids. I'm talking about from an individual standpoint. I just feel like I want to know, how do you want to change your current situation in the environment that is around you in your neighborhood, if you know what's going on? Because if you're gonna keep looking up stories and telling us these things, you actually have become a theist. You've become a worshiper of these stories, of this news, because you don't care really. I mean, it seems like you don't really have any kind of plan or even a. I'm not saying you don't have a plan. I guess it's just like a reaction. Your reaction seems totally bottled up, and you need to release it. But I'm not saying go and hurt someone physically, but you have to look at these stats and say, okay, if they're doing this, how can I educate people? Like, if you're walking around telling people stats, I don't know how to explain it, because I don't want you. And I don't believe that.
You 100%, because I have a cousin.
Yeah,
she's Afrocentric, right? But like I said, I notice a lot of Afrocentric people just be on the internet bitter as hell. You know what I mean? On Facebook,
I'm actually not
they just
Afrocentric. Like, don't put me in no categories. I'm just
I'm just giving an example. I'm not necessarily declaring you, but
well, hold on,
for example,
you almost got there. No, so what are you, JJ?
But my cousin.
I'm sorry. Well, I think we should ask her what, like, she's not Afrocentric. Is she pro-Pan-African? Are you for the Nigerian liberation? Like, what's...
But sometimes, people don't have to necessarily wear a title, Thomas, because, like for me, for educational reasons or for talking reasons or just for discussion purposes, I may say I'm a Christian. But all in all, I don't like to be lumped with every other Christian, because it's a lot of Christians who believe a lot of wacky things. So I just say I'm somebody who believes in the Bible. You get what I'm saying? I don't necessarily like the title. But
yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I don't like saying my title all the time either, because that feels like it turns the whole room of Christians against me. So.
Right. I mean, it gets real generalized. You like, for example, if you say you were atheist, right?
Right.
So when I talk to other atheists, and as soon as I say I'm a Christian, they have like a whole way to respond to me already. That is not necessarily. That's not necessarily my position. You know, so they ask me
man.
questions.
I have to, man. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that right there annoys the shit out of me. Like,
Me too, bro.
that's why I don't
I hate it too.
So do I.
and to be fair, Christians do it to atheists too, where
that's true. That's true.
Where you give the title, and then they'll be like, well, why are you such a terrible person because of X, Y, and Z, and you believe that? And you're like, no, I don't. And then you have to go through the whole things of no, I don't. And then they'll be like, oh, well, you're not really a Christian. Oh, well, you're not
right.
It's like, that
okay.
Just oh.
Okay,
no,
but here's
all
thing.
right. My main point. Hold on, before we even go, because I was explaining the point about what you were saying to African. Okay, I have a cousin. She's Afrocentric, right? And she's on Facebook all the time, and she's always talking about these type of situations and things. But rather than just be on Facebook talking about it, she goes out and feeds the homeless. She created a nonprofit business organization to actually help advance some of her causes and some of her beliefs to help African American people. And so for that, I give her a lot of respect. You know what I mean? We don't necessarily have the same beliefs or whatever, but I give her a lot of respect because she's trying to do something, and it's something positive. You know what I mean? Versus, you know, I see a lot of African-centric people, they're just bitter on Facebook. Oh, the white man hates us. You know what I mean? And it's just like, okay, well, what you doing about it?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. And this is where the double standard lies. It's not a legitimate double standard, but it's an understandable double standard. You ever notice how hardcore, militant, anti-white black groups don't get the same scrutiny as neo-Nazis and the KKK? It seems like it's a double standard, right?
Right.
No, yeah, it's true.
Well, like you know, like Nation of Islam, Black Panther Party, other.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for this, okay? And the reason why it seems like those type of groups get passes is because it's a matter of irrational retaliation, right? So what their thing is, you did this to my ancestors, so this is why we hate you. Now, even though that reason is a stretch, there's a reason there, right? That you can look up in history and be like, okay, but it's irrational because it happened, you know, the certain white people that have nothing to do with that, you're blaming them also. As opposed to when you look at a neo-Nazi and KKK, they're hating black people just cause. Not because of a history of oppression or something that black people did to them in the ancient. It's just, we don't like you just because how you look for the state of being. And that's why there's a double standard when it comes to these groups where the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, you know, he said a lot of racist things towards whites, but he gets that pass that David Duke doesn't get. Because if Jim Crow laws, lynch mobs, and slavery never happened, Louis Farrakhan wouldn't exist. You know, he wouldn't exist. But a David Duke, he you know, people like that in the Klan, it's just simply because they don't like you. And I think that's why, I think both are irrational, but I think that's where the past comes from right there.
Hey, that's well said. Yep. I agree. Oh, by the way, did you guys see that he said that he's going to end the hangout pretty soon? I think he said that.
Oh, that's cool, because that's when it get real, when we go offline. That's when it get real.
Wait. Is he ending it or is he going offline? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, you know, when it goes offline, you can still be on here. I mean, it's technically over, but we're not going to get like booted off. We just stay on there. Yeah, but
but I really enjoyed this discussion. I don't really get to have these kind of discussions often in a humble way, and you know, just to sit down and be able to hear different thoughts and points of views that's different from my own, and some that might even agree with my own.
Hello.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hilarious. So now
how do you find those people?
Because I need to end the hangout. You can,
Oh,
you can
yeah.
continue talking. I just want to tell everyone that I'm finishing. You can I'll leave it on if you want. But
Thank
okay,
you.
I'd like to thank everyone for joining. This has been the open hangout, kemetic politics, anything basically. Hangout. We'll probably do another one another time because this is actually quite fun. I'd like to thank you guys for joining, everyone for watching, and goodbye. One.